as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised, palms calloused, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. Thank you to those so often forgotten who made this movement their own. Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. This campaign is about people like Wesley, people like the woman I met on the BX 33 years ago, people like the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims from us to meet our shareholders' expectations.
In 2025, you're trying to stay alive. Convince myself it's even worth the try. I work by AI, the bills keep piling high. It's no wonder things are unified. Whoa, tonight it blows. Bring it back, say I can live here in the province right. Whoa, tonight it blows. Sleeping when I know that we're the ones that make it.
Millions of Americans, including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something about it, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't
Seniors
wear a
are
tie.
the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
Now they're looking at your vote, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
The moderators. Oh god. Put your mods in check? In what capacity? Hello everyone, how we doing? Watchman 3, all in moderation. Ooh, that's a good title. Copyright that quick. Hello, Rhyme Jack. I'm sorry about your apartment issues. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Kiva Indofer. Hello, you can call me Jess. Hello, Limes Floofy Otaku. Hello, Crane. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Miss Nixa. Hello, Eddie Spencer. Hello, how we doing, folks? Hello, Latzia. Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, Ransom Ballard. Hello, Mabs Alicorn. Hello, Ms. Milena. Hello, Damn It, Sputnik. Hello, Sarah's Dio. Hello, DTH. Hello, Firecrafted Gaming. Hello, Tom Pritchett. Hello, Jess Talks Books. Hello, J. Deagles. Hello, T. Leif. Hello, I love that you guys, when you guys teach me the right way to say your usernames and I remember it. It takes a lot of mental effort on my part, but you know what? It makes me feel good when I nail it. Hello, the knifiest duck. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Polaire. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Hit the Mat. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, Robin's Aviary. Hello, Maliki. Hello, Knight of Ticking Armor. Hello, Salmon Moose.
How can we all have died at the same time?
Yes, Salmon Moose. It's a sign of affection, I swear. Hell, do we have to go whacking? Hey now, what you do in your time is your own business. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Thank you for helping to invent the internet. Hello, Polaire. Hello, my name is Mud. Hello, Matatiahu. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Hundo. And as far as I'm concerned, this is not an official piece of merch from the Westeros. This is a D&D jacket. I believed it was a D&D jacket since I got it, and I will continue to believe it's a D&D jacket, even in the face of all evidence to the contrary, because I use it as a D&D jacket. Hello, Mirror Ashes! Hello! How we doing, Travis T? Hello, Snuggle Kitten. Hello. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebees. Hello, Petals and Gems. Hi and bye, everybody. I know it's a thing I say often. That's all good. You'll get some good rest. All right. Am I moderating the debate? Yeah, Turning Point USA is going to have their debate on my channel, which is why everyone should like, comment, and subscribe. Also, you should subscribe, not just because it's the right thing to do, but because we're 10 subscribers away from 20,000 subscribers, and that is a really cool milestone number. Does anyone happen to know what clicking the stream and the YouTube wander and then shifting over here to watch does the analytics? No idea, but I can say I believe that embeds do count for YouTube, so. Wait, what debate is happening? We'll get to it. Don't worry. We are so close, Ms. Milena. Candace versus Kirk in the Thunderdome. Wouldn't that be amazing if, like, this entire difference between the two of them just got settled in the arena, like an honor duel? Is that when you get your YouTube plaque? No, that's 100K. 100K is a YouTube plaque. 20,000 is just like, I don't know. I feel like it's a big milestone as a content creator. You struggle, like, especially early on, just to get like 1 or 2 subscribers, like, trickling in, and like, I don't know, hitting 20K kind of marks the beginning of the end of that era and the beginning of, like, kind of higher levels of growth. Cute sneeze, thank you. Right-wing infighting really warms the heart. Oof. Can I also show you something that I just thought was neat? You know, continuing my trend of just, hey, this is neat. We should take a look at this. Let me bring you my pebble. Okay? Let me bring you all my pebble. This is my pebble. My pebble is a new anime film titled Scarlet, and it looks pretty cool.
戦いをやめなさい。武器を置き話し合おう。現実を受け入れろ。目の前を見ろ。いや
3D animation's getting better. I don't know what to
それが
say.
私の人生だから。
君は傷ついてる。だから俺がそばにいる。
もし別の時代に生まれていたら今とは違う自分がいたのかな。
我と共に戦う者は一人残らず見果てぬ場所へ迎え入れてやる。
何のために人は生きる。いつか分かる時が来るのか。
邪魔になれ。
どうしても復讐を果たさなければ終われない。
スカーレット、生きろ。
Mine is Princess Mononoke. It looks cool. It looks neat. It has a little bit of like that berserk jank to it, but like not in a distracting way, you know? Also, Nathan, thank you for being the first person to support stream today, and thank you for the $5 dono. Let's go! Princess Mononoke is goated. I just think it's a real film, you know? It's just like a real film-ass film. And I, for one, am here for that. I like when a movie is, you know, doesn't really pull its punches, and goddamn does Princess Mononoke not pull its punches. Look up the trailer for Control Resonance. Before I know anything about new Control game, I want to play through I want to play through Control again. And I then want to play the God, what is it called? The other ones. The other games in that series. Alan Wake. Thank you. I haven't ever played the first Alan Wake. I played Control and then I felt really confused. So I want to play Control again, and then I want to play the Alan Wake games, and then I'll pay attention to whatever is happening with the new Alan Wake game. They remastered it. It's good. I own the remaster. I just haven't had time to play it. Oh yeah, Dragon Ball, the Dragon Ball Super movie was great. Also, like, again, 3D animation can be great. To Be Hero X is a great example of that. Do I subscribe to Flick/movie/film as sets? Not entirely sure what that means. Arcane is also 3D animation, which blows my mind. Again, Travesty, check out To Be Hero X. It is very much, you know, drawing from the same well as Arcane. Seriously, the whole Remedy verse is tied together? Yeah! That's you learned that in Control, which I was then like, well, damn, I have to play all the video games now. All right. Will you play Still Wakes the Deep at some point? Yes, I really want to. I just... Chat, part of the problem is this is a politics show, and as much as I love playing video games, I know most of you guys come here for the politics. So, the politics are unfortunately very important. And I still have to play Fire Emblem. My mom is out of the hospital, so there's a decent shot during the holidays that I'll be able to get my Wii back. And then I will finally be able to play Fire Emblem. All right. Is she better? I mean, she's getting there. It's really slow recovery. Like once you get diabetes, like a lot of your and especially once it's like advanced, a lot of your ability to like heal slows way the fuck down.
Gonna spam a bit. My friend is doing a game dev showcase 15-second clips of current games in development.
Ooh, let's take a look. Indie showcase. Wait. I don't know if I didn't look and see if I was allowed to show it on screen.
Was wondering if you heard of a game called Megabon L. Been playing a bunch of that lately.
I have not heard of that game. Also, Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. And Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. All right. I come for the fashion. Thank you, Ginger Tea. What happened with Veilguard? What happened with Veilguard is other games came out and news happened and I got distracted. What happened to Veilguard is the same thing that happened with Dragon's Dogma 2, which I would also very much like to finish playing at some point. Oh, Mega Bonk. I have heard of Mega Bonk. It doesn't look like my cup of tea. I also like anytime I want to play a game like that, I just throw on Vampire Survivor. You can show it on stream. Okay, the I just had flashbacks to the formatting of this page being very similar to like NDA screens that I've seen like when I was a video game journalist for upcoming releases. Fist of the Forgotten. Oh, that looks fun. Punch robots. Hell yeah. Fucking love grapple mechanics. Unironically, more video games need grapple mechanics. The freedom of movement is genuinely, like, incredible. Like, once you get any kind of grapple mechanic or swinging mechanic, oof, it's the best feeling in the world. All right, that was the 15-second clip. That's so cool. So it will premiere in like 40 some hours over on twitch.tv /Jitspo. Go check it out. Go check it out. There you go. I need low resource games. Ooh.
I also know a few indie games. Big fan of the indie scene. Look up Motor Slice.
Motor Slice? Motor Slice does look really good.
Can you believe, Orby? Apparently, we have to prove our work with a demo. What's that supposed to mean? Why do I think this is your fault?
Yeah, I can fuck with this. This looks cool. Did you guys want to know a really disgusting and awful fact this weapon reminded me of? One, this looks neat. And two, did you guys know that chainsaws were invented for childbirth? I learned that a couple days ago, and now you all have to learn it too. There we go. Nailed it. I did know that? What? Yeah. They invented them for getting babies out of ladies, and Then they said, "Hey, this thing that that can cut through bone. It's pretty cool for trees and such." Anyway, yeah. I believe that then it helped bring about the invention of like those you know, the little vacuums they use to suck babies out if they get stuck? Yeah, indirectly, the invention of the chainsaw helped to invent the little baby suck vacuum thing.
And vibrators were invented to help doctors cure women's hysteria.
Yes, we desperately needed the cure. You don't understand. Um, there was it was an epidemic of hysteria, and we just really needed our bits vibrated, and wow, it aligned our chakras. It cured us. It ended the hysteria plague. All right, go yeah, go. Look, if you're going insane, just get laid. Is a old timey doctors. Am I right? All right, here we go. Just a short little snippet, a little call to action for you guys. Hey folks, real quick, just wanted to let you guys know, there's a bunch of really terrible bills that Congress is trying to push through at the current moment. And it's vast, like most of them are related to mass surveillance and censorship on the internet, and that seems to be relevant to probably what you guys care about, considering this is the internet. Um, so if you would like to tell Congress, hey, just stop that. Don't don't surveil me and violate my privacy rights. You can go over to badinternetbills.com. It's really important that you do, and you can use its easy fill out form to basically contact Congress and your officials on a wide variety of different bills, notably the uh, COSA is one of the big ones, but also Section 230, also online ID laws, also age verification laws. Again, these are all designed to basically censor what you can access on the internet. They are designed to make it difficult, if not impossible, to access certain information. And it is also designed to surveil you and potentially use your own online activity against you, making the internet, by the way, less safe in the process. So if you are in favor of opposing these things, again, head on over to badinternetbills.com and fill it out, contact Congress, and then let all your friends know too. If you can, let your friends and family know, get them to sign on as well. Badinternetbills.com. And with that, let's keep on going. Let me know what you think down in the comments, and I'll uh I'll be here. So join your DSA, join your local Dems. Let's go. ID checks get
My
beat by
doctor finger
Gary's
blasting
mod
my brains out for the 5th
screenshots.
time today. Gee whiz, this is really tiring. If only there was a tool to simplify this process.
No, but like it's a thing. You want to guys, you want to know the okay, look, this might be getting like TMI, but one of my favorite things in the world is every year Pornhub releases its like, year-end results, right? And what I just let me see if I can find it. The specific thing. Do 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 do. Found it. People really liked Twinks. Ah, here we go. I just gotta say, this one makes sense to me, I guess. But apparently, like, eating women out is twice as popular among women as it is with men. And like, men, what's wrong with you? Boys, I know some of you are gay, but like, for those of you that aren't, like, what? How are women looking that up twice as much as you? Like, I don't know. Seems to me like if you're interested in like getting a lady and keeping her on lock, you should be learning. Like, well, that's why I said if you're a man and gay, like, you're off the hook on this one. But if you're into women, like, I don't know, learn how to keep your lady happy. For a primer on the finer points, watch Sinners. Yes. What if I don't like the taste? Well, one, I'm gonna restrain myself from being sassy. Like, discuss that with your partner. Like, you can change the taste based on diet. Like, have her eat some pineapple. Like, like, I don't know. You can affect that by just having a conversation, or just like, might not be your favorite thing. That's okay if it's not your favorite thing.
Man here I'd be more than happy to perform such acts, but it doesn't look appealing or very erotic in corn.
Well, look, you need to demand a higher quality out of your porn. All right. All right. That's about as far as I'm willing to take this conversation, and we're going to abruptly adjust course. All right. Let's do this. So, folks, one of the things I wanted to talk about today is Graham Plattner. Specifically, well, I've been keeping an eye on the race. Haven't been talking about it very much publicly, but I've been keeping an eye on the race. And folks, Janet Mills isn't going to beat Graham Plattner. The polling that is coming out is real bad for Janet Mills, number one. So, seems to be that in Maine, the whole tattoo issue has not actually held him back. And I was wondering how the electorate would kind of respond to this. And about a week or two ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, Graham Plattner was confronted by a woman at one of his town halls about his comments online, about his different stances, about, like, she confronted him, no doubt about it, and he responded. But more importantly than that, I wanted to know kind of like what the aftermath of that would be, right? So we didn't cover that confrontation. because I wanted to see kind of like what's the fallout going to be. And a video went up on the Majority Report about a day ago where the woman who confronted Graham Plattner put out an additional statement to the Majority Report. And I figure we'll take a look here at what she had to say, and we'll talk about it.
Cut deep. I am a.
And so just play just to refresh people's minds just a little bit of this question.
The day that the Reddit post dropped, my heart sank. Particularly for one reason. Your comments on sexual assault victims cut deep. I am a survivor. My story is remarkably similar to the one that you outlined in that comment. I never shared my story. I never reported it. And I didn't because I knew I would be defending myself against that mentality. For more than 20 years, I have never spoken of it. Until today. I have consumed every interview you have done since. To the point where it's pretty creepy, honestly. But I realize that what I am seeking is a sign of true growth and understanding of how harmful that mentality has been. Of an expression of true remorse for ever thinking that it would ever be anybody's fault that someone else violated them so egregiously. So I'm asking right now, can you look me in the face as a survivor and offer me more than just shallow words?
Yeah, again, context for this. Woman confronts Graham Plattner at one of his town halls about his comments, specifically about sexual assault in the military. She went to this town hall and revealed for the first time that she had been the victim of sexual assault. And wanted to know, like, where he stands on it. This is a pretty powerful confrontation.
I am sorry. I am sorry because I certainly, at earlier points in my life, held opinions that I do not hold now. When I made that comment 13 years ago, I had come out of the infantry, and I had a, frankly, myopic worldview on this issue.
Okay, and he went on, and we played that audio. I guess we played it about, I want to say about 2 weeks ago.
Can I play the, let me grab the full response here. This one? No, that's... weeks ago. Woman confronts Graham Plattner. Weeks ago. Okay, I guess we'll have to rely on the Majority
check
Report.
in with Graham Plattner.
I'm sorry. I am sorry because I certainly, at earlier points in my life, held opinions that I do not hold now. When I made that comment 13 years ago, I had come out of the infantry, and I had a, frankly, myopic worldview on this issue. In the years since, I have become very close friends with many women, veterans and non-veterans, who all have stories. And through those relationships, I have very much begun to, well, not just understand, but I firmly believe abuse, sexual assault, is not a matter of decisions people make. It's a matter of power. It's a matter of who has power and who wants to impose it on someone else. It is never the responsibility of the person who's been imposed upon. It is always the abuser. It is always the person with power who is responsible. I do not believe now, and have not a long time, that it's the responsibility of people, of those who get assaulted. But I had to learn that. I had to learn that through relationships I built. And I had to learn that through friends who told me stories, very brutal ones. And I have learned that. I also fully recognize that as I continue moving forward in my life, because of who I am, because of the life that I've lived, I will have blinders on that I'm unaware of. And it is incredibly important to me to develop relationships with people who can tell me and show me and let me know where I'm falling and let me know where I'm failing. I am sorry for the things I used to say, for the jokes I used to make. I have no excuse for it. I will say that in the time since, in the intervening years, I developed a very different opinion on this. And moving forward, I would very much like to continue getting that input, because I don't think of myself as a fully formed human being. I don't think anybody ever will be. And if anybody thinks they are, we should probably not trust them.
He doesn't say what he changed. He literally just explained what he changed.
The only thing more than this response
Luke,
that
take a
id
break.
want is
You're
a
too
plan of
high.
action to The only thing more than this response that id want is a plan of action to educate people and make sure toxic opinions like that can no longer form.
I mean, I think that's basically what he stated, that he wanted to continue evolving his views, wanted to continue embracing better policy. But what I'm more concerned about here is, how does the victim of sexual assault respond? Because, like, I think that means, I think that means a lot. I think saying to a victim of sexual assault, like, I have no excuse for the things I said, I was wrong, I think that is a good apology. But more so than that, it matters if he's actually changed. Is the apology accepted? That's where we get here.
And shortly after that, we got an email. I've been meaning to read this for a week or two. I'm not going to give her name. I imagine
Did he say I was wrong? Yes.
People up in Maine know, who she is. I don't know if they've written stories about it, but I suspect, but I'm not going to. 4 days ago, the crew shared the audio recording of a woman confronting Graham at a town hall. Hi, it's me. I'm the woman. The audio doesn't tell the whole story. It doesn't share what happened after the conclusion of the town hall. It doesn't share the numerous people that formed a line to thank me for doing the hard but necessary thing and compliment my bravery, which is wild to me. I didn't have a plan to share my darkest secret with a room full of a few hundred strangers. I had forgotten they were even present. The audio doesn't share that Graham and I spoke privately after the town hall. While I won't share the exact details of that conversation, I do feel that I am finally appropriately processing the assault. The campaign has contacted me since to check in on how I'm doing and offer any support they can provide, and made it clear that they see this as my story, that they want to handle it with absolute sensitivity and respect. It's fair to say that I no longer have any doubts on Graham's genuineness, and if I could share what I have experienced with anyone questioning his authenticity, I feel their doubts would ease as well. I feel safe with Graham both as a person and to be the next elected official to represent me in the state of Maine. Being human is hard, and so is giving grace. Take care.
Look, that I don't know about you guys. That carries a lot of weight for me. I think it speaks well of the campaign and well of Graham Plattner that he took time to step aside and talk to this woman. I think it speaks well of the campaign and the decision making to reach out to her and like make sure she's okay and getting the help and support she needs. I think that this is good. And I think that stuff like this is why he is gaining ground in like the upcoming political race. And I think that of all the folks who could judge him on his past comments and positions, like someone who's experienced sexual assault directly confronting him and directly experiencing how this campaign responds to that in earnest, coming out and saying, "Hey, I think he's the real deal." That carries a lot of weight for me. And I'm not gonna say, well, everyone needs to be 100% in Graham Plattner's corner now. You're allowed to dislike him. That is fine. It is okay to dislike politicians. It's okay to dislike people in general. But I think that this campaign seems like it has coalesced around a man who, at the very least, is doing the right things now. And I'm not going to ask anyone to like have a perfectly acceptable taste in their mouth about that because people are complicated. But I don't know, this carries a fuck ton of weight with me. Carries a lot of weight with me. The audio is terrible, so you may need to include the text. I mean, the text was on screen. There are subtitles. He took ownership of what was said, but it's the follow through that matters. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I have said that it matters what he does. You know, like he's been saying all the right words, but like, what does he do? And I don't know. I think that what he did at least in this circumstance bears him out so far. Obviously, it's a very small data point, but we are going into an election cycle and like the data points we have are the data points we have. So all I'm saying is it does not look like Janet Mills is going to pull this off. Because again, the latest polling, let's just take a look. Do. 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 I'm trying to find like the new poll. Do. There's like a latest poll that is out that shows Janet Mills ahead by 10 points in certain parts of the state, but it looks pretty tight in other parts of the state. Let me just... Yeah. I am confused by the latest polling, considering that Graham Plattner has been crushing Janet Mills by like more than double digits in all of the primary polling I've seen to date. So I'm a bit skeptical of certain new polling that shows her ahead by 10. I haven't seen anything from her campaign that would indicate that she has pulled ahead by 10 points. But we'll see. Yeah, I don't believe that there has been a 30-point swing, so I think the latest poll from the Mills campaign might be a bit bogus. Yeah, I just... We now have two different polling sets, so I'm guessing that the muddy waters are being set up deliberately. So I think that we are in for a lot of interesting tomfoolery in this race, to say the least. Yeah, okay. So the new poll that says she is ahead is among likely Democratic primary voters, according to the poll, like, criteria.
Suspicious polls indeed. Where are the strippers?
And Graham Plattner is banking on people who are unlikely Democratic primary voters. So that would probably account for the differences in the poll. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see how this all goes, as it were. Knitting Cult Lady. I don't know who Knitting Cult Lady is, but I think it is entirely plausible that a drunk Marine in Croatia might get a tattoo like that. Like, especially if you're in the military and you're young and you're not asking questions about the, you know, the skull that you guys are getting tattooed on your bodies at 19. So I find it plausible, but what I find more important is what he does in the here and now. And what he's doing in the here and now seems to be good enough for survivors of sexual assault, and it seems to be good enough for the people in Maine who are actually going to be voting for him. So those two things, I think, are meaningful data points. With all that being said, I think we'll talk a bit more about Graham Plattner as we get closer to the primary. We'll be talking more about this race. We'll be taking a look at how this is shaken out. It's going to be interesting, to say the least. So with that being said, you got anything out of this, please consider dropping a like, comment, subscribe, especially comment. The comments are really helpful. And also, remember, go radicalize your local Dems. Go join your local DSA and make them more effective. If you need help doing so, join our Discord. Reach out to Gamergy for help with DSA. reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, and let's make this happen. With that, also check out ImogeneOlivia.com. My partner launched lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, and we also tested it with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, anyone who wants to feel femme, and the reviews are very positive. So please check it out if you feel so inclined. It's also the holiday season, so might be getting it for your special someone. And yeah, link down in the doobly-doo. With that being said, let's keep going. It's not just the tattoo, it's the killing brown people. Yeah. But I also think that he does not like what that was either. Look, as far as people who are going to be against the Imperial machine, Graham Plattner is probably one of our best allies in Congress. I mean, Coral Pal, to be fair, if I found out that a tattoo I got with my buddies decades ago was a Nazi tattoo, I would be very annoyed that I've had it on my body for decades. You know? Or a decade, rather. Plattner's Marine buddies who also got the tattoos have come out saying they had no idea about the specific Totenkopf at the time either. Presumably they also had their oh shit moment. I would hope so. Yeah, he also did have the tattoo covered, it's true. Yeah, I mean, like a lot of folks are like, well, the people of
We need
Maine
to
shouldn't vote
normalize
for him, and
negging
it's
of
like
Trump officials by
that's not how
journalists and
politics
elected
works.
representatives.
It's true. I want more journalists to say, "Fuck you, buddy." You know, I want them to pull the Jordan Peterson.
Fuck you, buddy.
I mean, it's also the question you have to ask in this specific race is Janet Mills going to be an opponent to the U.S. Imperial, machine? And the answer to that is no. She's not. She's an establishment conservative Dem. Like, no. Like that, it's a resounding no. It's no followed by a room full of laughter. Like, if your best shot is Graham Plattner, who is the only candidate in the current election cycle, as far as I know, who is outright saying we need to oppose imperialism, or oppose imperialism rather, then that's the tool we got. Can you give me a wave? Hello. Since Fetterman, I'm just not in the mood to give white guys the benefit of the doubt. I mean, that's fair. I'm not asking folks to like him. I am saying that at a certain point, if you are
the Pan-Atlantic
God, At a certain point, if you are one of those people who's trying to make a decision between these two candidates, you have to weigh that decision.
I am buckled up, and
You know?
Buttercup was always my favorite PPG, J-Man.
Hell yeah.
Imagine how red Tom Homan would get if he faced, is Whittle Homan mad because he can't do the fascist LARPing?
I mean, I feel like I haven't been flip about him. I specifically have avoided talking about him.
Recently a coworker asked me who I think will be president in 2028 as a half joke, and I said Gavin News PM, but I hope I am wrong.
God, I hope you're wrong. Like, this is part of the adulting that sucks, choosing between two shit options. Yeah. Like, the thing I have here is, like, these are the two best options, because the alternative option is going to be someone who's, like, going to cackle while he, like, throws a stick of dynamite into your house. Like, it's going to be, as he blows up your healthcare. Like, the Republican option is going to be cartoonishly worse. And I'm not saying he's a saint or good, but I am saying he might be the best option here. And, like, if we're talking realistic first past the post politics, it's going to be whoever wins the Democratic primary or whoever wins the Republican primary. There is not a third power base that has been built up in Maine that is going to mysteriously materialize out of the ether in the upcoming election. And so, if these are your options, you have ancient Democratic machine individual, or you have Graham Plattner, who is at the very least saying that there's going to be change. And seems to be at least somewhat sincere about what he's saying. And at the end of the day, they're all politicians. Like, at some point, every politician is going to lie to you. Every politician is going to fail you. Every politician is going to, fall short. And so I guess my entire viewpoint on this is, which politician is going to get you closer to the world you want to live in? And, voters make that choice. It might be Graham Plattner in this case. And I think that is worth wrestling with. Politicians are not gods.
Also, if he turns out to be a full-blown Nazi liar, he'll get booted next cycle.
True. They're fucking not they're not gonna elect what's his face again? The ogre. I forget his name. Maine has ranked choice voting. That's true, but I also don't see anyone really entering the race that has a significant backing among, like, the lower popularity candidates. Which is kind of a problem. Like, for ranked choice voting to work, you need to actually have active political parties that are, active and doing things in the state and gaining support. And I don't see that happening in Maine. Now, maybe it's because I'm not a Mainer and I'm just not plugged into what's happening in rural Maine as much as other folks, but I'm not seeing it. Also, I've also seen opposition to the fact that, like, dude was in the military, and a lot of people are in the military, and the political reality in this country is folks in the military, they are not judged for that by the general population in elections. if you want to use that against someone as like your reason you're not going to support them politically, that's fine. But most people, the political reality in America is folks who served in the armed forces are not widely considered monsters unless they are directly connected to a war crime. I know that's not why you oppose him, Comrade Girl, but it's another argument that is used against him. I was trying to request trombone yesterday. Well, trombone is only played for 10 gifted subs or more. Also, we're going to move on, so I would appreciate it if folks in chat dropped this subject, because I understand it gets a lot of people really upset.
Taps fingers together, silly little doot break. As a treat?
Jack, you missed my super chat?
Can we request Trombone Champ?
No, you can't request Trombone Champ. Or Trauma Bone Champ. I mean, I guess you can request Trauma Bone Champ by hurling yourself off a cliff. I imagine that would be a method of getting a version of Trauma Bone Champ, but let's not. Well, Coral Pal, you also have to understand you're coming into a chat where there are a lot of people who are veterans who were radicalized by their experience in the military, and you're basically saying about them that they're all murderous, bloodthirsty, etc. Like, people aren't going to take kindly to that specific
Can
criticism.
I request Shrimp Quartet?
No. But Travis T did gift the 10 tier 1 subs for Trombone Champ. So we got one toot. We got one toot in the can. And I know those weren't the literal words you used, Coral Pal. It's just that people are going to take it in a not so positive way when you're making those comments about someone on the basis of them being a veteran.
Mike Pricenor versus Tulsi Gabbard. Two whole
God.
different understandings.
He worked for a private firm while guarding the ambassador to Afghanistan. And then that experience radicalized him. He's talked about it publicly. He was so disgusted, he ended, like, after a handful of months. Like, if he was one of the guys during, like, the civilian massacre, I would understand the criticism. But that is not the case. Yeah, Nisur Square. That's what I was thinking of. Let's see. Leave the military an anarchist or a jingoist? Indeed. Or a leftist. That also happens quite a bit. Let's see. Also, I didn't miss your comment, Mirror. It doesn't get read out loud unless it's $5. But I did see your comment. I just want to say about Plattner that I think we make a mistake turning people like him away. We need a place for meathead chuds to vote with us.
There's a lot of reasons people
think
end
he's
up
mostly
becoming
just a
veterans. I
meathead.
considered it at £1 to they really don't deserve hate solely based on that factor, especially when there are much more appropriate targets.
Oof. Yeah, there are some members of the military that are demons, but most service members are not. Most are just people. the system of our military and the system of US imperialism are systems that we must oppose. But folks who have served in that system can, in fact, be good allies in an effort to oppose the abuses of that system. No, I think Coral Pal, I think folks understand. I think folks understand. And if that's a reason to not vote for like Graham Plattner, then like that's fine. But the political
I
reality on the
haven't
ground
seen
is
this
that
much
people are going to vote for
contention
him.
since the Second American Civil War, the invisible one.
The invisible Civil War? The one between the lizard people and the ratmen? It took place under American soil. A lot of people don't know that. All right. I would just also say, Coral Pal, that part of the response is not related to how BIPOC people are lied to. I think pretty much everyone here understands that that is the case. That, BIPOC folks are abused and taken
Whole
advantage
lot
of.
of people need to hear Michael Brooks's "Be ruthless to systems, but kind to people" maxim.
True. It's really useful as like a as like a I don't know, as a
Hey
maxim, I
folks, if you
guess.
donate on riverboat.gg, minimum donation is $5, so every dono is read aloud and Jack keeps more profit. I migrated long ago, join me.
True. Being gaslit that it's not possible. I'm not saying it's impossible. Like, what do you think is impossible? Like, I think it's entirely possible that he's a racist liar. I just also think it is entirely possible and more likely that Janet Mills is also a racist and a liar. But like it in my conception of the race, there's a likelihood on both sides there.
Just dropping by to congratulate Claire Obscure. 33 awards, undefeated in the Game Awards.
Hell yeah. Being gaslit that $4.99 is $5. I count it as $5. YouTube doesn't count it as $5 though, for the purposes of this. I guess I would just say that, like, I understand that this man might be bad. It's just that for the folks in Maine, they don't got other options. And a lot of them are willing to take the risk rather than stick with the devil they know, which is Janet Mills, you know?
If you think he's a racist liar, maybe go do something in Maine, run, volunteer, etc. Maybe someone has said this on the channel before or something.
It's true. Basically, the entire premise of this channel is to get folks to go and volunteer and for campaigns. This campaign season is going to be rough. It's all good, Jess. I think that this is a good and necessary conversation to have. I understand it's also a very frustrating one, but I think it's important to have this conversation about like politics in the real world. Like we just don't get we don't necessarily get the best possible options. Oftentimes, we don't get the best possible options. Like Zoran Mamdani is basically a best case scenario, and like he's also not a perfect politician. And at some point in the future, he's gonna fuck up in a way that like people don't like. And we're gonna have to reckon with that. And I think having conversations like this makes reckoning with flawed politicians easier. Um, not all Marine vets are demons. True. Many do chew crayons, though, I'm told. It's complicated and nuanced, but so many white leftists say, "Oh, he's great, you're crazy." And I don't think I'm one of those, because, like, yeah, there's a big fucking pause for, like, having that tattoo on you. Like, I am skeptical. But I do think that, like, for example, when taking accountability for what he said about victims of sexual assault, the input of a victim of sexual assault and how she got treated behind the scenes, both during and after her comments, that matters to me a lot. And so I thought that this was an important thing to talk about for that very fact. For me, it's a really big factor. And it does make me trust him more. That doesn't mean that it makes me trust him with my life. It doesn't mean I trust him 10,000%, but it does make me trust him a bit more. It repairs the bridge, so to speak.
I love crayons. They're like waxy Skittles.
Stop. Don't eat crayons, guys. Stop. Also, like, folks, leave Coral Pal alone. It's okay. It's a good conversation to have. And, like, there are some folks on the left who will get really upset and, like, go to bat for Graham Plattner 10,000%. Because it is really hard to escape the mentality of politics as team sports sometimes. So, like, I get it. I get the hesitation. I get that there are a number of factors that are extremely problematic. But so tasty. Stop eating the crayons, guys! And I want this to be, like, a relatively safe space for folks to just talk about hard issues. You know?
It's ritualistic, like communion.
You know, you know what they say, every Marine has a crayon up their nose, just in case of emergency. Okay, I'll stop joshing on the Marines. You guys are fine. Just don't stick them up there too far, all right? You'll have to get a surgery. Jack, you have a bunch of Marines on YouTube. I know. I know. I hope you guys know I'm joshing. All right. Real quick, folks. I know we've been having a conversation here, but Our Lady of Toots has been summoned, and then we'll get into some serious topics. So please enjoy the silliness and chaos while it lasts.
In my opinion, the left's biggest problem is hollow capitalists, but a close second is the friendly fire moralistic leftists who purity test I like blue crayons.
I mean, purity testing can be bad, but it can also be good sometimes. I want to purity test corporate Dems out of the party, alright? Are you a tutor or a muter? Tutors, rise up! This is vengeance for the consumerism of the Christmas season.
Clearly the left's biggest problem is none have yet perfected no-hit silk song blindfolded yet.
It's true. Next time I play, I will do it blindfolded and perfectly. Yeah, vengeance for consumerism, exactly. And it was good. Tutors of the world, unite! You have nothing to lose but your gas! Somniostatic, get back to me when it's Mega Man Legends 3. The tutors and the tutors, yeah.
Exactly. Crayons aren't food grade wax. Dip apples in simmering water a few times until they have a matte finish. You're taking the food grade wax off the outside and make that into an edible crayon.
What the fuck? This is triggering my conservative instincts. Oh no, am I radicalizing you guys to the GOP? This is the real war on Christmas. Every year, baby! Hell yeah. We did it. Didn't feel old until I found out I'm older than Jazz Dog. Ha! Old. I'm also old. It's okay. I'm an ANCAP now. Hey, we might have that content later on. We'll see. All right. So, folks, we are gonna take a little bit of a turn here. So I hope you all follow me. And brace yourselves for a real tone shift here. Let me just turn off alerts. Just real quick for this segment. All right. So, folks, a lot of you might be familiar with a little place called Gaza that we've talked about a lot on this channel, right? And one of the aspects that I think a lot of people need to understand is that despite the fact that there is a ceasefire in effect at the moment, there's no ceasefire, really. Israel has continued to kill people in Gaza, and this is frankly one of the most heinous ones that I am currently aware of. Israeli drone chases and kills elderly woman in Gaza as attacks continue. At least 7 Palestinians in Israeli attacks killed in Israeli attacks as military pushes deeper beyond truce demarcation line. Again, every single day, Israel is violating this truce. Every single day. But this story is awful. Health officials reported the killings on Saturday, including a 70-year-old woman and her son who were hunted down and killed by a drone in Gaza City. Israeli military said it killed 3 people in separate incidents, claiming they had crossed the yellow line, an unmarked boundary where the Israeli military repositioned itself when the ceasefire with Hamas came into effect on October 10th. However, Al Jazeera's Hani Mahmoud, reporting from Gaza City, said the woman and her son were chased by a quadcopter drone about 1 kilometer half-mile from the yellow line and were left there to bleed to death as the aircraft continued hovering overhead, preventing anyone from reaching them. He then went on to describe this incident as just one of many violations throughout the day and through the past 50 days, since the truce came into effect. The unending slaughter of people in Gaza is just, it's horrifying. It's stomach churning. And Donald Trump continues to like tout this as a major policy win, like he brought peace to the Middle East by helping this ceasefire go into effect. No, a lot of the Palestinians that reside in Gaza are describing this as an ongoing genocide of a different sort than what they were experiencing. Food, water, medical supplies, all are still throttled, if not cut off completely, coming into Gaza by the Israeli military. It is... I mean, it is existential. I wanted to point this out. B'Tselem, who a group of people that do great work within Israel, says the international community has continued to neglect its responsibilities as Israel maintains restrictions on the free flow of aid to the Gaza Strip, including winter essentials such as tents and blankets. The group noted colder weather and heavy rain have worsened already dire living conditions for displaced Palestinians across the Strip. Last month, more than 740,000 Palestinians were affected by the storms. Rainwater mixed with raw sewage, creating fertile ground for infection and disease, leaving hundreds of thousands without basic shelter. Children were documented in summer clothing and barefoot in the cold due to the lack of warm clothes. I want to reiterate here. This is put together by B'Tselem, a group operating within Israel that advocates for human rights. This is an Israeli group.
وين اروح؟ حمام سكرته بتسيل، الخيمة بتسيل، الأرضية بتسيل، السما بتسيل، لمين نقول؟ لمين نشكي؟ فرج هي الزني، هي أكلنا، هي شربنا، هي غسيلة، وين أروح؟ وين أروح؟ وين أروح يا أخو قول لي؟
Over 13,000 tents were completely destroyed and rendered inoperable by the rains. And folks, just don't forget the people of Gaza. You know, I know we're going into a busy election season, but don't forget. Do not forget. And to that end, I wanted to play a trailer here for an upcoming film called The Voice of Hind Rajab. For those who don't remember, Hind Rajab was a little girl riding in a car with her family. That car got bombed, targeted by the Israeli military. She called the Red Crescent for help, and they had her on the line until she died. She was killed by the Israeli military. This movie uses audio from that call and recreates kind of the sequence of events, the heroic efforts that went into trying to rescue her. And just brace yourselves. Start it over from the beginning.
لكن انت تغطيه وما تحاول ما تنزفيش يعني حاولي انك تسكري الجرم.
تمام السيارة جاية.
الو طوارئ الهلال الاحمر رام الله الضفه الغربيه عمر معك تفضل. الو شو اسمك انت؟
كل ده مأمن فيني ماما غيرت حالي.
مهدي احتمال احتاج سيارة اسعاف.
عمر حبيبي احنا مجبورين نأمن له مسلك آمن.
اذا ما فيش معها وقت.
شايفة دول يا شاب؟ خسرناهم كلهم. 8 دقايق ممكن تكلفهم حياتهم إذا ما عملناش التنسيق وعمارة.
They are shooting at a car with a little girl inside. Can you imagine that? So do something. انت في التمهيدي؟ هند انا جايين ناخدك احنا.
كل ده مأمن فيني انا بكون محزونة عايزة
بس لسه في فضا، لسه معنا وقت.
It's it's hard to listen to. It's hard to comprehend. I will never forgive these crimes against humanity until my dying breath. Nor should you. We should foster our anger, our resentment, our demand for justice because it is righteous. We should, in fact, push for change here in America. We should be getting involved in our local communities because also you need to understand that this story does not occur in a vacuum. The killing of Hind Rajab does not occur in a vacuum. It is enabled by the US imperial machine. It is enabled by politicians sitting in Washington, D.C., who look at their support and look at issues and say, well, going along with what Israel is doing will get us X number of donation dollars. It will get us X amount of support. And then they go, good. And then they continue on with their lives. They don't think about this. It does not become a real issue to them unless we make it a real issue. I wish there was way more we can do. The way more that we can do is to be the pebbles on the local level that build a movement, that build a foundation that changes the nature of this country. We have the ability to do that. And it isn't necessarily flashy. It isn't sexy. It isn't going to get us a lot of attention. But going to local meetings, building up a base of political support, and then marching that forward each and every day, that is how we get change. That is how we end what is happening in Gaza. That is how we end the support, both explicit and implicit, for what is happening. Every single Democrat that has been complicit with this needs to be gone. Every single Republican that has been complicit with this needs to be gone. The United States needs to finally, once and for all, come into line with international law. And we need to put the political pressure on Israel to actually hold itself accountable. And if it won't, then it must be held accountable by the nations of the world. It's so frustrating and so anger-inducing. The Dems literally cost us the election to brush things like this under the rug. Yeah, and all of them that did that need to go. Because when we all get to work, when we roll up our sleeves, and when we all get out and we start pushing, we are going to make movement. We are going to make that change. We're all workers. We can still make stuff. Kind of the thing we do. Consider trying to get this film screened in your local cinemas, in your local theaters, in your local churches, what have you. Consider trying. Because the more people that see this film, and unfortunately, more people watch film than they do news, especially international news. Let people know what's happening. Let people know that they should care. There is no middle ground on the slaughter of a little girl. There's no nuance to that. So let me know what you think down in the comments. What is it called? One last time, it is called The Voice of Hind Rajab. And it should be released sometime in the next year or so. It's an international film, so it will depend on, you know, where you are, I suppose. All that being said, let me know what you think in the comments, and let's keep on going. All right. Now, a lot of you are big mad that I turned off text-to-speech, but I think it was a good thing that I did, because there are like 12 different things, and that would have been 12 different bleep bloops on screen during all of that. So say we all, so say we all, so say we all, from Legally Mod, indeed, so say we all. Let's see. What gets me is when a dev makes a mechanic and then never uses it again. Chrono Trigger's dual and triple text were never used in another Final Fantasy game. That is insane, right? It genuinely is insane that like cool combat mechanics don't get reused. Also, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake. Nathan says, if we're not careful, this could also happen in America. Do you intend to cover Trump's increasing racism against Somalians? Also, not sure if you heard, but Trump was bragging about his cognitive screenings. I mean, I've definitely heard about that. And also, I literally like have a video up, I think today or yesterday, about the racism directed towards the people in my community. So, already covered that. Well, Chrono Trigger is developed by Square Distron, so it's kind of related, I guess. Oh, the movie is being released December 17th in the United States. Cool. Yeah, that was heavy. It was heavy indeed. Yeah, also, like, I read 3 different chats. I can't guarantee that I'm going to see every single thing that you guys post. So sorry. Um, Jack, actually, you put a question in this one's mind. How do we explain to people that they should care about what happens to other people? Well, I don't think that like, I think that, how do I put this? Empathy is a skill, something that you flex, it's something that you use. It can be difficult to teach a grown ass adult how to have empathy. And one of the things that I have just kind of come to have as a, you know, not like a hard and fast rule by any means, but like a baseline idea is that conservatives just have a different sphere of people that they extend empathy to. You know, some conservatives only do it to people, some conservatives only do it for themselves. Some do it for their family. Some do it for, their immediate community. Some do it for their city, some for their state, some for their country. But they limit it, you know? And I guess I don't know necessarily. I don't have that answer. My hope is that through education and through, you know, talking about these issues and presenting them to people, that that flow of information can kind of catch people up, can kind of like get them connected with what is happening in the world, make them more aware, and through awareness and through a focus on what we can do, make them care. Because I think a lot of people stop caring as a way to protect themselves. It's like you cut yourself off from empathy in a sense because you're afraid. Because you've been burned before, you've been taught by experience that what you do doesn't matter. And so my hope is that presenting folks with viable pathways towards building power, exerting agency, etc., that people will be able to either relearn empathy or develop that empathy. It's not so much the skill itself that is being asked about. How do we convince people that the empathy skill is worth their effort to develop? Well, yeah, I think that you need to make it evident in the fact that, like, caring about things is cool and good. It is good to care about things. And to make that argument, I think presenting, uh, being proactive, having goals, working towards that, the idea of self-improvement, etc. I think that is an antidote to the doomer mentality. The Joker mentality that I think a lot of conservatives wind up having, for a variety of different reasons. Actually ties into the whole irony poisoning. Yes, exactly. Yes, it does. A lot of folks, a lot of folks just get burnt out on caring, because it is hard to care, especially when you feel like you can't do things about the topics and people you give a damn about, you know? What's the opposite of irony? Sincerity, perhaps? Ah, wrinkly. God damn it. So what you're saying is we needed to make a shitty rap about empathy to make it seem cool? That's exactly what I'm saying. Unironically, put a shitty rap out on the internet. Put your best foot forward. Make it happen. Do you think people ever teach themselves out of empathy? My mom has taken a far-right path in the past few years when she used to be more liberal. I mean, I think that it's possible to do that if you're teaching yourself wrong information. You know? Like, if you're teaching yourself information from, like, the Daily Stormer, just as a hyperbolic example, like, you're gonna teach yourself out of empathy, because you're just gonna be inundating yourself with racism, you know? You're just piling shit on top of your mental status. A lot of people with little or no empathy always bring up we have no sense of community, etc. They haven't made the connection between what community actually is, because they've turned off those receptors due to indoctrinated hate of others, etc. There are billions spent on rural versus urban propaganda, which ties into racism, transphobia at all. No, yeah, no. Honestly, like, I think the diminishing of empathy is also the result of a lot of systemic issues, right? That have been deliberately cultivated. You know, capitalist alienation that, like, isolates us systematically, atomizes our society. Like, that is like a gigantic gun just pumping lead into the heart of empathy nonstop, you know? Um, so I think that, like, you know, the death of third spaces, the death of, like, you know, your ability to interact with people without paying money to do so, um, that's also a huge problem. The monopolization of your time, by be it by social media or, you know, entertainment, or, you know, just work, like, that can also stunt, like, empathy, you know? Hope remains a choice. Hope is always a choice, and sometimes it's a hard choice to make. I think a lot of people choose to doomer because it is a protection mechanism, you know? People feel afraid and out of control, and to doomer is to embrace some level of control, you know? It's to, it can be easier to watch efforts to improve the world fail if all you aspire to is to laugh at the world burning down. A Sisyphean task to teach empathy. Yeah, I mean, I think our effort is better spent perhaps than teaching empathy, building the systems that can allow us to foster empathy. I think it is less you can't debate someone into feeling empathy, but I think we could build a society where more people are empathetic. Our problems are systemic. Our solutions should be too. Exactly. Kind of like climate change, right? Like, our problems with climate change are systemic, and like us making the decision to recycle plastic straws isn't necessarily going to stop the systemic problem. But the media focus on us recycling plastic straws is going to make us feel like we've addressed the systemic problem by recycling the straws. You know, like it's kind of like that. Palestine 36 does look excellent, Ms. Milena. Correct. Good night, Redolent Thought. Have a nice dinner. All right. It's like people who leave the dating scene. Some people can only handle so much failure and disappointment. What's important is after you taking a break, you get back up and eat that horse. Exactly. You understand. Uh-oh.
I'm gonna get.
Don't worry about it. You didn't hear nothing. You didn't hear nothing. Okay. Just no, it's look, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right. Let's turn on alerts over here. There we go. Whew. Folks, believe it or not, we've been going for a solid 2 hours. Hit that like button if you've been getting anything out of the stream so far. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. You know, do the things that help the stream. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Does Vinny pop a vein? Click the button. It'll have to happen at some point, right? Good night, Ashley. Get good sleep. Thank you for helping to invent the internet. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Thanks, Liberal Dan Radio. Let's go. Expedition 33 just stealth dropped the free DLC. Huh. I'll be the judge of that. Huh. By perhaps downloading it. I wonder if I have more emote slots now for YouTube. I would love to add more emotes to YouTube. You guys mostly don't have all the emotes, but you do have a handful of good ones. I just poked myself and bled over all the patterns and sewing machine. No, Quinn Decker, are you okay? Emote slots. I propose my first suggestion. I don't know what that means. Why is there an invisible emote? Is there? I genuinely don't know. What is this? Oh, it's supposed to be the Peepo Train emote. It just doesn't work. I'll have to fix that. I just want some new Mega Man Legends now. Same. An update required. Time to update. Hey, Clear Obscurl. Got any of that DLC for me, girl? Hell yeah. Cool. The emote is shy. True.
Because the machine ate a couple of my donos, I wanted to say people should watch The Breadwinner.
I don't know what that is, but all right. Also, number 2, the machine didn't eat your donos. I turned off alerts because we had to get through hard conversations about genocide, and it didn't seem appropriate to have them on. Also, just want to reiterate, you are not all guaranteed to have your donos read out by text-to-speech or by me, but I do try and do that because it's nice. And generally, I like your input in text-to-speech. Oh, I know you know, Dathan. I'm just reminding everyone else. How am I? Mr. J Logic, I'm doing great. All right, let's talk a little bit about ice. It's pretty dangerous when it gets cold and slippery. All right. Are y'all ready for content? Going from one happy topic to another. Look, we're covering a lot of ground today. I started early. I intend to get through a lot of different content. Oh god. Got a little makeup in my eye. There we go. Taz Millie's Hero, thank you for being a member. Very much appreciated. Okay, cool. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay, here we go. So, folks, we gotta talk a little bit about ice. It's the winter time. It's cold. It accumulates on the ground.
Hard combo smuggy.
It makes it very slippery. You gotta be careful out there. It's very treacherous. Ice could come for any one of us at any time, and you have to be on the lookout because it can be it can be like covered with like a little sprinkling of white dust. It can be it can be masked up by various different conditions out there. You have to be careful about that ice. All right, it can really trip you up. You don't want to be going out there when there's too much ice around. And on a related note, Kristi Nelm is having a bad week, probably because of all of the ice that's everywhere. Well, there was a man who was arrested. He's the father of 3 Marines. He was detained by ICE. And this story made national news, not that long ago. But he is now speaking out for the first time. Let's take a quick look at kind of his experience.
Barranco, the father of 3 U.S. Marines, was
Why are you doing this to me?
Released from a California Immigration and Customs Processing Center last week after he was arrested by U.S. Border Patrol while on the job working as a landscaper. The agents that made the arrest accused the undocumented father of assaulting federal law enforcement with a weed whacker, which Barranco has denied. Joining me now is former Marine Alejandro Barranco, who is also the son of Narciso. Thank you, Alejandro, for joining us.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
So, Alejandro, tell us about your father and walk us through what happened that day he was arrested.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's just a hardworking person who's been in the country working this job for over 30 years. That day, he was approached by these men in masks.
Was that an ICE agent punching him? Yes.
And they came up to him. He got scared. He didn't know who they were. So he ran away, and I mean, it led up to them ultimately attacking him.
And are there any conditions to your father's release? I'm sure it was a relief to have him back and out of custody, but are there any conditions to that release?
I do know we're still waiting on official medical records and statements, but he's still very traumatized. He's very scared. And yeah, I mean, we're just glad to have him home for right now.
Absolutely. And I'm sure it had to be traumatizing. I mean, did he say if the agents said anything or kind of explain to him why he was being apprehended?
No, he's still, to this day, he's still confused and doesn't know why he was apprehended or why they came up to him. It still doesn't make any sense to him.
And that video, it was played over and over again. I remember exactly when that happened. DHS regulations specify that ICE agents are supposed to use non-deadly force. When you look at that video, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the maximum amount of force they could have used. There was no reason for 3-4 men weighing around 200, 300 pounds should have been on top and beating a man who's maybe 5'7", 130, 140 pounds. It doesn't make any sense.
When they apprehended him and took him into custody, how did you find out that ICE agents had stopped your father?
Yeah, I got a call from an unknown number. I didn't answer, and they left a voicemail. So I heard it right away, and it was just my dad saying that he had been picked up. He didn't say by who or how, and he just told me, "Can you go pick up my truck and my tools?" Like he said, "I think I left a little bit of trash. Can you please clean it up?"
Alejandro, you were on Capitol Hill today speaking with lawmakers about this. How did that go? What was your message for them?
Yeah, I think just the overall message to them was to kind of tell them who we are and what our background is, and just telling them, you know, our parents are here for good. They're not here to cause problems, and they're here to raise children like myself. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're a former Marine. Your brothers are currently serving in the Marine Corps, and they've fought for this country. Really quick before we go, do you feel betrayed at all after seeing this, after how your father was treated and what you're going through now?
To some extent, yes, because we're willing to do anything and everything for this country. We're willing to do to take that ultimate sacrifice, and yeah, just willing to do anything, and then we come home and this is happening to our parents. I don't think it's fair at all.
Alejandro, thank you so much for your time, and we really are wishing you and your family all the best, hoping that this all gets resolved.
Like, when we talk about this, when we talk about these stories, when we talk about what is happening in this country because of ICE, it genuinely is every single day galvanizing people against the Trump administration. It's every single day. And I just... it takes everything in me, you know? Like, it takes everything in me to try and present this. But we have a lawless governmental organization going around in masks, beating up people who have come here to live and work, who have done nothing wrong to anybody, who pay their taxes, who, while receiving almost none of the benefits, who contribute to this country and are just trying to mind their own business. In this case, literally, he was just trying to mind his own literal business. And ICE agents see him and they say, "Oh, that guy's Hispanic. Get him." That's the extent of their interaction. That's the extent of their thought process. Our Supreme Court has made that a legal move. They've made it legal to just racially profile these people. Here is the father getting out of prison, of ICE detention, on bond. This is from several months ago. You guys will see why I bring this up. Megastar, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. After this segment, we'll do the thing.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Narciso Barranco.
Good morning. My name is Narciso Barranco.
Primero que nada, quiero darle gracias a Dios por la oportunidad de poder estar con ustedes este día.
First and foremost, I would like to thank God for the opportunity
God,
to be
he's
here
shaking.
with you today.
And I just want to remind you guys, this is a real... This man's brave as hell. To be arrested as an undocumented immigrant, to be brutalized on camera by an uncaring agency, and then to be released and to make a press event to speak to the nation about what you've endured, that takes bravery. Because in his position, he has relatively no power. And he is putting himself in direct opposition to the United States government in order to try and keep people like him safe. In order to try and keep people who might otherwise be targeted by this administration safe. Narciso Barranco, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, these men are going to be hailed as heroes in the future. They are going to be seen as civil rights icons for what they are doing.
Quiero tomar un momento para expresar mi más profundo agradecimiento por el inmenso apoyo que mi familia y yo hemos recibido durante el tiempo que estuve ausente.
I want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude for the immense support my family and I received during the time I was away.
A los funcionarios electos que estuvieron al lado de mi familia, gracias.
To the elected officials who stood by my family, thank you.
Not a Mesqua, not Mayor Mesqua.
A la diócesis del condado de Owens, al obispo Owens, al padre Gray, al padre David, gracias por orar con mis familias y por tomarles la mano cuando yo no podía hacerlo.
To the Diocese of Orange, Bishop Van, Father Greg, and Father David, thank you for praying with my family and holding their hands when I couldn't.
A las respuestas rápidas del condado de Owens y a todas las organizaciones que nos brindaron su apoyo.
Yeah, the other voice was saying something along the lines of, like, you know, not the mayor, you know, like the mayor hasn't been that much of a help.
Quebrantable. Gracias.
To the Orange County Rapid Response Network and all the organizations that offered us unwavering support, thank you.
A mi comunidad, no tengo palabras suficientes para expresar lo que siente en mi corazón. Así que humildemente les digo gracias.
Like, I need you guys to engrave on your hearts that ICE must be destroyed. And whatever, you know, mental ground it occupies at the moment must be salted so nothing like it can be established ever again in this country. Engrave that on your hearts. And then take that out into your communities and start organizing. Radicalize your local Dems if you gotta. Make your local DSA more effective if you gotta. Do what you gotta do to move your politics forward, because we need to make sure that the massive, massive majority of us demand that these people see justice done. That every ICE agent is held accountable for their actions and held accountable for what they allowed to happen. For every abuse of power, for every masked thug that thought they could get away with just punching a citizen's head, detaining them, whisking them away. For every one of these guys who thought that they could get away with every kind of unspeakable abuse visited upon every undocumented immigrant. They must answer for that. And I don't give a damn if it means every single ICE agent stands trial before a tribunal of their peers. I don't give a damn. If that's how it's got to be, so be it.
To my community, I don't have the words to truly express what I feel in my heart. So I humbly...
These people deserve the same level of contempt reserved for slave catchers. These people deserve the same level of contempt we would reserve for those who hunt humans for sport.
Say thank you.
Por estar con mi familia y con mis hijos, por no dejarlos solos.
For standing with my family and my children, for not leaving them alone.
En el nombre de mis compañeros de celda en adelanto, entre ellos Emilio Martínez, Lázaro Loya, Edgar, Leonides y tantos otros, quiero decirles a sus familias, ellos tienen fe, los extrañan profundamente y aún en ese lugar, así la esperanza sigue viva.
On behalf of my former cellmates at Adelanto, including Emilio Martinez, Lázaro Loya, Edgar Leonidas, and so many others, I want to say to their families, they have faith, they miss you deeply, and even in a place like that, hope is still alive.
Emilio Martínez tiene una hija de 4 años, a quien adora con todo su corazón.
Emilio Martinez has a 4-year-old daughter whom he adores with all his heart.
Lázaro Loya tiene un hijo con
I don't think it'd be possible or perhaps even fair to try ICE as a group, so this a reminder: document everything and everyone, every action, every agent. The time will come.
Con discapacidad que necesita de su padre.
Lázaro Loya has a son with a disability who needs his father.
Like, he's using his time here to speak up on behalf of the folks he was incarcerated with. The other people who were abducted by ICE. It is clear he is terrified. It is clear he is traumatized, and yet he persists.
A las autoridades les pido, con respeto y por favor, den fianza, no quiten las oportunidades de que se reúnan con sus familias.
To the authorities, I respectfully ask, please grant them bond. Don't take away the chance for these families to be reunited.
A mis increíbles hijos, Alejandro, Emanuel, José Luis, Rigo, Carlos, a la familia Santana, los amo y estoy muy orgulloso de ustedes.
To my incredible sons, Alejandro, Emmanuel, José Luis, Rigo, and Carlos, I love you and I'm so proud of you.
A mi hermosa esposa, Marta, quien estuvo en nuestro hogar en mi ausencia, gracias por tu fortaleza, tu amor y por nunca dejar de creer en mí.
To my beautiful wife, Martha, who kept our home together during my absence, thank you for your strength, your love, and for never stop believing in me.
God, what a wife
A la
guy.
prensa.
We love to see it.
Muchas gracias por contar mi historia. Una entre tantas que merecen ser escuchadas. Ustedes son los ojos de nuestra sociedad. Gracias por no cerrarlos.
To the press, thank you for telling my story, one among so many that deserve to be heard. You are the eyes of our society. Thank you for not closing them.
Finalmente, a mi increíble abogada, Lisa Ramírez, gracias por no dejar que la esperanza muriera y por seguir luchando, no solo por mí, sino por tantos más. Gracias de todo corazón, todos los que estuvieron con nosotros.
And finally, to my incredible attorney, Lisa Ramirez, thank you for never letting hope die and for continuing to fight not only for me, but for so many others. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Dios los bendiga.
May God bless you all.
Gracias.
Thank you.
It's tough to watch, but I think it's very important. I think it is important to know that this happened. It's important for us to remember, because this administration and those in power are going to try to do everything in their power to gaslight us into thinking that it never did, or that it wasn't as bad as we all remember it to be. Here's Kristi Noem being raked over the coals about this specific individual being detained by ICE.
You've already heard the story of Lance Corporal Alejandro Barranco, the United States Marine veteran who is behind you, who also has two brothers who are United States Marines. Will you thank Lance Corporal Barranco for his service?
Thank you for your service.
His father, Narcisco Barranco, is a landscaper in California who has lived peacefully in our country for 30 years and has no criminal record. Last spring, while he was mowing the lawn at an IHOP, ICE agents tackled him in the street and imprisoned him for weeks. A peaceful, hard-working man who raised 3 sons to be United States Marines. We need men of that character in this country. Again, as secretary, you have broad discretion. Will you consider Lance Corporal Barranco's father for parole in place to stay in our country, owing to the fact that he has contributed to our country by raising 3 United States Marines?
This is an opportunity to remind everybody that every person that's in this country illegally has an opportunity to voluntarily go home and come back the right way.
He raised 3 United States
we will
Marines.
Facilitate that.
He has been living here peacefully, doing his job for 30 years. You have discretion. You are choosing not to use it. Madam Secretary, you promised America that you would go after the worst of the worst. But these people are not the worst of the worst. A Purple Heart recipient, a military spouse, the father of 3 Marines. And it's not just veterans and military families. You are locking up and deporting children with cancer, mothers with babies in the NICU, United States citizens. There are many problems with your leadership, but the biggest problem is this. You don't seem to know how to tell the difference between the good guys and the bad guys. Go after the bad guys. Go after the terrorists. Do not go after veterans, Marines, children,
Gentleman's
United
time's
States
expired.
citizens. I yield back.
Time's expired. I now recognize.
You've already...
She deserves her day in court to defend herself, because so many... She has enabled so many abuses of power. This was happening throughout the entire day, by the way. She a lot of the a lot of what is happening right
It's
now.
not about what they contributed, their people and deserve to be treated as such. Christ on a stick, I am pissed.
Yes, you are correct, Nathan. However, a very, very effective tactic in the eyes of the general American public is this guy raised Marines. That rhetoric kind of crosses a lot of different lines, a lot of different demographics in a kind of bipartisan manner. And so that's why he's choosing to use that specific frame. I agree with your frame that they are human beings. They deserve to be here. We should just have a pathway to citizenship. But the purpose of this is to do political damage, right? Because Kristi Noem is already reportedly on the outs with Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump is taking issue with her relationship with Corey Lewandowski. Donald Trump is also taking issue with the fact that, he is being asked a lot of inconvenient questions about the man who shot 2 members of the National Guard in D.C., who was granted asylum under her watch. She's in hot water because her screw ups are accumulating and making him look bad, or at least he feels like that. And also, it's easier for him to do that to a woman. Let's be real. These are political attacks meant to degrade the Trump administration at large and potentially even fracture it by getting Donald Trump to oust Kristi Noem. And, well, here's another line of questioning that should make it pretty clear what's happening here.
Harry, how many United States military veterans have you deported?
Sir, we have not deported U.S. citizens or military veterans.
I don't believe you served in the military. I haven't either, but I think you and I can agree that as Americans, we owe everything to those who have served our country in uniform, particularly those who have served in combat. Do you agree with that?
Sir, I believe that people that are in this United States that are citizens have legal status here.
Madam Secretary, we are joined on Zoom by a gentleman named Se-Jun Park. He is a United States Army combat veteran who was shot twice while serving our country in Panama in 1989. Like many veterans, he struggled with PTSD and substance abuse after his service. He was arrested in the 1990s for some minor drug offenses, nothing serious. He never hurt anyone besides himself, and he's been clean and sober for 14 years. He is a combat veteran, a Purple Heart recipient. He has sacrificed more for this country than most people ever have. Earlier this year, you deported him to Korea, a country he hasn't lived in since he was 7 years old. Will you join me in thanking Mr. Park for his service to our country?
Sir, I'm grateful for every single person that has served our country and follows our laws.
Can you please tell Mr. Park why you deported him?
Every one of them needs to be enforced.
But you understand that many veterans struggle with PTSD, many veterans struggle with substance abuse challenges. This man took 2 bullets for our country. You have broad authority, by the way, as Secretary, to issue humanitarian parole, to do deferred action. Will you commit to at least looking at Mr. Park's case to see if you can help him find a pathway back to this country that he sacrificed so much for?
I will absolutely look at his case, but I want you.
Harry, how many...
This is, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It's a bad look. I mean, on top of obviously most of what Kristi Noem is doing is a bad look, but this is a bad look in a way that hurts conservative support for her. Does that make sense? We already know Kristi Noem is basically, dancing with the devil, right? And not in the cool way. But a lot of Republicans, they are like, wait a minute, you're supposed to be getting rid of the bad ones. That guy served in the military. Wait a minute. And yeah, we could all agree that's way too late for them to come to that conclusion, and yet it is good for them to come to that conclusion.
This entire
now.
Administration needs to spend time in the places they sent these people.
Agreed. Probably won't happen, but I'll settle for tribunals or something. I'm sorry, it does not play well with the American public at large to be like, hey, this guy served in the military for the United States and you deported him and you didn't have to. Or hey, this guy raised 3 Marines and you like beat him mercilessly and incarcerated him for weeks away from his family. That stuff just doesn't play well. It doesn't. Obviously there are going to be some demons in the American public that go like, yeah, I love when small government agents show up and beat the shit out of you with no accountability. That's what small government does. Yeehaw. Like there are going to be some people who do that, but I don't think that's the majority of people. And this also serves to drive a wedge between the Trump administration and the military. Something that is also really important to do, especially if we're worried about like an authoritarian, a fully authoritarian takeover of this government or a fully fascist takeover of this government. They need the military in their corner. The more that wedge gets driven deeper between the military and the GOP, the better for all of us. Because let's be real here. Pete Hegseth throwing members of the military under the bus for their role in following his orders is also not making him any friends in the military. And I just wanted to kind of turn this back towards what can we do about this? What can we do about this? Because it feels like such a huge problem. What can we do about this? Like we can't just manifest, Nuremberg trials out of our butts. We can't just like make tribunals a thing. Really? What is required here is that we start local. We start small. And you might think, well, there's nothing I can do local and small. ICE is so big. That's where you're wrong, okay? I wanted to point this out. This is some data from the Prison Policy Initiative. Local jails are essential to ICE arrest expansion. Throughout 2025, local jails were sites of escalating ICE arrests. Jails collaborating with ICE are still enabling many more arrests than before, even as ICE arrests have spiked in courts, homes, streets, and workplaces. Average daily ICE arrests by location, and as you can see, arrests from local jails is up there, right? One thing you can do is help to make sure that your local government, your local city government, can institute separation agreements. This has been something that many of the cities that have been directly targeted by Donald Trump's administration have done, which is basically to issue orders that local public property should not be used for ICE staging. Here in Minneapolis, for example, none of the parking ramps owned by the city, none of the parking lots owned by the city, none of the local government officials owned by the city, etc. None of that can be used by ICE in furtherance of what they are here to do. All right. Additionally, you can make it so that your local bureaucrats are not weaponized against you. Those separation agreements are legally binding. That means if you get one that is written correctly, you can prevent your local bureaucrats and your local officials from collaborating with ICE or supporting ICE or providing any kind of aid to ICE's efforts. And additionally, those separation agreements can also confine and stop any kind of collaboration between your local sheriff's department and ICE. It's really, really, really important. And not only that, if you push for that on the city level and you get that passed, you can start linking up with other cities, other municipalities in your state to then put pressure on your state level government to pass legislation to prevent state level resources from collaborating with ICE. We are not powerless. We are not hopeless. Here is one of the statements put out by Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara.
Thank you, Mubashir. And like the mayor, I apologize that this happened to you in my city with people wearing vests that say police. That's embarrassing. But what really gets me is that this is just one story today. And it's a little overwhelming, just the volume of stories we're trying to sift through and figure out what's true and what's not, and kind of what may be happening. Like our mayor has said, we understand federal law enforcement has a job to do. To the extent that federal law enforcement is being precise, conducting targeted...
Okay, I just gotta respond here. Destroy ISIS 9803, or I'll just call you John Bunch of Numbers. John Bunch of Numbers, just as an FYI, undocumented immigrants as well as documented immigrants contribute billions of dollars every year to this country. They pay taxes. They do not receive the same level of services or help from the government because they are undocumented. And the idea that immigrants are causing a huge drain on the economy is simply a racist lie. And I don't know who told you that lie and where you're getting your information from, but it is a lie. Even the most conservative studies done on the effects of undocumented immigration in the United States, even the most conservative ones find that undocumented immigrants still contribute to the economy of this country in measurably large ways and do not come at the cost of American jobs. And you can try and say, oh, no, of course, no, they do. But you don't got the evidence. And I know that because I've read the studies. I've looked at them, I've talked about them on stream. Maybe I need to do it again. But what you're doing here is just peddling racist disinfo, and it will not be tolerated.
Operations and making lawful arrests.
I'm sorry, but you're falling for literally the oldest cop-out in the book. After the Civil War, one of the biggest uses of misinformation was to drive a wedge between white workers and black workers and Hispanic workers, and to say, oh, no, the boss isn't paying you less because they want to make more money. The boss is paying you less because of that racial minority or that one. It's just misdirection. And the fact that people are still falling for it 150 years later is pathetic as shit.
We understand that. I have no objection to that, of course. We would just hope that at least from a tactical perspective, things could be well planned beforehand, both for the safety of law enforcement as well as for the safety of people in our community. And that we wouldn't have to deal with so many stories after the fact of...
Also, fun fact, Minnesota has a strong economy and yes, is capable of supporting our Somali community because the Somali community also supports the Minnesota economy. There are plenty of Somali businesses in Minnesota, and you know what? They do work. Again, the idea that oh, well, you let this ethnicity in and they're a drain on the economy. Fuck off, man. That's just old school racism.
What at the very least are just questionable methods. And clearly a use of resources that doesn't appear to be getting a return on investment. I am proud of how the men and women of the Minneapolis Police Department have been handling this. With people in the field last night, with some of our lieutenants this morning that have been dealing with this and monitoring the situation. I wish the public could see how well they are managing such a difficult role. And a volume of which that they're trying to manage and trying to sift through and figure out what's true and what's not, while we're still trying to do our day-to-day responsibilities. That being said, again, random efforts in which individuals who are, including individuals who are American citizens, are being stopped because they appear to be Latino or because they appear to be Somali is wrong.
And look, I am the last person on earth to like give the local police any laurels, right? But what I will say is having a press conference to say, hey, what was done to this guy wasn't right. This guy being detained by ICE wasn't right. That's good. It is good for your local law enforcement to be holding a press conference to say, we are sorry for what happened to you. That was wrong. And we are working to make sure that doesn't happen. Now, regardless of like the actions of the Minneapolis PD, because there are lots of problems with how they've acted and how they've responded as well. Part of the understanding of what is happening right now is that we are in a larger information war, an info war, if you will. And one of the big things is getting public sentiment on the side of people who are against ICE. Moving people over to be like, hey, actually, maybe we shouldn't support an organization that's coming in and just racially profiling people for no reason and like causing chaos and like shutting down businesses and like, you know, abusing power. Hey, maybe this isn't good. Maybe this is in fact bad. Like adding more fuel to that narrative is good. That is good. All right. And one last thing, I just wanted to throw this out there. Getting involved in your local government works. Just, I believe, earlier today, the City Council of Minneapolis, when you were just watching a Minneapolis police chief talk there, got together and agreed on a new, a strengthened separation ordinance. Here is what it now reads as. Okay. This chapter clarifies the communication and enforcement relationship between the city and federal government, including the United States Department of Homeland Security and other federal agencies with respect to any and all efforts to investigate, enforce, or assist in the investigation or enforcement of, collectively enforce, any federal civil immigration law and any federal criminal immigration law that penalizes a person's presence in, entry or re-entry to, or employment in the United States when not accompanied by other criminal conduct. Collectively, federal immigration laws. This chapter is necessary for the protection of the city's public peace, health, and safety. The city is home to persons of diverse racial, ethnic, and national backgrounds, including a large immigrant and refugee population. All Minneapolis residents, whether they are U.S. citizens, permanent residents, undocumented residents, refugees, asylum seekers, or residents with any other immigration status, are valued and integral members of our social, cultural, and economic fabric. Many immigrants have created deep ties in Minneapolis, which they have cultivated for themselves, their families, and their communities. The city is committed to building a welcoming and respectful atmosphere where all people are welcomed and accepted. In furtherance of that commitment, the city respects, upholds, and values equal protection and equal treatment for all residents. The city formally prioritizes using its finite resources to advance the health and safety of its residents. If city personnel were to enforce federal immigration laws for the federal government, it would squander limited municipal resources, have deleterious effects on public safety, and have a chilling effect on immigrant populations' willingness to report crime and cooperate with the city's public safety efforts. Additionally, public safety and accountability are supported when public safety officers have clear agency identification and do not hide their identities when interacting with the public, unless they are in an undercover role. enforcing federal immigration laws alongside federal agents who lack clear agency identification and or who are masked or otherwise concealing their identities or badges would be contrary to the values of the city and harmful to the trust and public safety of the city residents. Although the federal government has the legal authority to enforce immigration laws in the United States, in Minnesota, and in the city will not act to or operate its programs for the purpose of enforcing federal immigration laws. Additionally, it is not the policy of the city to vigorously oppose any effort to require the use of it is the policy of the city to vigorously oppose any effort to require the use of city resources for the enforcement of federal immigration laws. These statements of policy and those set forth in this chapter are based on the fact that the city is safer, healthier, and more vibrant when city personnel maintain a relationship of trust, respect, and cooperation with city residents. This trust, respect, and cooperation would be destroyed, especially for immigrant communities, if city personnel were to act as agents of federal immigration authorities. And, it continues on, but, this is something you can do. You can push. I'll even link this document. You can use it as a resource to present in your local city. Okay? As an example of what you can do locally. Okay? And this is really important. This is a real way to curtail ICE in your local community. If you are looking for something to do, looking for some way to fight back against ICE, this is one of the ways, this is one of the avenues towards both building local power so you can do other cool stuff in your community, but also to keeping your neighbors safe. It is called being neighborly, and sometimes the neighborly thing to do is to stand up at your local city council meeting and get shit done. So if you don't know where to start, if you don't have an example document, I just linked what I was reading to you guys in all of the chats. Consider printing that out and bringing it with you to your next city council meeting. Or your next local Dem meeting, if that's where you're organizing. Or your next DSA meeting, if that's where you're organizing. Okay? Yeah, your local anti-ICE groups. Bring it to them.
Side question: is undercover police really necessary? Seems like a bad thing waiting to happen without much in the way of positive outcomes.
I haven't looked into any of the data around that, Nathan, but I would imagine not really. But I genuinely have no knowledge on that topic. So, folks, what I'm asking of you is definitely more than what I've asked you for in the past, and that is to go out into your communities and roll up your sleeves and do the hard work of making this happen. Go out there, talk with your city council members, talk with your mayor, talk with the folks in your community who are interested in organizing against ICE, and get together to make sure your city isn't cooperating or using your local resources to help round up folks for the local slave catchers. We got a lot of work to do. So if you got anything out of this segment, please like the show. Please drop a comment. It's very important to comment for the segments on YouTube. That's for you guys. And please consider subscribing. On top of that, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. We've tested it with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Please consider checking it out. Link in the doobly-doo. And let's keep on going. Woo, baby. Liz Galahad, thank you for subscribing. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. And how we all doing? I know that was a lot, for sure. How we doing? angry, I'm angry. That's honestly a very fair reaction to have to everything. Mabs Alicorn, good luck getting your face lasered off. Bye. Doing okay. Painted miniatures a bit. That sounds lovely, Evelyn. Surviving? Hell yeah. I'm here for the debate. We're getting there. We have 2 more segments, and then we'll get to Erika, Kirk. Oof. The other segments should be shorter though. Oh, you guys are owed toots. Oh my god. Omega Star. Cute Dark Arts, thank you for reminding me. It's 2 o'clock, everybody. It's 2 o'clock somewhere. Tradition! Tradition!
In an effort to lighten the mood, I would once again like to advocate for men's lingerie, for instance ball hammocks as the cradle for your ball.
Good reference, thank you. Would have been so terrible if I had a small fortune. Airbnb portion, thank you for subscribing. Yay! I love it so much. Unironically better than any AI slob. You can speed it up and slow it down for $5 donos. You just gotta let me know. We can slow it down. Oh god. After you've had a few drinks. Raise a Village, thank you for the $10 super chat. The uppers have kicked in.
Have a migraine because mama didn't raise no quitter. Also slow out you would do ow.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Mama didn't raise no quitter. Kazooie, thank you for the $20 Canadian. Why did I mix Red Bull and tequila? Oh, it's so terrible. Brain death. The famed Dracula. Oh god. You're suddenly in an SCP. Oh god. God. Wait for it. Wait for it. The creepiest part. All I hear are screams. The screams of the damned. We did it. We did it. Is this where Jack announces her new restaurant, Hooters? Nah, it's my new restaurant, Hooters. It's for a very exclusive clientele that are into owl girls. A thousand voices cried out, and then was silenced. Yeah, femboy Hooters is just the same concept. Owl boys. You know, it's the Owl Boy restaurant. Doodleburb, what? Well, Doodleburb isn't an owl, though. A very niche market, but highly lucrative. As everyone knows, owls are known for being the wisest of creatures. People will come from miles around to simply consult them on various issues. I'm in for the Owl Girl Cafe, right? I know my demographic. I know what you guys want. I need to go pee real quick. I will be back in like a minute or two. And when I get back, we'll talk about the economy and how it's doing great. Probably. And then we'll get to some juicy good stuff about Donald Trump being in absolute panic mode. So don't you guys go anywhere. I'll be right back. And then we'll get to the Erika, Kirk, Candace, Owens stuff. BRB.
So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Find a vein, drain the black gold. Hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal. Harvest the coal. About as shallow as a grave, we're living in shanty towns. We ain't got no say. 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway. Anyway, we'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair Mountain, here we come, oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn. Before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair Mountain, here we come, oh, here we come. Oh, I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime. Just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering storm. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair Mountain, here we come, oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful.
What a great song. Luis Mosery, by
A
the way.
highly lubricates market, as some would say. What with the furries, by the way, are talking about the terrible Black Friday turnout where people finished 95% of transactions.
What with the furries, by the way? What? Talking about terrible Black Friday turnout where people finance 95% of transactions? Yeah, we did talk about that. But this is not related to that, really. Also, I gotta be honest, I'm a bad streamer friend. I didn't know that Doodleburb was an owl, and that's on me. I apologize for not knowing. What did you think Doodleburb was? A burb, obviously. Love waking up to your streams lately? Hell yeah, Aska. What? Someone's an owl? Yeah, Doodlebird. Ooh, excuse me. All right. You guys ready? So, folks, things are going great in Donald Trump's good old US of A. I mean, people are going to work, they're getting paychecks, and then they are happily turning into consumers. Just look at this. This is a senator, Roger Marshall from Kansas. Let's see what he has to say about the joy of being a consumer.
Price tags. We want patients to become consumers again. We want patients to see what the actual prices are. We believe that if we would add the price tags to this bill, that it would save the country $1 trillion a year. That's not me saying that. 40 economists say if we give patients price tags, we make them consumers, it'll save $1,000 a month per family. So I think it's the complexity. I think it's the way insurance companies, hospitals hide the true cost of health care.
Yeah. How
plus price.
Yeah. We definitely want people, instead of prioritizing their care as patients, we want them to be consumers. You know, consume your health care. Consume it. Stuff it down your gullet. Consume it, you dumb fuck. Okay, that might have been a little bit aggressive. I apologize. But understand that this man is basically saying, look, don't prioritize your health, you know, the thing you rely on to live. Instead, prioritize consuming your health care. And it's like, man, they're all but saying that they want you to die. And Republican voters will just lap it up. It's crazy. Right? It's just nuts. And like, I don't know, we're
One
not
broken
in a
arm,
good
that'll
spot.
be $3,000. Hope you can afford, cause there's literally no other option.
No, Nathan, you don't understand. If you're a patient, you have to pay that $3,000. But if you're a consumer, you can shop that broken arm around to a bunch of different hospitals. You know? Use that time. You know, you might be in blinding pain, but there's nothing stopping you from driving to another hospital 30 miles away and getting a second opinion. What? Like, what? You just want to be an educated consumer after all. It'll save you $1,000 a month on average. The audacity of this bitch from Kansas to tell you that, like, oh yeah, it will save your family $1,000 a month. Save your family $1,000 per month? How? How would that save you money at all? Most people don't have an option. They don't have other hospitals to go to, man. Especially in rural parts of the country.
I get this is a bit, but literally F off, sorry not sorry, screw this dude.
No, like, it's so frustrating. You can't shop around your healthcare, generally speaking. If you're lucky enough to live in an area with multiple specialists, guess what? The price isn't going to change that much between those specialists. And like, if you have an urgent medical issue, you don't have the time to shop around, right? Yeah, like Laughson closest hospital is an hour away. Exactly. And like, the Republican bill that this bitch voted on closes down more rural hospitals, giving people even less places to go, even if they were inclined to shop around that broken arm. And like, as a caregiver, they instruct us to refer to our clients as consumers, and the phraseology has never sat well with me. I understandably so, I imagine. What they don't tell you is that other hospital is also $3,000. Yeah, like, you're not going to be able to shop around, and even if you were, the price is going to be relatively the same in your area. Now, this like they all but say they want you to die, right? Because a guy like this, number one, senator, he has government health care that covers everything. He doesn't have to worry about its cost. And number two, he's wealthy as hell, so he never has to worry about the cost of healthcare ever again in his life for anyone in his family. And meanwhile, in the real world, people like are ration their insulin because they can't afford it. I know trans people who are rationing their HRT because they're worried about not being able to afford it if like government changes to the Affordable Care Act happen. Like I know, I literally know people who are rationing medication because of the costs, because of the ability to get it if healthcare gets fucked with. And it's so frustrating. I would love to know why. Well, so Asher Bunnyman, I guarantee you that the shift in adopting the language of consumer is to get people to stop thinking about them as patients who deserve care. If you are a consumer, you are not entitled to consume the same way a patient is entitled to care, you know? Shifting that language creates a permission structure to deny consumers care. You know, like that shifts the permission structure. Yeah, it's to move even farther away from the idea that healthcare is a fundamental human right. 23% of Americans rationed medications in the last year. 27% skipped the medical appointment. Yeah. One of my friends died from insulin rationing. It's an awful thing that for-profit medical care does to us. Exactly, and it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't. It's done to enrich their
When I mentioned
stupid, wealthy
socialized
Republican
healthcare
friends.
to my friend, he used the classic example of Canada does it, and they have massive wait time. It can be frustrating.
Yeah, on the other hand, you have people dying from medical debt in the United States. And on the other hand, people can't afford to get the care they need to live, so they just die. Like, I don't think most people are worried all that much about having to wait if they're guaranteed the care. Also, have you ever tried to book an appointment at a busy doctor's office under our current system? Guess what? You still have to wait months, bitch. It's crazy. The wait times are, shall we say, exaggerated? Yeah. Life expectancy in Canada is more than 5 years longer than the US? Yeah, they got better care. It's very frustrating to see. But this isn't a segment on, the American healthcare system. This is a segment on the economy. And clearly the American healthcare system would never have any bearing on the economy and vice versa. Like that. Oh, wait, they are related. I'm getting more information that they are very related, and oh no. Somehow, credit default swaps have returned. Now, for those of you who might be a bit sketchy on what a credit default swap is, well, Reuters put out an explainer earlier today. What are credit default swaps, and why are investors watching oracles? Now, for those who don't remember the year 2008, because it was a while ago, this was the year something happened called the 2008 financial crisis, precipitated by a bunch of financial institutions and investors trading on derivatives in the mortgage market. And CDSs are basically a vehicle for doing that. And it's basically a way to buy and sell and speculate on a corporation's package of debt. And it's become a huge thing to look at Oracle's CDS stats, largely because Oracle is one of the biggest holders of debt in AI. So,
derivatives are the opposite of things integral to our economy's success.
It's true. You can't live in a derivative. Now, it is really, really telling.
How are we recreating every economic crash we've ever had at the same while inventing new ones we're all so thoroughly effed up the A?
Because capitalism periodically collapses. Those gigantic economic downturns, those depressions, those recessions, those are part of capitalism. Capitalism, by design, does that. It's part of the method by which it consolidates wealth. You ever wondered how did the top, 0.1% become the top 0.1%? It's because when the market crashes, they're the ones who have the money to buy up all the assets for extra cheap. And then when the market rebounds, they have exponentially more assets. Okay? Yeah, Richard Wolff has a lot of really great lectures on this exact phenomena, but in a nutshell, I just explained it, right? And well, just going through this, I'll link this particular Reuters piece in all of the chats. It's a very useful. That is a really long link. Why on earth? Just shorten that real quick. There we go. What triggers a CDS payout? A credit event, which can include a bankruptcy of the debt issuer or a failure to make a payment on bonds. Like any financial asset, CDS are actively traded. It's the perception of risk. If the perception of risk increases around the debt issuer, demand for its CDS rises, widening the spread. Because essentially, you're trading on whether or not a debt is going to be paid or not. So a bunch of people are entered into speculating on whether or not there's going to be a CDS payout, and that's really bad. It's really bad because that is an indicator that the market itself is saying, oh yeah, this is going to collapse. It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of when, right? And also, not great. You might have noticed this on screen. The end of this Reuters article is a reminder of 2008 crisis. CDS were one of the financial instruments at the center of the 2008 financial crisis. Bear Stearns and Lehman Brothers were among the many banks that issued CDS to investors on mortgage-backed securities, MBS, mortgages bundled into one package, among other types of derivatives. When U.S. rates rose sharply throughout 2007, triggering a wave of mortgage defaults, billions of dollars in MBS and other bundled securities were rendered worthless. This sparked hefty CDS payouts for banks such as Lehman and Bear Stearns. So, when you see an increase in shorting like this, it's a bad sign. I mean, let me put it this way. It's a sign that the AI bubble is getting closer to popping. And when this particular bubble pops, it's going to be a lot bigger than the 2008 financial crisis. And, I'm a humble country streamer, right? Like, none of these are all, like, these could all be related stories. I got one more for you. Hey, folks, is it good when working class people in rural America are struggling so much that they can't heat their homes, and so they're having to band together in order to get heat so they don't die in the wintertime. Is that a good sign of a thriving and healthy economy? Donald Trump is just so good at the economy, right? It must be good that people can't afford to heat their homes. Oh wait, no, it's not. Oh, wait a minute, it's not. It's not good. Oh, that is in fact extraordinarily bad. Well, firewood banks aren't inspiring. They're a sign of collapse. So, for those of you who don't know and have never been in rural America, there has been a rise recently of so-called firewood banks, which are essentially these community structures where people go, they chop wood, they throw it in the wood bank, they take what they need, and then like the community just all pitches together to chop the wood that they then burn to heat their homes. And while this is in fact a good community building activity, this is a good thing that communities are able to band together to provide for this collective need. It is speaking to a profound inability to provide for what, like, the family, right? You know, when the economy is going well, you don't need a community firewood bank because people can just afford to buy the firewood or afford to pay their gas bills. And the fact that this is now necessary indicates that people cannot pay their basic costs for, you know, their ability to continue living. And that is really bad. So, just digging into this a little bit. Most articles about wood banks wrap them in the same tired language. Community spirit, rural generosity, neighbors helping neighbors. And like, I'm just going to pause and say that's true, right? Those things are true about what's happening, but the framing of the story needs to be that there is a colossal failure happening economically. Like the thrust of this story needs to be like there is a profound economic damage that is occurring here. And a lot of outlets will frame it as a feel-good story. Kind of like, child raises money needed to treat mother's brain cancer from a lemonade stand. It gets framed as like a heartwarming story about gumption and like an angel investor or something. But the underlying story, if you actually properly framed it, would be an incredible indictment against society, right? That we have allowed for this type of thing to even happen in the first place. So, wood banks don't exist. Wood banks exist because without them, people would freeze. It's the same everywhere. Local news crews film volunteers splitting logs while pretending it's heartwarming, reporting on senior citizens splitting 150 cords a year for neighbors in need as if the story is about kindness instead of the failure that created the need in the first place. Wood banks now operate in hundreds of towns across the country, some run by churches, some by fire departments, some by volunteers who buy or haul low-grade timber when families have no other heat source. Demand has grown fast enough that the Agriculture Department has issued multiple rounds of grants to help communities process more wood because so many households can't afford the heat that they used to rely on. Just, you know, hey, is this good? USDA Forest Service makes investment in firewood banks. Earlier in August, USDA Forest Service awarded $1.4 million to the Alliance for Green Heat to expand firewood banks in the United States. It's not a good sign. The one that drives me up the wall every year is the Walmart food drive for Walmart employees. That fucking sucks. I hate Walmart so goddamn much. It's really difficult for me to even talk about that company. The federally funded low-income home energy assistance program offers grants to help people pay their bills.
I am literally trying to buy a home right now. I am not sure if I should be happy or sad about the coming crash.
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of is what it is, I guess. Routinely runs out of money in some locations partway through the season, and this year funds have been delayed due to the government shutdown. Yeah, you don't start a wood bank in a country with functioning institutions. Exactly. Exactly. Like, this entire thing is just a complete and utter failure. And people shouldn't, like, I'm sorry, your senior citizens shouldn't have to be going out there and volunteering to cut wood, because if they don't, families will freeze to death. That is a failure of our government. And they always say, "Oh, well, the government, the military is there to fight for your rights as an American." And I'm sorry, is the military out there fighting for your rights as an American to freeze to death inside your home because, like, you just don't have the funds to keep the heat on? This is the world conservatives want, by the way. The world conservatives want is the one where, like, poor people simply freeze to death in their homes. And I would argue the freedom to freeze to death in your home is no freedom at all. Like, the freedom to just die of poverty, that's not freedom. It's why I reject the idea of, like, negative freedom and embrace the idea of positive freedoms. In a world of positive freedoms, you are empowered to do things rather than simply restricted from doing things. Hold on, are you suggesting the government has a duty to defend its own people? That's absurd. Indeed, indeed. Is it more expensive in rural areas? Seems nice to have the option of firewood from City Slicker's point of view. Is firewood more expensive? Well, I mean, heat is definitely very expensive. Um, if you can't keep the lights on, if you can't keep the heat on, you're dead in the middle of nowhere. You know, a lot of houses in the middle of nowhere don't have the infrastructure for heat outside of, like, natural gas being delivered to their house, right? And
The
if
government
you don't
has a
have the money
duty
for
to
that,
not crap on its
you
citizens.
freeze. True, Sake Tanuki. A duty. All I'm saying here is we have 3 new data points, right? On the one hand, you have economic straits so dire in rural America that the heat isn't able to be kept on. And community services are springing up of motivated volunteers trying to make sure that their neighbors don't freeze to death, you know? On the other hand, you have on Wall Street speculative trading on when the AI bubble is going to burst, experiencing a huge uptick. And then you have, Congress sitting there being like, well, what if you just paid through the nose for better healthcare? Wouldn't that make it better? What if we just made healthcare more expensive and didn't actually improve anything about it? Wouldn't that be great? Don't you love being a consumer? And I'm just saying these 3 data points paint a picture that is
The freedom
extraordinarily
for me
bad.
to swing my fist ends at your face. Side note, but I've also noticed a few more wood banks around Michigan. Didn't know they were called that though. Thanks.
You're very welcome. Yeah, all of this speaks to a profound and fundamental problem echoing through the economics of our country here in the United States. And though that dissonance is going to increase, the problems are going to continue, and I'm sad to say I fear, like, a pretty big financial whoopsie daisy, I believe is the correct term for it, in the near future. So that's where we're at, everybody. It's not looking good.
Once water gets more scarce, we'll start to see riverbanks all over the place.
I already see riverbanks all over the place because I'm on a riverboat. Haha. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And yeah, I'm really scared of the bubble popping too, Comrade Girl. And it's kind of like we've seen all the water go out into the ocean. We're kind of standing around on the beach and being like, look at all those dead fish and starfish, huh? Well, this is simply a natural phenomena, nothing to worry about. Tide goes in, tide comes out, goes out, like the water went away, it'll come back, and we never really think about how hard it's going to come back, So, I genuinely don't really know how to advise you guys. Not a financial advisor, not financial advice, but I will say, maybe buy like a really big bag of rice and some beans, so some like dried beans, okay, and some spices. That can get you through almost anything. With that being said, if you got anything out of this, please like the show, like the stream, like the segment, and consider dropping a comment. The comments really, really, really help, especially the segments that get posted on YouTube. Comments there help a lot. And also consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. You guys know what to do. Support the stream because you guys make this show possible. Finally, make sure you start going to your local Dem meetings. Radicalize your local Democrats. Join your local DSA and make them more effective. We have the tools to help make that happen. Please join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And let's all make it happen. And finally, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. We've also tried it out with cis men, cis women, non-binary folk, everybody in between. It's all gravy. It's all good. I don't know why I said gravy. That's a weird phrase, but check it out. Link is down in the doobly-doo. And let's keep on going. There we go. Speed Razor, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I very, very much appreciate it. Support Riverboat Jack, you fucking nerds. Also, how many of you have actually liked the stream? I haven't looked. But also, just want to say, hey everybody. Hey, did you know? Did you guys know? One second. Let's go. Folks, we have just now, at this very moment, hit 20,000 subscribers. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Yeah. Let's go! Hell yeah! 20 fucking thousand. Y'all! We did it! We did it! You were here! It's true! Let's go! You know what? We got something for now. Okay, we got a little thing. Got a little thing for you guys. All right.
In honor of 20K, here's $20.
Yo, Nathan, thank you for the $20 dono. Can we do God, I'm trying to find the right one. Fuck, which is the DJ Cummerbund song with Celebration in it? Oh, I can't remember. Fuck. I wonder what she's looking for. I'm looking for a Celebration song by DJ Cummerbund. You know what? Let's just go with this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm KC, and I want to introduce you to some brand new members of the Sunshine Band. You know what? It's everybody!
DJ Cummerbund.
Ashley, thank you.
Holy dive, you've been down too long in the midnight sea. Oh, what becoming of me? Ride the tiger, you can see his face, but you know he's clean. Oh, don't you see what I mean? Got shiny diamonds like the eyes of a cat in the black and blue. Something is coming for
I have heard this one, Uncle Gumball. I love it.
Race for the morning, you can hide in the sun till you see the
Play
light.
some blue, thank you
Oh,
for
we will pray it's alright. Gotta get away.
Get out the way.
Get away.
Get out the way.
Gotta get away.
Get out the way.
Get away.
Get out the way, bitch. Get out the way.
That's the way. Your lights in. That's the way. Your lights in. Like this.
Facts over love are always hiding beneath the covers. Still I talk to your daddy to say it's that you ain't seen nothing till you're down on a muff, and then you're sure to be changing your ways. I met a cheerleader, was a real young bleed out. Times like a reminisce. Cause the best things of loving with a sister and a cousin only started with a little kiss. Like this.
Holly Hoops, we have not.
School and your feet flying up in the air. Sing hey diddle diddle with your kitty in the middle of the swing like it didn't care. So I took a big chance at the high school dance with a missy who was ready to play. Wasn't me, she was fooling cause she knew what she was doing. Then I know love was here to stay. When she told me to walk this way, talk this way, walk this way, talk this way. She told me to walk this way.
Jazz Dog, I think DJ Cummerbund like has like a set of tools he put out.
Just give me a key.
That's the way.
Rising up,
back on the street. Did my time, took my chances. Went the distance, now I'm back on my feet. Just a man and his will to survive. So many times it happens too fast. You take your passion for Cummerbund crochet. Earnings are $5 dono.
Compare with flaming locks of auburn hair, ivory skin, and eyes of emerald green. Your smile is like a breath of spring. Your voice is soft like summer rain, and I cannot compete with you, Jolene.
Jolene is one of the gayest songs of all time. Bite me. The 70s were so much fun. Funk and disco, man.
She got me sprung with your tongue ring. And I ain't gonna lie, cause your loving gets me high. So to keep you by my side, there's nothing that I won't try. Butterflies in her eyes and her looks to kill. Time is passing, I'm asking, could this be real? Cause I can't sleep, I can't hold still. The only thing I really know is she got sex appeal. I can feel too much is never enough. You always had to lift me up, and these times get rough. I was lost, now I'm found. Ever since you've been around, you're the woman that I want. You know I'm putting it down. Come my lady, come my lady. You're my butterfly, sugar, baby. Come my lady, you my pretty lady.
Hell yeah, Jazz Dogs. There's not, Nathan.
All you people look at me like I'm a little girl. Well, did you ever think it'd be okay? But something wasn't right here. Always saying, little girl, don't step into the club. Well, I'm just trying to find out why. And now you're right outside, yeah. Show me how you want it to.
Mingale Brigida. My stream, that's my secret. Almost all of my streams are demonetized. That's why I don't run ads on them. Run up that hill, baby! Red 20K!
There's nowhere to run. An angel's smile is what you say. You promised me heaven.
I have no chill, Homer Co.
Chains of love got a hold on me. When passion's a prison, you can't break free. Some of them want to
Yeah!
yeah. Some of them want
Your
to
rhythmics,
get
let's
used
go!
by you. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be abused. Shot through the heart, and you're too
Late, you give love a bad name.
I play my part, and you play your game. You give love a bad name. That's the way, he likes it. That's the way, he likes it.
The 22nd of loneliness, and we've been through so many things. I love my man with all honesty, but I know he's cheating on me. I look him in his eyes, but all he tells me is lies to keep me near. Yeah. It's only 'cause I need some affection. Oh, so I think, yeah.
Let's go!
So I creep, yeah, 'cause she doesn't know what I do, and no attention goes to show. So I
That's the way, TLC likes it. That's the way, TLC likes it.
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left. Cause I've been blasting and laughing so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. But I ain't never crossed a man that didn't deserve it. Be treated like a punk, you know that's unheard of. You better watch how you're talking and where you're walking, or you and your homies might be lying and chalk. Power and the money, money and the power. Minute after minute, hour after hour. Everybody's running, but half of them ain't looking what's going on in the kitchen. But I don't know what's tripping. They say I got to learn, but nobody's here to teach me. If they can't understand it, how can they reach me? I guess they can't, I guess they won't, I guess they front. That's why I know my life is out of luck. Fool.
Been spending most our lives living in a gangster's paradise. Been spending most our lives living in a gangster's paradise. Why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me?
That's the way, Julio likes it. That's the way,
The gifted Andy Kaufman.
I trusted you, 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 I trusted you at all.
That's the way, everyone likes it. Everybody in the Sunshine Band. Everybody in the Sunshine Band. Everybody in the Sunshine Band. Everybody in the Sunshine Band.
Anyway, thank you for getting me over 20,000 subscribers. That was really fun. Thank you. Sounds like Tim Heidecker. I mean, Andy Kaufman, kind of comparable, yeah. That was sick. Thanks. Whew. You are very welcome, everybody.
20K subs. We need more DOMs.
It's true. Speaking of, I just want to say, I have made it a bit of a holiday tradition with my partner to look at where the gay holiday movies are. And I've discovered that Tubi has a bunch of gay holiday movies. And I don't know, if you're a homosexual and you're looking for example, lesbian Christmas films, go check out Tubi. I watched one like the other day called Looking for Her, I think. Yeah, Looking for Her, which is a lesbian Christmas film. And you know what? It was really nice. It wasn't about queer misery or like loss, and the central premise wasn't about having to come out to your parents or having to have a lot of gay trauma. Instead, it was like about the ridiculousness of putting a ad in the personals in the year 2022 and finding an actor to be your girlfriend for your holiday getaway with your parents. And you know what? That's a fun concept. That's a fun concept, and I've never seen lesbians do that before in a film. And you know what? I had a really good time with it. It was it was really nice, unironically. You know, the bar is really low, but like the movie cleared the bar, and I really enjoyed it. Do I can I is there actually a trailer? Is there a trailer? Oh, fuck yeah, it's a trailer. Let's go! I could show you guys what I mean. It's for the gays.
What do you say? Will you come for Christmas? We want you to bring your girlfriend with you, Jess.
What is happening today?
I'm here to audition for the part of Jess the X.
She also has some dietary restrictions. No, absolutely not. Thank you. Olive. Taylor. Do I have to act like Jess, or did they not meet her? No, so you can be you. Just with a new name and a new job. We're here. You ready? Jess! Yes, we are huggers.
Tell me how the two of you met again.
Gaze for so long. Time for the female gaze.
It's true. It's time for the female gaze. Sake Tanuki gets it.
My friends and family, making angels in the January. Doesn't matter, it's Christmas in my heart. Here we go. All right.
Top or bottom? What was that?
Now this Christmas.
It's good. I enjoyed it a lot. A movie about gay people being normal humans in this economy, right? Like, it wasn't as big budget as something like Bros, which I would recommend Bros. I did enjoy it as a rom-com. But like for a low budget like holiday film about lesbians, would recommend. Was good. You should, Winter Sorrow. Check out Bros. It's genuinely really fun. For the soundboard?
Soundboard?
I don't soundboard.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay.
Okay. You know, I do concur. Perhaps we can get this on the soundboard. Is it in the soundboard suggestion? No, it's not. Let me pull it up real quick. throw it in the soundboard suggestions myself. You guys won't even know. There are a lot of channels on the Discord, and I don't know how to well, I know how to consolidate them. I just I'm not sure which ones we should get rid of, because you guys keep requesting them, and I want to keep providing them. All right. Why are you gay? Our flag means death is so much fun too. I do agree on that one. We did it. We're at 20,000 subscribers. It's fucking crazy. I don't know. I'm just real excited. I'm real happy. That was a cool accomplishment. All right. Folks, we got one more segment, and then it's time for what you're looking for, all right? I'll make it quick. It's a good segment, though. All right? Here we are. OMG, congratulations. Thanks, what you can do. Why are you running? We're gonna be bigger than Hassan, baby. Bigger than Hassan. Also, I've been using my elliptical, so my ass is gonna be huge. Bigger than Hassan. God. All right. Whew. Here we go. Segment time, baby. So, folks, we gotta talk about the fact that Donald Trump is in full-on panic mode. Because he has a little bit of a problem. And that problem is, he has soup for a brain. Now, many doctors and medical experts are debating what kind of soup he has for a brain. Is it clam chowder? Is it cream of potato? Is it some kind of chicken rice situation? Doctors are concerned and have a multitude of different theories. However, what they can all agree on is that he is exhibiting the symptoms of clinical soup brain. And one of the symptoms of clinical soup brain is an inability to keep your inside thoughts and desires on the inside. Now, here's Donald Trump. I'm just going to play a quote from him from earlier today.
Again, I believe there'll only be one country that really benefits, and it should be the United States, and it will be if we do this and we're unified. We have to be unified. China is unified because they have one vote. That's President Xi. He says do it, and that's the end of that. You know, we have a different system, but we have a system that's good, but we only have a system that's good if it's smart. David Sachs, can you say a few words? Again,
we have to be unified. China is unified. They get one vote. You know, the dictator. This man is just sitting there being like, yes, I would really like to be a dictator, please. But no, we have a different system and we have to be smart. Like, genuinely, he's losing it. Like, these are the kinds of things you keep on the inside. Like, even if you are a wannabe dictator, you keep those thoughts on the inside, because when people hear you say that, they don't like it. Americans don't like it when the president starts talking about being a dictator. I mean, that means he actually thinks dictatorship is equal to a unified country? Yes, exactly. Now, why might he be just kind of firing off the cuff a little bit here? Well, it's because he's
My
he's not
friend
seeing a
still
lot of
thinks Biden
W's.
is less competent and more brain dead than Trump. He thinks Trump is on top of his game. I plan on using this ad one of S few segments to convince him otherwise.
I mean, I don't know that it matters if Biden is less competent and more brain dead at this point, because Biden's not the president anymore. Donald Trump is. And you know the famous saying, a grand jury will indict a ham sandwich? Apparently, not just one grand jury won't indict Letitia James. 3 grand juries won't indict Letitia James. Justice Department again fails to indict New York Attorney General Letitia James. It's crazy. This administration is so desperate for that authoritarian power, it can't even level coherent arguments towards trying to jail their political opponents to enact some kind of political vengeance. Like, I'm sorry, the deck is so stacked in favor of you securing an indictment that you failing to get indictments against your political enemies 3 times is genuinely next level unreal. It's very funny. It's very, very funny. That being said, another very funny thing that probably has Team Trump on edge here is this. Indiana GOP rejects Trump's map in major blow to his gerrymandering push. Now, the thing you have to understand about this story is that Donald Trump has publicly threatened Indiana's federal funding. And you might be asking, which federal funding? And the answer is Donald Trump threatened all of it and said if Indiana doesn't pass this gerrymandered map, all federal funding to Indiana is going to be cut off. So I guess we're going to see if that was a lie shortly. Seems like something that should be illegal, but the Mad King is doing what the Mad King does. And meanwhile, why did Indiana reject this map? Well, partially, I keep taking off my glasses. Partially, it's because the special elections have them scared. The, no kings protests have them scared. Because previously, the thought was, oh yeah, look at all these liberals. They'll turn out to protest and then, they'll go away and it'll be like they never did anything. Except people have been showing up to the special elections, even in the reddest possible Trump districts, right? One of the things we saw with Afton Bain's campaign recently is a shift of something to the order of 13 points towards Democrats. And that happened across all the parts of the district, right? And, well, let's just take a look here at the congressional gerrymander here. This is the map that they rejected, right? Which would have made all of the seats red. But the margins for some of these are thin, to say the least. So, for example, in District 1, that went to Trump by, 12 points. That's in play in a gerrymandered map. This district here, that went to Trump by, several of these other seats. I'm trying to figure this out. Well, long story short, the 13-point swing has all these people really fucking nervous because all of their understandings of how things played out in the 2024 election relied on lower voter turnout among Democrats and higher turnout among Republicans. And the opposite is going to be in play in the actual midterms, because if there's a 13-point swing during a special election, the swing to be expected during a midterm or a general election is much, much larger. And so, this is all not great for their chances. Additionally, Donald Trump jilted a number of his allies within Indiana. My rear end is correct here, pointing out that Donald Trump's use of the R slur caused one of the state level representatives in the GOP to flip on Donald Trump because he has a son with Down syndrome. And this is now becoming an issue where the GOP doesn't want to weaken their hold any more than they have to. And Donald Trump's wishes are going against what these Republicans find to be in their self-interest. And you're going to find that as Donald Trump continues to become more and more at odds with the desires of the rank and file GOP, and they stop finding him useful, they are going to turn on him. And this is going to become more of a trend as things go forward, because again, he's only going to become less popular. The knives are starting to come out. And I think one of the best examples of this happening is at the Heritage Foundation. Believe it or not. Like, the Heritage Foundation, the org that created Project 2025, that has been backing Donald Trump, like, unanimously for the past year. Well, some folks that are working there, some of the conservative hardliners that work there, are starting to find their breaking points. Here's Tim Chapman. I loved my time at Heritage Action and was proud to be a co-founder of what was such an important part of the conservative movement. So I say this with respect and sadness. There is nothing conservative about backing threats to a state's federal funding because it declines to push a president's own political agenda that is unconstitutional and coercive to states. What would conservatives say if a Democrat threatened state federal funding to redraw congressional maps? Because this is all in response to Heritage Action tweeting out, President Trump has made it clear to Indiana leaders, if the Indiana Senate fails to pass the map, all federal funding will be stripped from the state. And, you know, apparently this is a bridge too far for some of even the co-founders of Heritage Foundation's activism arm. So it's looking a bit rough out there for the Trump administration. And, well, no. My rear end. Federal funding for specific things tends to get threatened. Usually it's not federal funding for everything in the state. You know, it's not a blanket threat. That's new. And that is what he is throwing up his hands over. And it could be that that's just like, you know, the straw that broke the camel's back. But I will say that to me, this is a really big sign of how broken the current Republican and conservative moment is, right? And how desperate they are, and how desperate Donald Trump is. Because Donald Trump has broken the break glass in case of emergency seal. Trump seeks to cut restrictions on marijuana through planned order. The president is expected to direct agencies to reclassify marijuana as a Schedule III drug, similar to some common prescription painkillers like Tylenol. This is like the one of the last lines of defense for a lot of politicians in recent years. Like, oh, I'm gonna reschedule marijuana. That has been a go-to. And like, if Donald Trump's numbers are this bad, keep in mind Republicans have been trying to a lot of Republicans have been trying to outlaw marijuana again. You know, they've been trying to close the loophole. The recent GOP funding bill included language to close the loophole around marijuana. Donald Trump is directly going against his GOP coalition in Congress in order to put this out there into the world, right? This is like, this is not playing ball with Congress in a way that like a lot of Republicans are going to like. But that's because, again, the interests of the Republican majority and the interests of Donald Trump are beginning to unaligned. So we will see. But one last point why Donald Trump is in panic mode. The United States is threatening the International Criminal Court with new sanctions unless specifically the ICC agrees. It will not prosecute Donald Trump.
Oh no, the girls are fighting. Oh yeah, the girls are fighting.
Look, the Donald Trump administration does not expend this amount of political or foreign capital unless they think that there is an actual answer. Like, unless they think there is an actual threat, rather, from the ICC. It's fascinating. Donald Trump wants the International Criminal Court to amend its founding document to ensure it does not investigate the Republican president and his top officials. A Trump administration official said, threatening new U.S. sanctions on the court if it did not. If the court does not act on this, U.S. demanded two others, dropping investigations of Israeli leaders over the Gaza war and formally ending its earlier probe of U.S. troops over their actions in Afghanistan. Washington may penalize more ICC officials and could sanction the court itself. Sanctioning the court would significantly escalate the U.S. campaign against the ICC, which has long been criticized by U.S. officials, including Republicans and Democrats, who say the court infringes on U.S. sovereignty. And, like, the Trump administration officials speaking on the condition of anonymity said Washington has communicated its demands to ICC members, some of whom are U.S. allies, and has also made them known to the court. The United States is not a party to the Rome Statute that established the ICC in 2002 as a court of last resort with the power to prosecute heads of state. The demand and the threat to resume U.S. sanctions campaign toward the court have not previously been reported. And again, you don't do this unless you're genuinely worried about prosecution. And I think they should be worried. I think one of the great wrongs that the United States has committed is abandoning its commitment to international justice. And I can think of nothing more fitting than for the next president to hand Donald Trump over to the International Criminal Court and sign on to the Rome Statute. I like, genuinely, that seems like maybe one of the top things an incoming president could do very easily. Especially if we are looking for accountability for the people who have done all of these abuses of power to us. So, something to think about as we begin to build up more local power going into the midterms and the general election in 2028. How are we going to make sure these people are held accountable? And if we cannot trust our legal system, then we should back it up by attempting to trust the International Criminal Court. Like, I don't know, if they're that worried that they need to relitigate sanctions against the ICC, hey, maybe we should make sure that they get handed over to the ICC. I'm just saying. It seems like a pretty decent idea to me. So, all that being said, Donald Trump has had a really bad time of it lately, and good. Fuck him. And with that being said, if you got anything out of this, like, leave a comment, subscribe. Definitely leave a comment. It genuinely really helps the video to do well. And let me know what you think. And make sure you join your local Dems to radicalize them. Join your local DSA to make them more effective. If you need help, join our Discord. There should be a link in the doobly-doo. And reach out to Dragonfly for help joining and radicalizing your local Dems. Reach out to GamerG for help joining and making your local DSA more effective. And consider checking out ImogeneOlivia.com. Imogene Olivia, gender euphoric lingerie built from the ground up for trans femmes. And we tested it with cis men, cis women. Everyone who's tried it loves it. It is a high-end, or higher-end lingerie built to fit you, non-tucking. And everyone who's tried it has loved it. So, and looked amazing in it. So please check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link in the doobly-doo. All that being said, let's keep on going. Woof! Look at that. Make sure your comment is over 8 words indeed. I swear to God, Superjet guy, if people try to rehabilitate Donald Trump in the national consciousness, you're gonna see my veins start bulging like Vinny's on Patrick Bet-David's show. I'm just gonna pop like blood out of my forehead. It's gonna be terrifying. All right. If I put rum in my hot chocolate, will that make it gross? I don't know. Anyone care to comment on that? I love the ICC idea, but I prefer it to be after we establish in US court what he did and what the penalties for it are within our country. Yeah, I think that would be a really good precedent. And I think that I agree with you. I think that we need to sort out our court issue, and this could very well be the case that would help us sort it out. Rum is excellent in hot chocolate, says Amber Brains. Yes, and also when I say comment on the video, I don't mean the stream necessarily. I do mean the videos that get put up independently on YouTube. Irish cream would be better, I think. Interesting. God, I can't wait to drink some coquito. I'm so excited. Let me see. Also, just a small update you guys might care about. Kilmar Abrego Garcia has left immigration detention following a federal judge's order on Thursday. That's right, folks. He's free. He's free, still subject to court proceedings, but he's finally out. Coquito, are you Puerto Rican? I'm not Puerto Rican. But I don't make the coquito. That makes my week. Let's go. Yeah, you guys need some good news. It's been a hot minute of bad news. All right. Christmas with his family, right? He get dude, if anyone deserves it, it's him. Remember the Dem leadership did nothing and Chris Van Hollen stuck his neck out for him? I mean, I think Chris Van Hollen is gunning for Dem leadership and honestly would be so much better off. Still needs court dates in the future for you, Mr. Malachite, sadly. But this is after Trump administration officials said that there would never come a day where Kilmar Abrego Garcia gets released onto American soil. And they were wrong. And they were defeated. Did we ever learn if he did not, in fact, commit domestic abuse? No, we didn't learn that because, again, his wife dropped the charges. So it was never adjudicated in a court of law. So we're never going to learn the details of that case. Let's see here. How we doing? Also, just your reminder, we haven't played this song in a little bit. Click the goddamn button. And then we'll roll on into our next segment.
Click the button. Click the
Candace v. Kirk.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click
Did I play Blaster Master Zero? No.
I'd pay money to see Candace versus James T. Kirk.
God, I'd pay that money too. But I think instead we get a Candace v. Shatner, and I would not pay to see that. Did you all see that Expedition 33 swept the Game Awards? Deservedly so. It was extraordinarily good. And I still haven't finished it. Whew. Bought out by the French. Maybe Candace was right about the French Legionnaires.
Ooh, did you ever play Blaster Master Blasting again?
No, I did not. Thank you for the $5 dono, though. Can't wait to play the DLC. Probably need to beat the game first. Are you guys ready? It's gonna be lengthy. Are you guys ready? Can I get a hell yeah? Hell yeah! Hell yeah! I'm gonna put my coat back on. I like the red pop. It's nice. Here we go. So, folks, we gotta talk about the girls fighting. Candace Owens has for, however long it's been since Charlie Kirk was shot, been talking about how it's actually a super secret plot. There's a massive conspiracy Turning Point USA set him up, and the Israeli government shot Charlie Kirk because he was going to turn on Israel. And like also she's been talking about how the French Secret Service or whatever is coming after her because she's been transvestigating the First Lady of France for some reason. She lives in her own little conspiratorial world, but part of her claims around Turning Point USA setting up Charlie Kirk to be assassinated also have kind of taken on a life of their own insofar as other people are claiming, Charlie Kirk's wife, Erika Kirk, might have had something to do with it. And Candace Owens has been more than comfortable heavily alluding that Erika Kirk may have had something to do with it, which in turn has led to this massive rift in the GOP writ large. Now, why has this led to such a huge fallout? Well, largely because what we have here is kind of two different factions. One faction is essentially the Christian nationalist faction that wants to say, look, guys, we can work with Israel to fulfill the biblical prophecy and also maintain our political power and, build up a conservative movement that will, kind of create a theocracy here in America, right? And the other faction believes many of the same things. However, it is just kind of too anti-Semitic to go along with the let's work with Israel type of line. And that's kind of the Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson boat, as it were. And essentially, Candace Owens' entire shtick, I know there are some people on the left who are like, she's an anti-Zionist. And like, I'm sorry, if you think that, you've been duped. Because Candace Owens does not stand up for anti-Zionism. You just have to look at what conspiracies she supports to understand she's just anti-Semitic. Like, that's why she helped to try and rehabilitate Kanye West's image after he went on rants about the Jews. And we watched through those content those videos that she made with Kanye West, and it's incoherent anti-Semitic garbage. Kanye West isn't making coherent political points. She was callously using a man very mentally ill to launder anti-Semitic talking points, and she realized how lucrative that could be. And that's kind of what spurred her shift here. And so what's happening here is that Candace Owens is using this particular moment in time to appeal to the most conspiratorially minded people on the planet to kind of co-opt, the anti-Semites who were supporting Turning Point USA, and to bring that together with the world of InfoWars and kind of create some kind of hypercharged anti-Semitic fascist thing, an amalgamation of a lot of the American conservative mind's worst elements, all but put together. That's kind of their deal, right? And as far as I'm concerned, both these elements, both sides of this conflict are terrible, and I wish them nothing but, the most self-destructive infighting imaginable. And that all culminated with Erika Kirk going on Fox News and putting out an interview yesterday. And she also put it out on her YouTube channel, and we're going to take a look at it. Here we go.
With Erika Kirk sharing her journey with America and the world, we are grateful at Fox to have her here to shine a light on healing as we all miss and mourn the loss of her beloved Charlie Kirk. Not all of her journey has been without, well, hate, conspiracies, and oddly, speculation about where her husband is buried. Now, for the first time, Erika, who's with me now, addresses all of it from the perspective of a grieving widow, a mom, and a battle-tested American. Good to see you again today. Talk to me about this part of the conspiracies that are out there, this disturbing part that people are trying to guess where Charlie is.
Can I have one thing? Can I have one thing? Can my children have one thing? Everything was public. We will be building the most beautiful memorial for my husband at Turning Point USA, and it will be for the world to see, and it will be spectacular, and it will have basically museum style for our Charlie, for my Charlie. But can I have one thing? Can my babies have one thing where we hold it sacred, where my husband is laid to rest, where I don't have to be worried about some secular revolutionary coming and destroying?
Wait, is this AI? No, this isn't AI. This is a real interview on Real Fox News.
My husband's grave while my daughter is sitting there praying. One thing, that this is my husband. Yes, he was Charlie Kirk to the world, and I know so many people love my husband, and I am grateful for that, but this is my husband, and I want to be able to have one thing left that is sacred to our family, to my in-laws, to my babies, and to my parents. One thing.
Yeah, because Charlie Kirk never engaged in conspiracism about individuals killed by the police, never engaged in character assassination against, I don't know, targets of police brutality.
Does
I don't
everything
know.
have to be a
My
performance?
sympathy is
You
low.
don't need to build him museum.
My sympathy for this woman who is in charge of a multi-million-dollar propaganda empire that is working on behalf of the GOP to destroy healthcare for all Americans. My sympathy is low.
What are they taking from you right now?
Nothing. But I will tell you what they are doing. It reminds me so much of chapter 6 in the book of Nehemiah. He is building a wall, and the townspeople are at the base of that hill saying, Nehemiah, calling him all these names, saying all these things, come on down. Every single time he had the same message 4 times in a row. I cannot come down. I am busy building. That is how I feel. I do not have time to address the noise. My silence does not mean that I am complacent. My silence does not mean that somehow Turning Point USA and all of the handpicked staff that loved my husband and my husband loved them is somehow in on it. We are busy building. And you know what I thought? I thought these people are human.
Yeah, we're just too busy to address the rampant conspiratorial nonsense that people are peddling about the death of my husband. We were just too busy.
We are all grieving in our own way, and they are trying to find the answer to something that happened that was so evil. They are trying so hard, and I get that. We're doing the same.
Nehemiah, come on down. You're the next contestant on The Price is Wrong.
Dun dun da da, dun dun da da, da 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 da.
Anytime we hear a lead or anytime we hear anything, we send it to the authorities. Please dig into this. No rock will be unturned. I want justice for my husband, for my...
Okay, but also, real quick, they got the guy who did it. So, just real quick.
Or anytime we hear anything, we send it to the authorities.
What do you mean anytime you hear anything about your husband's assassination? What do you mean? What you got the guy who did it, right? So what else is there for you to pass along to the authorities? The guy's already The guy's already, like, in custody. What more have you, like, what are you passing along? And if that's not the guy, then what are you talking about? Why are you saying the thing you just said? You shut your mouth about it.
Please dig into this. No rock will be unturned. I want justice for my husband, for myself, for my family, more than
Charlie hagiography is dog shit. Yeah, I did like a 5-hour long video about how dog shit it is.
anyone else out there. So for me, you want to keep telling me to come down while we're building? I don't have time for that. But here's my breaking point on that. Come after me, call me names, I don't care. Call me what you want, go down that rabbit hole, whatever. But when you go after my family, my Turning Point USA family, my Charlie Kirk Show family, when you go after the people that...
Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, so her point is, you can do whatever you want to me. You can crucify me all you want. But when you go after the company that I run, when you go after my ability to make money, oh, then my vengeance will be swift.
I love, and you're making...
Yeah, when you go after my money tree, exactly.
hundreds and thousands of dollars every single episode going after the people that I love because somehow they're in on this. No.
You know, I have to say it. I've never seen you like this.
No, this...
Are they good friends? Why'd you say that? Do you know her, like, in a colloquial capacity? Is that not a violation of, like, journalistic ethics to not mention that? What? I've never seen you like this. How is that relevant unless you've seen her a lot?
This is righteous anger because this is not okay. It's not healthy. This is a mind virus.
Is it a woke mind virus? Why would you put that image into one's brain? What image? The image is that they would hang out in off hours. That's if you're taking it in a different way, that's all on you guys.
Yes, I believe in our judicial system. I do.
Okay, well, wait a minute. Oh my god. No! Why'd you say it like that? Why did you enunciate it like that, girl?
What image? Image Jean Olivia?
No! You look, okay, you're being accused by the faction of the conservative movement that is looking for anything to connect you to Israel, and why enunciate it like that?
Yes, I believe in our judicial system.
Nah, girl, stop. Stop.
Because this is not okay. It's not healthy. This is a mind virus. Yes, I believe.
Yeah, this is not gonna make the conspiracy theorists go away.
Even our judicial system. I do. We have a hell of a team working on this. Excuse my French. But this is not okay.
So you want to put these people back in the...
Excuse my French? Wait a minute. Insert like numbers meme. Oh my god. Judicial? Excuse my French? Oh my god. She's calling out Candace Owens. Oh my god. Who is targeted by the French? Candace Owens is being targeted by the French legionnaires because she's been transvestigating the first lady of France. Oh my god. And who is supposed to be in bed with Israel, Erika Kirk, the judicial system. No! Oh my god, it's all coming. Like, this is what every conspiracy theorist who watched that is going to instantly grab onto. It's all going to be nonsense, anti-Semitic bullshit, but they are going to grab onto that. And I say that not having seen any of the stuff that has come out after this. But folks, you should know. We're going to cover it.
Box where they've been creeping from.
I don't care what box you're in. But just know that your words are very powerful, and we are human. My team are not machines, and they're not robots. They are human. We have more death threats on our team and our side than I have ever seen. I have kidnapping threats. I have, you name it, we have it. And my poor team is exhausted. And every time they bring this back up, what are we supposed to do? Relive that trauma all over again? They watched my husband get murdered. I have no idea how I would have reacted if I was there that day. And thank the good Lord that I did not have to see that happen. But my team, they are rocked to the core. So why every single day do they have to be dragged through the mud, analyzed, hyper-analyzed?
You know, the conspiracies that are out there, all of the like, do you think that there is more of it now because you do shine your light? I mean, did people just expect you would?
What does that mean? You shine your light. What, you mean like I bare my soul on national television and say what I think and feel? No, I mean, you leave the lights outside your house on all the time. Do you think it's because you shine your light from your house?
Just go away.
I don't know what they expected.
I know it's Christian stuff.
I don't know what they expected.
But like, it's like, it's from the parable of like keeping your light under a basket or whatever. But like, what does that mean in this particular context?
They pick on you because of your accessories. I mean, I've seen some of it.
Oh, yeah. No, at this point, it's what, the conspiracy collection. Get it before Christmas. Like, seriously. Wow. You will, if you want to find and pick me apart, go right ahead. I do not care.
I will also throw this out there. It's actually very cheap to be a conspiracy theorist. Having a conspiracy theory, pursuing it, etc. It's very cheap. It's a low cost of entry. And you know what? Thousands of hours of entertainment if you go down a rabbit hole, It's free entertainment for people who, have a lot of time.
Don't. This was happening before Charlie was murdered. Both of us have been through the ringer of people will call you whatever they want to call you. They will. But I have seen it firsthand impact the people that I love, and I'm done. I'm done. And if people think that I was just going to wilt away, I'm not going to sit in a corner and cry and be in fetal position. This is a duty to my husband, and it's an absolute honor, and I will never back down. And so my message to them is to stop. To stop.
And that's what we will say here on Outnumbered 2. God bless you.
Wow. Yeah. Very powerful stuff. And it reminds me that we haven't actually paid our tribute to Charlie Kirk yet. And I figure we will take a moment of silence, serenaded by Spelexma. This is apparently a song dedicated to his memory that people in chat just won't shut up about. I have not listened to it, but I have seen you write out the lyrics all the goddamn time. So this is for all the folks out there, the Kirk heads, they're called. It's apparently AI generated, but that's okay, it's called authentic music.
He stood unshaken, a voice in the storm, a man of conviction, a heart reborn. He spoke the truth when the cost was high, He lived for Jesus, unafraid to die. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel.
We'll honor his name.
We are Charlie Kirk. His courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known.
That's right, the Kirkheads out there, making heaven known.
A husband, a father, his family held near.
We are Charlie Kirk now. It's too late. Is this AI? Just like Charlie would have wanted.
The world tried to silence, but his voice remains. Innocent echoes in cries.
It's authentically awful. I thought this shit was a meme. It is unironic.
Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel.
It's an AI generated song, yes.
We are Charlie Kirk, his courage our own. Together.
Oh my god, I'm sorry, I'm pausing our moment of silence for Charlie Kirk, obviously, all the respect. But we're time out on the moment of silence. I just looked it up real quick. This is the final track to Spelexma's album, Charlie Kirk Forever Alive? You named the album Forever
Charlie's
Alive?
legacy will
He
be as a
just
meme. It's
got
sad.
killed,
Even if
man.
he was terrible, I wouldn't want the memory of a person distorted this way.
Oh my god. No, I'm fine. I'm fine with his legacy being shat all over. It's cool. This guy like must have immediately released the album. Wait, when was Charlie Kirk assassinated? He was killed on September 10th. The album was released on September 16th. Less than a week. It took less than a week for this artist to try and use AI to profit off of Charlie Kirk's death. That is crazy, dog. Within 6 days. Charlie Kirk Forever Alive. I'm just so curious. Oh my god. Wait, I'm sorry. Is this the fucking channel that has all of the weird like Melania Trump duet? Have we covered this channel before? Did it just change its name? I'm pretty sure it is. This was the one with Barron Trump who like singing in the cornfield, right? Oh my god. Yeah, like whatever. Yeah, sure, whatever. It's Michelle Obama and Melania and Barron singing a song together. Sure, what? Who gives a fuck anymore? I am baffled by this. Wait, I know how to do this. What's their most popular upload? Erika Kirk singing I Will Be Stronger Than Ever. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's so bad, guys. AI content is gonna rot through the very heart of society. All right. Jesus Christ. They named it Devotees.
Side.
But we are Charlie
We are
Kirk.
Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name.
Charlie a month after it happened. The grift is crazy. Also, the We Are Charlie Kirk has been doing numbers in meme circles so terrible.
Your cousin released a whole book about Charlie a month after he was killed? What the fuck? Oh yeah, we hadn't finished the song yet. Guys, this is an AI generated song. Just to be clear with you.
These are the people who created the hit Erika, Kirk, and JD Vance duet. I am perfect and ready for you, baby.
We are Charlie Kirk. With God we will rise.
Now, of course, if you haven't been able to get enough out of off of this, I do just want to let you guys know that this god-awful channel has also released an hour-long We Are Charlie Kirk concert starring Erika Kirk, Barron, Melania Trump, JD Vance, and Little X, I guess? God,
Nothing
this is
screams
awful.
Charlie Kirk more than silhouette of man in hat on farm.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing that gives it away that it's not actually Charlie Kirk is the size of the hat. It's far too small. Little Elon's, oh my god. No, Little X is Elon's kid. Yeah, no, like in the thumbnails on this channel. Literally, oh, that's who the child is. Oh my god. They just have thumbnails covered in Elon Musk's son. Oh my god. I'm not joining this channel. It's members only content. You have to be a member to hear Elon Musk's child sing, I guess. You know, I'm starting to think this technology might be evil. I'm starting to think this this entire technology might be evil. But you know, let's move on, right? Now I do want to say Candace Owens is doing really well off of this grift. Basically her efforts to peddle conspiracy nonsense have been overwhelmingly successful and have like doubled her views in a lot of cases, or even tripled or quadrupled her views in a lot of cases since Charlie Kirk's assassination. And well, her latest videos, shocking revelation about Egyptian planes and Tim Pool, shots are taken. You also have, again, the billion-dollar question: who stood to benefit from Charlie Kirk's assassination? Oh, look, a picture of Kash Patel and then a picture of Tim Pool. And here we have two different videos here. Erika Kirk tells me to stop. Tyler Robinson makes his first appearance. Uh-oh, Erika Kirk goes off on conspiracy theorists. Now, I'm a bit torn about which one of these to cover, because both have occurred over the last 24 hours. I'm a little torn. Let's just go with the one I was originally planning here.
Okay, you guys. Now, I wasn't sure about Erika. I was waiting, kind of a situation for her to be in, obviously, having lost her husband.
Oh, these are lives.
Becoming the CEO and the chairman of a company. It's just a lot of transition, and it's nice to wait for more information before you prejudge or just assume, make an assumption about somebody, and it maybe is not based in reality. Well, we are getting a lot more of Erika Kirk this week. I'll tell you that, because she has been doing the rounds in the media really over the last couple of weeks. And she just gave an interview live with Harris Faulkner on Fox News, where she finally addressed the quote unquote conspiracy theories. And I have to say this because it's true, but it completely missed the mark for me. I am sorry. It just has. But the good news is that she is now unmurkying the water in terms of her intentions with this massive political organization. That's good news, truly, because we knew Charlie, and now we are getting an opportunity to know Erika. Plus, later on in the show, it's Knives Out for Tucker Carlson. As always, he's trending right now because he has officially waded into the who killed Charlie Kirk narrative. And since he is not a bought and paid for Fed, he is siding with
Okay, boy, we're like a minute in and we're already getting fingers pointing at who is and is not a Fed. Oh boy.
just the American people worldwide. And he says that he's not buying the official narrative. And there are some lingering questions. And he confirms what I told you about the Egyptian planes. So let's jump right back into this. Welcome back to Candace. Look, I have been very patient. I do tend to focus on the evidence that's in front of us, obviously asking questions when we come up across something that someone has said and it doesn't add up, or if they lied, create a list. And you guys were coming after me because I was saying, look, we can write into our imaginations how Erika is thinking or how she's feeling or what she should be wearing, but she hasn't actually said anything yet, right? That was my stance. She hasn't actually said anything yet. Give her a chance, okay? And now she is making the rounds in the press because Charlie's book, his posthumous book, is coming out about the Sabbath, and she's speaking about the quote-unquote conspiracies as she sits down with a lot of these news anchors. So first and foremost, she's sitting down here with Harris Faulkner, and I just want to show you a couple of clips from this sit down, which is now trending. And she begins by addressing the question, which has been in the air, regarding where Charlie Kirk is buried. That question resurfaced this week in a big way because
Okay, but like, who gives a fuck? Right? Like, okay, you don't know where Charlie Kirk is buried. Why do you get to know? Like, why do you get to know that?
Yiannopoulos and a few others have asserted with absolute certainty that Charlie has not yet been buried. That's what they're saying. They say they have proof of that. And at first, Harris Faulkner is asking about that claim. Take a listen.
Talk to me about this part of the conspiracies that are out there, this disturbing part that people are trying to guess where Charlie is.
Can I have one thing? Can I have one thing? Can my children have one thing? Everything was public. We will be building the most beautiful memorial for my husband at Turning Point USA, and it will be for the world to see, and it will be spectacular, and it will have basically museum style for our Charlie.
I mean, let me be clear. I don't think Candace Owens has lost her marbles, because I firmly believe she just is in this for the money. Like, she's doing what she needs to do to cater to an audience of virulent bigots, and she's going down that path because it makes her a lot of money.
Charlie, from my Charlie. But can I have one thing?
Was that you
can
or
my
Candace?
babies
That was
have
me.
one thing where we hold it sacred, where my husband is laid to rest, where I don't have to be worried about some secular revolutionary coming and destroying my husband's grave while my daughter is sitting there praying? One thing. This is my husband. Yes, he was Charlie Kirk to the world, and I know so many people love my husband, and I am grateful for that. But this is my husband, and I want to be able to have one thing left that is sacred to our family, to my in-laws, to my babies, and to my parents. One thing.
Okay, so on its face, I actually agree with that. I think that when people are being buried and where they're being buried and how their funerals are done, that is very private matter, okay? So objectively, I agree with what she's saying, okay? But subjectively, because we are dealing with the subject of Erika Kirk and what transpired immediately following Charlie's assassination, this is going to be read as Meghan Markle syndrome, okay? Meghan Markle syndrome, where you want privacy when you want it, but you want publicity whenever you want it, and that just doesn't work, okay?
What are you talking about? People make that distinction all the time. Like, you go in your home, you got privacy. You go out of your home, you don't have privacy. Everyone makes that decision all the time. How does this have anything to do with Meghan Markle?
It doesn't work that way. I honestly think it was said best by Bethany Frankel, not related to this situation. Bethany Frankel is on Real Housewives, a show, a reality show. And she was referring to one of the housewives who lived her life very publicly, showcased her marriage, was buying tons of Louis Vuitton bags, and they had tons of money. And then when their relationship soured, the housewife basically asked the public for privacy. And Bethany was like, no, this isn't how it works. Like, we were riding with you on the way up or riding with you on the way out. You don't get to like pick and choose when you want privacy and when you don't.
Yes, actually, you do. You do in fact get to choose that. And if I had a sponsorship with NordVPN or some other kind of VPN software, I would put it right here. But I don't have that. I just have you guys. So consider liking this video, subscribing, leave a comment. It really helps. And also support the stream, support the show financially if you are at all able. I really, really appreciate it when you do. So I don't have a sponsorship deal with NordVPN, but VPNs can also be pretty useful for protecting your privacy, I guess. I don't know. A lot of people tell me that. I also have one, so. But I'm not going to tell you which one because they haven't paid me yet.
Want privacy. And subjectively, as it, in the matter of Erika Kirk, this is the same person who had somebody.
Okay, wait a minute. What?
In the matter of Erika Kirk,
the concept of a door would disagree.
I have concepts of a door. Also, can we just take a moment to marvel at the subtitling of Erika Kirk? Erika Kirk? Subtitles, go home, you're drunk. Speaking of, this is an hour long. And I need a little bit of liquid courage for it. Oh my God.
This is the same person who had somebody record her over Charlie Kirk's casket. That was not our business, truly. And I can say that decision was made by her. And there is, some credence to the claim that everybody grieves differently. I wouldn't even record myself over a casket ever, okay? Some people maybe perhaps want to have that memory. But the decision to publish that, you crying over your husband's casket, and to publish his dead body on Instagram was a decision that was made by Erika. And we can watch that. Take a look.
Oh, I love you. Oh God. Okay, well that is fucking weird. Okay. Wasn't prepared for that. Okay, that is that is creepy as fuck. Not gonna lie. I must have missed that, cause Jesus Christ. Why would you record this moment for yourself forever? I'm sure that I played it on stream Fundamentally Broken, but like genuinely I blocked that from my memory because it's just so deeply off-putting. This video is a wild one to post online. Yeah.
I love you. I love you. I know. I love you. I love you. I love you. God bless you.
That is an incredibly personal and an incredibly intimate moment, an intimate moment that you invited the public into. Okay, there was no reason to do that outside of wanting to share something that was very private with the public.
On the one hand, I hate to say Candace Owens is kind of right on this one, but yeah, Erika did post that, and that was very weird.
And now you fast forward 3 months removed, and it's why does the public want to know where he's buried? It doesn't work.
Well, wait. Oh, okay. One thing doesn't justify another thing here. Like making a weird post while grieving your husband's death on social media doesn't mean people are obligated to know where you buried his body. Like that doesn't follow. That logic is flawed.
Like that. You have to make a decision. I want this always to be private, or I want this always to be public.
Matt Raid,
that's
hello!
my personal feedback there. Later on in this same interview, she launches into a strong defense of Turning Point USA employees who have, just as a matter of fact, told many lies, many inconsistencies. These are verifiable. So they are currently lying to the public, or they have lied to the public, but she is going to deliver quite an impassioned defense regarding these.
Well, yeah, Jazz Dog. She married Charlie Kirk. Like, yeah.
Particular individuals and the organization as a whole, and I want you to hear her passion. Take a listen.
What are they taking from you right now?
Nothing. But I will tell you what they are doing. It reminds me so much.
Obviously, we all know how to find where Charlie Kirk is buried. All we have to do is go to where they put the Constitution on display, look at the backside of it, and follow the map. All right? That map is going to take us to a variety of national monuments that existed at the time of the Founding Fathers. What didn't exist at the time of the Founding Fathers was an obscure and arcane process of, replanting the site of the royal mausoleum. And now you might be saying, but Jack, why do we have a royal mausoleum in the United States? And the answer to that is, we don't. It's not in the United States. You fools, you simpletons. You thought the United States was run by the president? No. It's run by the Lord Supreme of all he surveys. That's right. I'm talking about the Lizard Emperor himself, Klikzakzu. That's right. He lords over all he surveys from his mountaintop home on the very peak of Mount Everest. That's right. We're going to Mount Everest after we've stolen the Constitution of the United States. Now, why would we do that? Well, you see, the Constitution of the United States is actually the key to the Royal Mausoleum. Ho ho ho! And that is where Charlie Kirk is buried, because if he was buried in a normal plot like any other person, why? be too easy to discover the existence of the king, the lord of all who he surveys. And thus he had to be hidden. Please do not take this as anything other than an expansion of the Ratman lore here on the channel. And what the fuck is this? I may have gotten a little bit too carried away with the Curtis Sliwa Ratman bit. It's kind of taken on a life of its own, and I don't know what came over me. I just started lore building. It was, I wasn't myself for a second there.
Of chapter 6 in the book of Nehemiah. He is building a wall, and the townspeople are at the base of that hill saying, Nehemiah, calling him all these names, saying all these things, come on down. Every single time he had the same message 4 times in a row.
He was able to tune into the Ratman's cognitive frequencies.
You know, this is going to be way too arcane and accessible for anyone to watch this video as a standalone thing. Just know, during the New York City mayoral election, I started doing a bit with Curtis Sliwa, okay? I did a voice, I did a whole thing, and I pretended he was a crazed man from the sewers who was obsessed with rat men. And over time and repetition of the bit, the rat men took on kind of their own societal structures and culture, and kind of in a D&D sense. And you know, that has continued to expand, and I apologize. I just want to sincerely apologize to those of you who have dedicated your time and effort to watch this channel for making it genuinely impenetrable when I go on bits like that. I do apologize. Yes, the Ratman mythos. Indeed.
Not come down. I am busy building. That is how I feel. I do not have time to address the noise. My silence does not mean that I am complacent. My silence does not mean that somehow Turning Point USA and all of the handpicked staff that loved my husband and my husband loved them is somehow in on it. We are busy building. And you know what I thought? I thought these people are human.
What if they buried Charlie Kirk under the National Pez Museum? I mean, it would make sense. His head was roughly proportioned to be that of a Pez figurine.
We're all grieving in our own way, and they are trying to find the answer to something that happened that was so evil. They are trying so hard, and I get that. We're doing the same. Anytime we hear a lead or anytime we hear anything, we send it to the authorities. Please dig into this. No rock will be unturned. I want justice for my husband, for myself, for my family, more than anyone else out there. So for me, you want to keep telling me to come down while we're building? I don't have time for that. But here's my breaking point on that. Come after me, call me names, I don't care. Call me what you want, go down that rabbit hole, whatever.
I thought they caught his killer. Well, everyone's getting super conspiratorial about the suspected shooter, or alleged shooter, rather, because they haven't been releasing a ton of information about Tyler Robinson, which is weird if they've been if they've been conducting an investigation.
But when you go after my family, my Turning Point USA family, my Charlie Kirk Show family, when you go after the people that I love, and you're making hundreds and thousands of dollars every single episode going after the people that I love because somehow they're in on this, no.
I'm sorry, but that whole thing right there is frustrating, and I'm going to explain to you why. I just do not accept any of that. First and foremost, the idea that she does not have time. Okay, she definitely has time. Okay, she's done Hannity, she's done the 5.
Okay, yeah, she has time. Yep, she has time. She has time.
That's the homie, and that's what you want to do. Sure, but we are indeed speaking about a coast to coast flight to stand up next to somebody and basically say Charlie loved you. That was like the whatever 15-second speech.
Grigor and yet Russian here. We accept your apology and we understand how what was meant to be a one-off bit can take on a life of its own. No harm done.
Well, Grigor and yet Russian, I really appreciate that you accept the apology. It is sometimes strange how jokes can take on a life of their own, indeed.
That she gave, right? Here's actually, we have a clip of that speech that she gave.
Well, he was also very good friends with a guy named Charlie. We just knew him as Charlie, and his wife, who we love so much, is here with us, and maybe,
We just knew him as Charlie, because I forgot his last name. Who are we talking about? Have you seen my ballroom? The ballroom's coming together. I fired the architect, but that's okay. I can eyeball it. I've developed a lot of ballrooms, folks. Charlie never developed any ballrooms, loser.
how close they were together. Maybe, Erika, you could say a couple of words, please.
Honored to, sir. Charlie loved you. It's hard not to get emotional because...
And what was his last name again?
I know that he would have been the first phone call
If you want to
when he
understand
found
these
out
bits,
that...
you need to activate your clown chakra first.
Well, never activate your clown chakra.
You were going to be taking this position, and the way that I was able to witness the two of you work together for years and to champion and support the president was absolutely humbling to witness, and I am so proud of you. And Charlie is going to be with you every single day in spirit, and I will be praying for you every day because I know that this is just the beginning of an incredible opportunity for you. And sir, thank you for allowing Sergio to have this beautiful moment.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Tara.
That's just an ambassador to India swearing in ceremony. Again, if that's your friend and you want to be there, that makes sense. She's also a person, and she can decide what she wants to do there. But the point that I am making is that's a coastal flight that she made to be there to watch a paper get signed. She has also made time for an upcoming CBS News town hall sit down with Barry Weiss, which was filmed today. So Erika Kirk has time. She has time. It is just what she means to say, not her priority, which is you are allowed to prioritize things in your own life. But this is not a matter of time constraint. It is not her priority.
Yeah, it's not her priority to address wild, crazed speculation that she murdered her own husband.
Priority to respond to the majority, actually. The majority of people think of this as BS. The majority of people think Turning Point is acting suspicious.
He literally said in a text that he thought he would be assassinated by Israel the day before he was assassinated. That's not a conspiracy theory. That's evidence. I mean, it's evidence that he said he thought he'd be assassinated by Israel. I don't think it's evidence of him being assassinated by Israel. Those are two different things.
And she does not feel that it is what she wants to do as a matter of priority, responding. Okay, that's fine. Now, to that point that people are making hundreds and thousands of dollars, I just don't get how there's not someone on this very large PR team, as we're seeing these PR campaigns go out, that doesn't go, hey, maybe we should strike that. They made $40 million like 2 nights ago at Mar-a-Lago. Maybe that feels kind of a little bit like let them eat cake-ish. Oh, and we've made more than, separately from Mar-a-Lago, Turning Point USA, since Charlie was killed, just so you guys know, this is a fact, has made more than $100 million. That is separate from the $40 million they made at Mar-a-Lago the other night. So since Charlie has died, that organization has taken in $140 million. But gosh darn you people that are making hundreds of dollars every day on YouTube talking about Charlie Kirk's assassination and the BS narrative that is being fed and the very obvious psychological operation that is being employed to make you accept the BS that they are trying to sell to us. Gosh darn you. Did you make $1,000?
Gosh darn you.
Dollars today? Speaking about Charlie Kirk? Well,
no, I didn't.
You should be ashamed of yourself, says Turning Point USA, who in large part made that money because of those very people who gave to the organization immediately following Charlie Kirk's assassination. And the thing that is especially absurd about that is trying to almost like, I want to be clear that Turning Point USA is my family. The Charlie Kirk show is my family. She's just expanding the wings of people that we're not allowed to critique because they're in the family. If you call them fam, you can't critique them, right? Oh, I'm sorry. We actually are showing a clip of Rob McCoy defending a pedophile or trying to like launder the reputation of that's fam. That's the CK show fam. Oh, I'm sorry. We are actually pointing to the fact that we know for certain that this person or organization is a sexual deviant. That's fam. That is my, don't you get me upset. I know.
I mean, part of what's happening here is just an airing of dirt, like an airing of the open secrets within like Turning Point USA and the broader conservosphere, right? So like, yeah, it doesn't surprise me that Turning Point USA has like some tea to spill, as it were.
But this is a now $150 million in the last 3-month organization, and we employ tons of people, but you can't critique the fam. And I hate to say this, but I'm going to be very clear here. This is why there are many people who do not believe that women are equipped to lead companies, because what you are watching here is an unbelievably emotional response that is absent of any logic, okay?
Guys, I want you to know, if I choke on a ham sandwich, it was Trump, okay? No, Liz Galahad, don't do it!
You really care about your team? Answer the questions, okay? Just demystify the entire event. Answer, come out, sit down, answer the questions so people don't think Turning Point USA looks so suspicious. Don't try to like mom the organization and say, well, mother's upset because people are coming after her kids and all of this multi-million-dollar subsidiaries. That's my children, okay? The multi-million-dollar subsidiaries, Turning Point, like Turning Point Action, all that, those are my kids. So you can't critique them. Not a good idea. Okay, it may work in PR world. You guys, I know how it's an obvious PR campaign. It's never been more obvious of a psychological operation. I actually wish they would put me on payroll so I could help them make these things look more organic than having every single person that has been telling us to stop asking questions all make the exact same video within 4 seconds of each other.
I mean, the thing is, I don't care if she's asking questions per se, because again, to be clear, this is my take on the entire situation.
Let them fight.
I don't care about this story whatsoever. I personally haven't seen compelling evidence that indicates that Charlie Kirk was not killed by the guy who confessed to killing him.
Ben Shapiro voice him Candace Owens.
But, you
being
know,
very
they can
logical
fight.
here. Maybe she was born a man. Could she secretly be trans?
Candace Owens is very logical here. Maybe she was born a man. Could she secretly be trans? That's my Ben Shapiro voice. I tried it, Nathan. I'm sorry.
Being like, whoa!
No evidence aside from the fact that he said he thought he was going to be killed by Israel. Yeah, but again, I can say, I think I'm going to be killed by the Trump administration. And that doesn't mean that if I die tomorrow, that makes it true. There needs to be more evidence than just a guy said something. That's not evidence. Like, give me a money trail to the shooter. Like, give me a money trail to show how, like, the shooter was paid. Give me like evidence of like a handler giving the kill order. Give me evidence of like any of the surrounding things that would make it like that would connect the dots between Charlie Kirk's death and like an Israeli, like, you know, Shin Bet operation. And I don't see that evidence other than a guy said he thought someone might kill him and then he died the next day. He said he was no longer going to support the pro-Israel cause. I just don't think that Israel thought so much of Charlie Kirk that they felt he was worth assassinating. Like, show me more evidence. Show me evidence that, like, the Israeli state deeply cared about Charlie Kirk's position on Israel and was willing to, like, conduct a foreign operation on American soil, their #1 ally, in order to kill Charlie Kirk. That is a big fucking risk. That's a big fucking risk. So what you're asking me to buy into here, is a very, very big ask. And him saying a thing isn't the thing that is going to make me believe that. I need evidence. He sent it in a text message to his company. I don't care. That's not evidence. If I send a text message to everyone I know saying I might be killed tomorrow by the purple spaghetti monster, like, that doesn't mean if I die tomorrow a purple spaghetti monster killed me. It's not like look, it is one data point. And what I'm asking for is more than one data point. More than a guy said something. To substantiate the conspiracy theory and make it just a theory, you need more than one data point. That's what I'm saying. This is like people finding, like, the skull of a dinosaur and saying it's a fire-breathing dragon that could fly. And, like, you don't know that, actually. You don't have any data points about that. If you were being paid millions of dollars by donors to support a certain cause, then you decided to go against that cause, and then you said they thought they were going to kill you, that's evidence. It's one data point. It's literally just one data point. Is it a motive? Potentially. But the issue is, establishing a motive doesn't necessarily equate to a full substantiation of a theory. I'm sorry. Like, if you have one data point and a motive, that does not make a case.
Extreme claims require equally extreme evidence. Come on, people.
Yeah, come on now.
Whoa, Erika Kirk shuts down the No, she didn't even respond.
Like, I'm sorry, the allegation here that, like, Israel is so powerful and influential that they could kill Charlie Kirk in broad daylight in front of running cameras, but they can't, like, assassinate Candace Owens. She's just too sneaky. Like, what? Like, they can't reach Tucker Carlson. He's just too embedded. They just can't do it. They're in their secret bunkers. Like, I don't know. I feel like the more you look at it, the more it falls apart.
To one of the conspiracies, she gave us emotion. She said, I'm a mother, I am a wife, and we never asked about whether she was mother or wife. We want to know if she is a CEO and a chairman. And a CEO and a chairman has to compartmentalize.
He was part of the group and knew things about them that he was going to expose. I think that's bullshit. Sorry, there is no way. Like, that's like saying the Nelk boys have insider intel on the Israeli government because they were paid by Netanyahu to give him a softball interview. Like, nah, I'm sorry. That's bullshit.
A CEO and a chairman cannot respond to valid questions and critiques about finances,
It makes so much more sense than anything you can provide. I don't know. There's a guy who confessed to it, and the evidence seems to line up with his grandpa's World War I rifle. I don't know. That seems to line up pretty good. I just, like, I don't know. Sometimes people snap and try to kill other people. That seems like a more reasonable explanation for me than a secret Israeli op on American soil that potentially endangers their entire operation on a global scale with their number one ally should it be revealed. Oh, and the rifle they said he used isn't even possible that he was shot by it? Well, there's a piece of evidence. How do you know that? How is it impossible for you to be shot by that bullet? How, like, please elaborate.
Shady actions that are being taken by people that require presidential pardons, people that are meaningfully asking why we are not getting a clear answer of what took place on September 10th. A CEO, okay, does not get to respond and say, that's my family. Okay, that's the energy of what I would expect from a mother speaking to a teacher, which I was this mom, like, that's my kid. Okay. And I'll shut this down right now. That's my child. This is not a child. Turning Point USA is an organization. And Erika already had an uphill battle to climb, like that she had to climb this because, by the way, just because if this was Goldman Sachs and the president of Goldman Sachs or a managing director over at Goldman Sachs died in a horrifically violent way, the Goldman Sachs family might mourn for a couple of months, but they would have instantly had someone to replace that individual. And beyond that, they would have never accepted the public and the people that are investing money. They would have never accepted, well, he's gone, but here's his wife. She already had a hill to climb here, right? Like, this does not make you qualified because you love someone to take on their job. I am not qualified to do what my husband does. That's why I said I wouldn't want to be the CEO and the chairman of a company. Actually, there's a great clip of Jordan Peterson asking that very question. Like, why do women want to be? Like, why would you want to have? It's actually a lot of work and it's very stressful and it's a lot of numbers and you're crunching numbers and you have to be everywhere. Okay. If you want that, great. If you built the company and you're in the room like Charlie Kirk did, and you have proven to the public, like, hey, I built this company. I didn't even go to college and I've been doing this for over a decade as Charlie Kirk did. You've earned that street cred. Okay. So she already had a hill to climb because now they're saying, well, this is his wife. And so, that's it. Well, now you're going to have to prove that you have the ability to be a CEO and a chairman and not just a wife who we expect emotion from. And you're rightful in that capacity. You are rightful to have emotion. You are rightful to be the aggrieved widow, but you don't get to just be widowed into the position of chairman and CEO. You don't get to respond to, well, in this case, investors, donors who have given money and are asking meaningful questions with no, you don't get replies right now because this is the Charlie Kirk show, fam. Doesn't work this way, okay? And the broader point removed from Erika, which a lot of these mockingbird influencers seem to be making, is essentially they're saying to us that scientific inquiry and investigation in and of itself is now patently wrong.
Being a podcaster does not earn you street cred law.
Can confirm. Not a super street cred filled occupation.
Right? Essentially, we should just trust the state. Don't believe your own instincts. Don't believe your own eyes. Don't ask any questions. And I really want to stress to you guys how utterly ridiculous that logic is, right? Because if we followed that logic in any other situation, there would never be a crime solved ever, okay? If we just ascribe to the idea that scientific investigation is on its face wrong, it would not work. I'll give you a crappy analogy here, but imagine if there's like some young mother and she dies suddenly in the middle of the night, presumably in the middle of the night, and her husband is the first one to report it in the morning, and the cops show up who happen to be his buddies. They get there, and then they dramatically close the case in 48 hours, and neighbors are like, wait a minute. Excuse me, officers. Actually, you might want to know some other facts here about this guy. Like, he's in the mafia. These people would be like, how dare you question the people closest to, he loved her, that's his wife. Being a gang member is not evidence. Why are you saying he's a gang member? It's not evidence. And you get another nosy neighbor who produces evidence that in the middle of the night before she died, they saw the guy outside, the husband outside, removing cameras in the front yard. That's not evidence. Yeah, but I saw him go out in the middle. He put something in his car in the trunk. He was looking shady. That's not evidence. How dare you find that to be suspicious?
I mean, that is evidence. Like, it is evidence but evidence of what? Like, it depends on what you're building a case for.
More nosy neighbors start discussing, and they were like, hey, we heard them. They were having actually a heated argument before she was found dead. I think it was about money.
Y'all know what I agree
All of a
with
sudden,
Candace Owens. That was a poor analogy.
Yeah, it was a poor analogy.
and next thing you know, you got Allie Stuckey from the HOA. She blasts out an email and she says, it's unbiblical. It's unbiblical to gossip. Hearing an argument is not hard evidence. You have no right to discuss it. Yeah, we're the nosy neighbors, okay? We put together a list of 20 verifiable lies that have been told in the weeks following this sudden death event. And yeah, we have some questions. So we're not going to accept Tim Pool jumping on the airwaves with big estrogen energy telling us we're evil because we have like school board elections next Thursday. We're the
Yeah, Candace Owens has just embraced full-on gremlin energy and is just going like, yeah, no, we don't care about elections anymore. We just want to shit on all the conservative content creators and stir the pot with as many people as possible. I for one support this.
nosy neighbors. We don't care about the elections coming up. We want to know whether or not we are in bed with people who are capable of murder, people that are capable of covering up murders. Actually, we, the nosy neighbors, feel a little bit less safe in this neighborhood until we know whether or not there are some psychopathic killers in our midst. How about that? That's how I feel. I think that's how a lot of people feel right now. So I want to express that. And this psychological campaign filled with emotional manipulation and how dare you, and the aggrieved widow speaks, and so you're not allowed to question a $150 million organization. No, I reject it. I reject that 100%. Which is why I will say it has arrived as a blast of fresh air that on this very same day, Tucker Carlson is standing up to the nonsense. He's not speaking about Erika, obviously. He is friends with Erika. But just the nonsense of what the FBI is saying, he's wading in and saying, yeah, the FBI is not being clear in what happened. And I have questions because, and I think it feels like a blast of fresh air, because and I know many people at home, are seeing all of these people that we followed and we thought that they were heroes. And suddenly this assassination has exposed them all to be frauds. Like for the right price, they will join Operation Mockingbird. For me personally, that is how I feel, okay? Like people in the military that I thought were forthright, people that were journalists that I thought were forthright. I just am so let down. And I don't think I would have been able to handle if Tucker Carlson was among those people. You need hard evidence. As if the killer's going to walk in and be like, okay, here's how I did it, okay? I'm going to give you the hard evidence. I was here, there. Like, what? Instead, Tucker Carlson is coming out and he is blasting the corporate and the Fed narrative with common sense. He joined Theo Vaughn, and here is what he had to say. Take a listen.
I don't understand the official story at all.
Of his assassination,
I don't understand it, and I want to make sure that there is a truly rigorous and honest federal investigation of it, and I'm definitely concerned about that. A, B, I think that
yeah, I mean, I would also be concerned about the investigatory properties possessed by a Kash Patel FBI, a podcaster with no experience doing that. I wouldn't want me in charge of an FBI investigation either.
I don't know many of the details, but I know that recently Candace said that Egyptian registered aircraft were following Erika Kirk, Charlie's widow, around for a number of years in different places in the world. That's one of the weirdest things I've ever heard, and I just want to say that is factually true. That's true. So that's like the one data point that I happen to know is true. What does that mean? I have literally no idea. I can't even guess, but that's very, very strange.
And what is Egyptian? It could mean aircraft from Egypt. Who knows?
I think that they were registered in Egypt.
Got it.
And but that fact is true. So that enough, and it also her claim that there were kind of a disproportionately large number of foreign registered cell phones at the event. That's also true. So what does that add up to? I don't know, but it means that you know, the FBI has a moral and legal obligation to look in every direction and to be open-minded as you would in any investigation, in journalism, in science. It's all the same process. I don't know the answer, and I'm going to sift through everything as open-mindedly as I can, as honestly as I can, to get to what the truth is. That's, again, that's science, that's law enforcement, that's journalism. It's all the same. That's justice. And I just want to make sure that is happening, and I just don't have a ton of confidence in the FBI or the men who run it. And I'm not saying that out of ignorance at all.
That's a scary part too.
I'm not alleging anything. I'm just saying I
No.
think it's really important that we have that.
That is what authenticity sounds like, and that's what we're doing here. We are investigating, right? Sometimes you get something wrong, you correct it, but I was right about the Egyptian planes. And when you hear Tucker Carlson say that he is confirming that that part is true, what I take from that, Tucker Carlson has been very clear. He grew up with CIA agents, okay? This is a guy
actually,
grew up
Miss
in Virginia.
Owens, this is one of the rare cases we got as close to an admission of guilt as possible. The flip-in pastor turned him in.
I mean, the pastor turned him in. His dad turned him in. It was his grandpa's gun.
There's legit more evidence that Sean Combs was involved in the deaths of Tupac and Biggie.
I mean, yeah,
Like Sean Combs was involved in the deaths of Tupac and Biggie.
The thing I'm struggling with here is that we have a guy who has confessed. We have the guy's priest, or not priest, but pastor, turn him in. We have his dad turn him in. We have text messages from the dad to the son asking, "Hey, where's grandpa's gun?" And like he recognizes the gun from the posting and broadcasting on the television. So I guess my question is the conspiracy then that Israel paid the pastor and the dad and the grandpa, potentially, as well as this guy, to take the fall? So that's four different people, and none of them are going to squeal about Israel being involved here. Like, when the rubber actually starts to meet the road on this conspiracy theory, like, it doesn't really seem to hold any water for me.
Father, he learned after his father died, he thought he was just working with the CIA. No, his father was on the payroll of the CIA. So Tucker's friends are in the state. So you should take it as a concrete fact that there's something up with these Egyptian planes, and they were in fact following around Charlie, and they were following around Erika, as I told you. And that means people in the NSA, the CIA, are confirming that that is real. And yet, just last week, what we got from Blake Neff, and I know he's untouchable, he's in the fam, but I'm going to go ahead and touch that and say, like, this is not okay, the vibe is not right, is making a mockery of it. That is what we mean when we say none of this is passing the vibe check with Turning Point USA. There's no clear answers. There's mockery, there's laughter, but there's no clear answers. And the mockery and the laughter is not working. Neither is this idea that, well, now the widow has spoken. We're not dealing with the widow. We want the CEO and the chairman of Turning Point USA to answer. Okay? If you can't compartmentalize, then I don't see how you're going to be able to lead this organization in the future, because Charlie worked. We knew who Charlie was because he was authentic. Okay. He didn't just go, well, I only make time for like big pocket donors. Okay. He was sitting college campuses. He was speaking to people, understanding people. He was changing his ideas and he was changing minds. And you are not changing my mind about the fact that something weird happened that day and that TPUSA is acting funny because you give it an impassioned plea and speak about Nehemiah on Fox News. Okay? None of it makes any sense. Anyways, Tucker then goes on and states the obvious predicament further, which is that we just don't have any faith in the government. Take a listen to him discussing some of these lingering questions.
Here's what I am concerned about. A lot of things. One, he acted alone. Tell me how that worked. None of us really act alone.
It's hard to go anywhere by yourself, too.
Thank you. Exactly. You acted totally alone. Okay. You're going to have to prove that to me. It's totally possible. Anything is possible. Weird things have happened. We'll continue to. But that's not my default assumption, and it shouldn't be.
Now, Also, I guess you could allege that like the FBI faked all of the other evidence, like the DNA found at the crime scene, or a bunch of other factors here. But again, you're then broadening out the conspiracy theory to include Kash Patel's FBI being in on it and willing to, like, I don't know, do that for Kash Patel. And genuinely, I can't imagine Kash Patel engendering all that much, loyalty, considering his biggest claim to fame seems to have been writing a book slobbing Donald Trump's knob for children. But you know, that's another observation, I guess.
Yours. And their default assumption was we acted alone. Really? Why do you think that? What about life suggests that people typically act alone? When was the last time you acted alone in anything? I don't go, right? So A. B, we know that people had foreknowledge of this because they posted about it on X and said Charlie Kirk is going to be killed on this date, and he was.
Is that true?
Yes, it's true.
But were they just guessing? Was it a guessing thing where every day they posted that?
Maybe. Have those people been interviewed? Have they been hauled into FBI HQ and had a long conversation with how they knew that? Like, let's get really specific. Why did you post that? Who have you talked to? Like, if I were doing this investigation, because I spent my whole life doing non-criminal investigations called journalism, like, what do we know is true? How do we find out? Call everybody, be open-minded. It's like it's the same process. If I was doing this investigation, they would be at the very top of the list. Tell me how this guy...
Act alone. It's called a one-person play.
True, Sake Tanuki. And you know what? Usually, only your best friends go to that. And sometimes, they don't show up either. It's an off Broadway production.
Ahem, Tucker ill. Have you know I master debated alone just today. There's your evidence.
Who seemed normal became a radical trans furry murderer? It's not enough to tell me, oh, trans. I'm not pro-trans, by the way.
But was that the guy or his boyfriend?
Well, exactly right. Tell me how this guy became so radicalized that he murdered a stranger. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying I want an explanation for how it happened. Why wouldn't I?
I mean, well, one, I don't know. I don't know if either of these men have ever experienced anything amounting to love, but if you care about someone else quite intensely, your emotional reaction to someone who is trying to make it illegal or impossible for them to exist might spur you to take some radical action of your own. Just out of a general desire to extend our lives, but that might boggle the imagination of a conservative.
I agree.
Oh, we can't talk about that because it'll, prejudice the jury pool. Really?
Does anyone know what happened to the detained shooter anyways? He had his first day in court today, actually.
This was the first time we've seen Tyler Robinson in court in person as the judge considered several emerging issues in the case.
State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson.
Tyler Robinson sat quietly throughout Thursday's hearing as lawyers argued a number.
Reference to the gays tricking someone into loving them from that one video.
You're gonna have to be so much more specific. That is a unfortunately common homophobic trope.
Of issues. Robinson is accused of killing conservative activist and influencer Charlie Kirk during an appearance at Utah Valley University earlier this year. Thousands of people witnessed the shooting, and they could have been under a gag order prohibiting them from talking about the case. The same could have applied to political figures who spoke about Kirk's death.
The order as written, we don't believe is a valid and lawful order because it would result in a prior restraint on certain speech.
Robinson's defense team argued against lifting it.
And we have meaning Mr. Robinson's defense counsel, have no problem complying with the order.
There are over 3,000 lay witnesses of the alleged homicide.
The judge ultimately walked it back.
This includes any witness, including lay witnesses, whom the prosecution or defense has a good faith belief will be called to testify at a hearing or trial.
Thursday's hearing also discussed concerns about news media and how much access they can have in the case.
We're concerned about opening the door to multiple other entities just filing in on this case, getting involved in the proceedings.
Defense attorneys complained about what TV cameras were filming and even suggested they'd push to kick cameras out.
I imagine the media will, depending on the court's ruling today, will want to weigh in on that one as well.
As the judge set a May hearing to decide if Robinson will ultimately face trial, defense attorneys announced an effort to disqualify the Utah County Attorney's Office from prosecuting the case.
The county attorney has made a decision, very public decision, to announce their intent to seek death the day that there was an arrest, which means that that obligation to provide us with the probable cause for everything they relied upon to charge applies now to their intent to seek death.
The judge also designated Charlie Kirk's widow, Erika, a victim under Utah law, giving her certain rights in the courts.
This court will recognize Ms. Erika Kirk as the designated victim representative in this case. Thank you.
The judge will announce his ruling on the media issues later this month. Robinson will be back in court in January. In Provo, Utah, Ben Winslow, Scripps News Group.
Yeah. So, yeah, no, the process is still ongoing. It's just been weirdly quiet.
You've told the world that you have both a confession from him in his text to his boyfriend and the murder weapon with his fingerprints on it. I think you got a pretty solid case. So why is it?
This is the evidence of the tweet. Wait. Do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Boom. Ba-da-da-da-ba-ba-do. Ba-ba-da-da-ba-ba-do-do-do. Da-da-da-da-da-da-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I'm also not seeing anything that substantiates the text claim outside of social media bros. And honestly, seeing this guy, I'm not going to name names, but I was told by someone close to Charlie Kirk that Charlie thinks Israel will kill him if he turns against them. From Harrison Smith, host of The War Room on InfoWars, in response to Charlie Kirk avoiding Nick Fuentes and not debating Nick. I'm not particularly convinced.
It's so difficult to just explain. So I have said from the beginning, if you don't like what Candace Owens is saying, why don't you call her and offer a more plausible explanation for what happened? Oh, she's bad. She's bad. Okay. I mean, I like her a lot. I don't think she's bad, but I love her actually. But let's just stipulate she's bad. But why wouldn't you do that?
Because I don't agree with some of the stuff that the rabbit hole she goes down, but I don't
even know.
But I like the fact that she likes to dig in the garden, you know?
Theo, we are in this garden, okay? And we're not getting out of this garden with the Fed slop narrative. We're just not getting out of the garden with trying to emotionally manipulate us and say, it's not, this feels like COVID, right? It's not like COVID-19. It's like Candace 19. It's another fake, they're pretending it's a fake virus. Like, oh, you got infected. You just can't do it. 6 feet social distancing from Candace Owens. We're going to get every influencer on social media. 6 feet social distancing. Save lives. What are you, a grandma killer? What?
Wait, 6 feet distancing does save lives. It reduces the spread of airborne illnesses. Like that legitimately does do that? Like kind of like how different things have radius of effect? Like yeah, when you breathe or talk, a bunch of water vapor exudes from your mouth. And that can hang in the air, and if that water vapor has like bacteria in it, they can infect other people. That's God damn it.
You just don't like him? What?
Germ theory isn't real anymore.
And then Tim's all fired up. She's a C word. People are gonna die if you don't get this vaccine. And I'm like, I feel like maybe the government's not telling us the truth. We're right back to that, but it's Candace 19. It's Candace 19. That's what it is. And they think that maybe if they put the little 6 feet social distancing pads in the grocery store, that the PSYOP will win and make us believe that this is like common sense is the virus. I'm the common sense virus. It's coming around. It's so evil. Stay at home, wear a mask, save lives. You don't want to catch it. You don't want to catch the common sense, you guys. You don't want to catch it. Anyways, I dare. I'm sorry, I dare. And I have been very careful because I wasn't sure what direction she was going to go. If she was like, I was like, look, she's got a whole business that she's got to figure out. There's a lot of people in her ear. Maybe they like did this transition too quickly and she's just like keeping her head like, no, what she's saying is Turning Point USA is untouchable.
Jack, you can't logic a death cult. Also, I think I am gonna leave for now. Have fun.
That's fair. A lot of this is a lot of just, honestly, it's less to do with anything about this other than it's grievance politics, really.
It's a no from me, but you know me. I'm just out here saying what needs to be said. We'll be right
I'm just out here speaking truth to power. That's right.
back after a brief message
We
from our
got
sponsors.
this.
All right, you guys, when they double down on abortion, we know that we salary-based mortgage from Owens. You guys, Candace 19 is crazy, okay? I'm worried. You trust the influencers, you know. People over in the chat say we need some Candace 19 merch. Yeah. Don't go Max, get the vax. That's what Mark is saying. We should we're gonna get some gear for you guys. Don't go Max, get the vax. That's the vibe right now. How many influencers is it going to take to get everyone to roll up their sleeves and not go Max? That's where we're at right now. How many people do you have to send out to tell them? Please do it. Wild. Okay. I didn't get the vax. I didn't get the COVID-19 vax. I'm not getting whatever the heck this is. Okay. Which is honestly on its face, federal stupidity is what it is. Now, I can also tell you that because my mommy sleuths, they're so fast before stuff even ends. I get tips about things. And Erika literally today sat down with Barry Weiss. It's been marketed all over. They're going to have this big sit down, a conversation moderated by Barry. It's going to feature voices from across the political spectrum. They're going to talk about grief. And I got this email after, and it's interesting. I got actually a couple of emails, but I'm going to read this one to you because it was a town hall-ish event. Here's what they said went down. This person writes, I just came from the CVS. By the way, whoever wrote this email, I love you. I just love all of the mommy sleuths that are this quick. They wrote, I just came from the CVS Times Erika Kirk town hall, and this is what she said about the conspiracies and Candace. 1, Erika said she was pregnant when the Egyptian planes were flying and following her, so she wasn't on them. She said she has photo proof. Huh? I'm sorry. Did I ever accuse Erika of being on Egyptian planes? When I found the Egyptian planes, I was
I gotta be honest, this is mind melting. Like, anti-vax nonsense melded into like anti-abortion nonsense, melded into just like a slurry of conspiracy nonsense about like Egyptian planes and like Egypt, and I'm sorry. This is all nonsense. Like, this is actually worse than Rudyard. Yeah, it's exponentially worse than Rudyard content because this lady actually gets so many more views, like 10 times the views that, What If Alt Hist gets. Flying pyramid planes, that sounds very close to the Goa Uld from one of my favorite shows, Stargate SG-1. Yeah, melded into Macron's wife as a man, Michelle Obama's, like, the transvestigation bullshit. Like, there's a lot here where I'm just kind of sitting here and thinking, I don't have that much to put in here because all of this is just nonsense. Like, okay, if you're gonna have an issue here, like, bring up undebunked points. Bring up, I don't know, why you think Tyler Robinson isn't the killer. Or if you think Tyler Robinson is the killer, then, like, show the line of connection between him and, like, his handlers. Sketch out the existence of the case. Like, do the things, but, like, Candace Owens doesn't do that. And I don't think that this is all like, I'm sorry, I don't think this adds up to over $2 million. Over $2 million. The Israeli government kills Charlie Kirk. They get billions of dollars from the United States, and their propaganda arm is funded to the hilt. And, like, they're like, Tucker Carlson can't come to an event, and that they were going to spend $2 million on. And Charlie Kirk's just like, nah, I'm going to bring him anyway. Like, I don't think the state of Israel kills him for that. That's a stupid, silly thing. I don't think the state of Israel risks its entire relationship with the United States by doing that. That is not sensible whatsoever. It doesn't solve problems for them. It creates problems for them. And when we're also, like, saying, hey, well, okay, but what if they did it anyway? Well, if they did it anyway, Egypt isn't going to help them do it. Like, Egypt has nothing to... Egypt isn't a friend of Israel. Like, Egypt isn't conducting, like, joint operations with Israel to, like, kill assassination targets. So, like, it's just bizarre to me.
Concerned that they were following Charlie because I thought, wow, has there been a foreign government that has been tracking his events? Like, maybe, I don't know, like running through the operation early, and then we broadened it when someone clued us into the fact that actually these planes have been following Erika. You just heard Tucker Carlson confirm that. I thought she'd be concerned. Instead, she's gonna tell us on Saturday that she wasn't on the planes. I never said you were on the planes. Why would I think you were on the Egyptian planes? I don't think that you took off and went to Wilmington, Delaware. I know you didn't go to Wilmington, Delaware on the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination. I find that answer to be lacking. Okay? That is weird to me. It's a weird answer to give. And by the way, you can fly when you're pregnant. Even if you were on the Egyptian plane, that's a possibility when you're pregnant. So I don't understand that part at all. 2, when Barry asked her about the conspiracies and what she had to say to those saying them, Erika said, stop. No. 3, not about Candace, but she talked about Israel and said good things about Jews and how TPUSA is having Shabbat dinner. No, I didn't read that before we went live at AmFest. Okay. Okay. You guys, I want you to know, in addition to the fact that Charlie in the last couple of days, I wanted people to know that Mikey is fantastic and supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, and he had this whole vision, and that Rob McCoy was his favorite pastor, and that you should buy Josh Hammer's book. He also wants you to know to just be a Jew. I think we get it. We get it. Those were his last words. Okay? We get it. Just like, okay. Anyways,
like y'all get it, right? Like, she's pushing anti-Semitism in like the classical sense. Like, she's alleging that Israel had him killed, which again, Israel is not above like killing their enemies. But she's doing it without really any clear evidence, and then is also like, yeah, we get it, guys. You're shilling for the Jews. Because she is also happy to conflate Israel with Jews, right? That's why she laughs at the Shabbat comment, right? Like, people keep saying she's anti-Zionist. She's not. There's a difference between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. Those are two different things. Israel is not all Jews. Like, the state of Israel is not the religion of Judaism.
moving on from that, I want to say to the 39 bajillion of you who were in the military who emailed us to let me know that I misspoke yesterday. Okay, I even said to you ahead of time, I said, I don't know military vernacular. I don't know these terms. It's like another language. And you guys are not aware of yourselves. Okay, so you critiqued me for saying E4, E3 when I should have said 06. I'm jotting down these notes. I'm having a conversation. I'm trying to fact check things. And for me, I was focusing on the timeline of where he was. I was like getting all of the proof from our military guy who was there for this meeting on September 9th and it's also on September 8th as well. And I misspeak, okay? Because you guys basically speak Japanese. You don't realize you do, but you do. You speak Japanese. And I said E4, E3, and I went back and I checked my notes, and actually he said 06s. Thank you. Thank you for your 26 billion emails to let me know that I don't know ish about the military, okay? It was a human error. I made it very clear that I am ignorant when it comes to military. I will own that. And so please just be nice to me sometimes, where it's a lot of information.
I think when she says you're all speaking Japanese, she just means you're all speaking something unintelligible to me, but she's doing it in like kind of a racist way.
A lot of researching, and I just wanted to confirm he said he was where he said he was and take those notes. But no, he did not. He was very clear. I checked the notes that he has said 06. I think I made the mistake when I transferred my notes because he said colonels or captains. Then I Googled it and then I edited it thinking that maybe I heard him wrong. It was over a 1 hour phone call. Anyways, regarding him, for those of you guys that emailed us, I told you, you can trust that we are not just taking a thumbs up from someone. There's a lot of research that goes into all of these things, and we were able to confirm everything he said was real. He gave us his card that he swiped onto the base, and now, because you guys sent so many emails, and actually people who were on that base in Arizona, the Huachuca base in Arizona, adding further credence to his claim, is we've been able to since verify 2 more things from other people that are currently stationed there. First and foremost, I should tell you, we have a positive ID on Captain Neff. He was not sure what Captain Neff's first name was. It was, in fact, Adam Neff, and I'm sure captains have different names, but Adam Neff of the 10th Mountain Division is the individual. I sent picture options to him as your emails were coming in, and then someone said Adam Neff. I sent it, and he confirmed that that is the correct person. There were several, obviously, but Adam Neff was leading the interrogation of him. And it checks out because that is the division from New York. Also, we have now confirmed, and this is exciting because we got a lot of emails going, oh, like if this was really this like meeting, people wouldn't have known it was taking place. They would have used a empty building or something like that. Well, guess what? We have confirmed from people currently stationed on the base that JTF is indeed using a building. I'm not going to name the building. I know the exact one because I don't want to, accidentally violate national security. But effectively, they are borrowing a building. So it's effectively unmarked in that sense. And that building has been turned into, please forgive me I get this wrong, but I'm reading it direct from the email, SCIF, which stands for a sensitive compartmented information facility. Okay. So they have since added barbed wire around that facility for additional security. Cell phones and other electronics are not allowed. This is where he saw the meeting, by the way, unless they are government issued. They are not allowed in that building. And it requires top clearance to be granted access into that building. Again,
Yes, that is how skiffs work. Yes.
we have now verified this outside of this individual who was definitively telling the truth. He sent me so much documentation that it was like I could have showed you everything. I mean, his old passport, his new passport, his military ID card, hotels, it's books, times, text messages, phone call logs with his wife. It just really.
I mean, as far as I can find, Oni Cages, the best evidence that I can find on my own is that Charlie Kirk show responds to leaked text messages, and it goes down. Screenshots shared by Owens saw Kirk say that he had lost a $2 million donation from a Jewish donor over his refusal to disinvite the conservative commentator Tucker Carlson from his upcoming America Fest. And like you can see the different text messages here, you know, Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. But none of them seem to be threats that he thought he was going to be killed. This is not the same thing as leaving the pro-Israel cause. Maybe you're thinking of different texts. I'm not sure.
It's a circumstance that this man has either the worst or the best luck ever when it comes to him sort of stumbling upon military operations, right? First, he finds this cartel tunnel when he's 20. Now we fast forward, he's 56, and he just was getting some coffee, and someone's like, "Here, actually, yeah, no, that's the old boys are getting back together in this unmarked building," and he stumbles in there. It also, by the way, does provide an explanation for why they panicked when he just walked in there, because they were like, he should not have known that this building was here. They didn't buy his excuse. It's 7 hours later, they allowed him to leave, or Captain Neff allowed him to leave. Now, we can also give you some more information that gets really interesting, okay?
Finally.
Remember, Harry.
Finally, interesting information.
Who told me that seeing that many, I hope it's 06. Is it 06? Do not email me, okay?
Oh my God.
He said it is not common unless, and he specifically said, there were some high-ranking congressional member or someone close to the president, like the vice president. Well, we received another tip that makes things especially compelling. So I'm going to just read you this email in its entirety. We have fact-checked it. It is true. Trust us to fact-check stuff, by the way.
Yeah, just trust them. Just trust them.
By the way, guys, we would not just randomly be like, thumbs up. We're just going to go with that. This person writes, I just wanted to bring to your attention that on September 8th, that's when he says that he saw some funny business, 2025, a U.S. government plane, a special air mission plane, caught my eye. This is what I found about that particular plane that is based out of Andrews Air Force Base, shown as Camp Springs below. U.S. Air Force C-37A Gulfstream is Gulfstream 5 is a VIP jet, part of a unit that caters to senior members of the executive branch and Congress. Plane number is 99-0404, as you'll see on the screenshot below. On September 7th, the plane flew from Andrews to Colorado Springs. On September 8th, it flew from Colorado Springs to Tucson, then 5 hours later from Tucson, and then the transponder appears to be turned off. However, at 12:31.
God, you know how you haven't cooked with your conspiracy theory? That even if you go to Candace Owens, the subreddit. Oh, democracy is evil. That's what the Candace Owens subreddit says. Cool. What exactly is the implication regarding the planes, and what does it matter if they tracked one person or another? Must be dense because it seems so left field to me. Candace said it's confirmed these planes were tracking Erika 73 times. The significance is that originally Candace confirmed they were tracking Charlie, but it wound up being Erika who is tracked. Egyptian planes confirmed to cross paths 73 times is extremely unlikely to be a coincidence. The planes followed them around the world, even international locations. I'm just so tired, man. Like, this is... Yeah, no, this is like conspiracy slop. This is, again, like what I was talking about the other day. This is numerology writ large.
1 p.m. on September 9th, it flies from Fort Huachuca to El Paso, and then El Paso back to St. Andrews. Now, why is that interesting? Okay, because that means the timeline that he gave us is exactly right. This meeting took place early in the morning. I think it was 7:37, where all this happened, and then he's saying, he said he assumed it was like a high-ranking congressional person or somebody that potentially could be in the cabinet. This guy is saying that's what that plane is used for. And he also brings in El Paso. Remember, El Paso, Texas, is where all those weird flights were coming from on the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination. So that is extremely compelling. And like I said, having spoken to this individual who is planning to come out and do podcasts and speak about that, he's trying to figure it out, which I'm going to help him with this weekend to figure out whose show he can go on and speak more. It's lining up. Like this is actually tracking. I had a sense when I spoke to him that his memory could be trusted. Okay. He was very forthright. He was very honest. I mean, he was so honest that he was like, when I said, "Oh, is it maybe this Captain Neff?" He was like, "Ma'am, like I don't want to give you any information that's wrong. I would put that at about maybe 60 to 65% that it could be this person," until I gave him the correct Neff. And he was like, 100% that's the guy that questioned me. So I trust him. And by the way, his heart exploded when I told him about all the emails of people that were in the military currently that were very moved by his story. People who have had the experience of doing the right thing in the military and be treating.
How does that make sense? It actually makes a lot of sense. Especially if he then, like, he admitted it and then he talked to his lawyers and then he stopped admitting it. That's kind of how some things go, right? Like, some people go to their priest and say, "I definitely did this. I need forgiveness." And then will go to their lawyer and then come out next moment saying, "Oh, I didn't do that." It's actually pretty common.
Being treated as though they did something wrong for doing their job and serving the American people. Everybody knows there's corruption everywhere, especially at the top. And to all the service members that sent those emails, I want you to know that he said he was close to tears and he was just on his knees, him and his wife, just thanking God, because they never thought their story was ever going to come out about what happened to him when he was 20. And that is just something that is really, that's why I said there's so much God in this, because like he either has the best or worst luck, but he just happens to be in the wrong place at the right time, maybe in the right place at the wrong time. Who knows? History will tell us. Continuing the rest of that email from the person who gave us that tip about this plane, he concludes it by saying, "This is the only time that I have noticed that this plane was in Fort Huachuca. If your contact that you mentioned yesterday saw this group of men in the morning, it could line up well with what this aircraft leaving at 11:43."
Like, I'm sorry, guys. I think I've reached my limit. I know there's still like another 20 minutes of this garbage. But like, this woman is trying to claim like Egyptian military is in on this. The Israeli like secret service is in on this. The French legionnaires are in on this. Brigitte Macron is in on this. Like, she thinks that the Munchkins in the Wizard of Oz are doing a satanic ritual. Like, when you watch the Wizard of Oz, the Munchkins are doing like Hail Satan shit. And like, I don't think this has anything to do with anything. Like, to the extent it means anything, I don't think it's related to the assassination. Nothing seems to connect any of this together outside of the pure force of delusion. Yeah, give her another 20 minutes, she'll blame Honduras too. Yeah. This is some yarn work, okay? This is some red string on a corkboard shit. And like I don't know. I think that there's I think that there is like nothing that causes me to question the person at the center of all of this. And I know that there are some people who are like, "Oh, the bullet doesn't work." And, you know, I'd be interested to see what evidence is presented by the prosecutor in this case because I don't know, I'm a simple country streamer, but I would imagine there are perhaps some different types of ammo that might result in different bullet entry and exit patterns, for example. Um, I'm interested to hear what that might be. And I just have to say, there's nothing that really makes me question the veracity of the confession or anything that makes me think that the alleged shooter is connected to any kind of shadowy government op. Um, I don't think like the partner was somehow also paid off by Israel and Egypt and France to do any of this. There's no evidence of that. There's no evidence that the shooter himself was connected to any of these people. There's no evidence that his pastor was connected to these people. There's no evidence that his dad was connected to these people. We have text messages from the dad. We have like the confession to the pastor and the dad. We have the note to the partner. We have a lot of stuff that seems to indicate to me that this is the guy that did it without that much compelling evidence to the contrary. So I'm just kind of confused as to the whole network of conspiracy here that is trying to be actively woven around this outside of it being a cover for, you know, driving that wedge down through the conservative movement and creating this schism that Candace Owens is profiting handsomely by the way. Um, I find it much easier to believe that Candace Owens is grifting as an opportunist versus any of the evidence she's presenting here being actually able to hold up under scrutiny. It was actually Luigi. He did it. He watched the movie Wanted and he learned how to curve the bullets. The story you'll believe is literally coming straight from the government. I mean, the story I'll believe is the one that I have evidence for. And right now, you are not presenting evidence that makes me believe what you're saying or what Candace Owens is saying. I've sat through almost an hour of Candace Owens trying to convince me that this is a real thing, and I'm unconvinced. I don't have, like, this isn't evidence to me of anything other than coincidence or aspersions on Erika Kirk. And like I don't like Erika Kirk, but like I don't see any reason to be like, "Oh, she killed her husband." Like I don't think I think she's weird. I think she's off-putting. I think she's like pretty odious as a conservative, but like I don't see that as evidence for her being in on the assassination of her husband. Um I provided a bunch of evidence. I mean, the evidence as far because I'm not paying full attention to your conversation back and forth, Oni Cages. I'm just not. Um, but the evidence that I've seen so far is the bullet doesn't really match up. And my understanding is if you use different types of bullets, you can get different types of results. So number one. Number two, the other thing I've seen you say is that there are text messages, and I went and I found the text messages that Turning Point USA has also addressed, and while they play into some anti-Semitic tropes, like, they don't in of themselves prove anything about the narrative you're trying to say happened, other than Charlie Kirk passed up $2 million so that he could have Tucker Carlson at an upcoming event. That's it. And that isn't like $2 million from the head of Israel, like from Netanyahu himself. No, it's $2 million from an Israeli donor. So, like, probably part of some kind of propaganda op. Like, that's been going on in, like, conservative media for a while. Like, Israeli government pays, like, a lot of money to top podcasters and get Netanyahu on. I've talked about this in the past. But I don't think any of these people, if they, like, for example, if the Nelk brothers had turned down, like, the money that Benjamin Netanyahu's team paid them, I don't think that the Nelk brothers would have been killed. And if you're alleging, well, Charlie had super secret information that they were going to kill him over, what could it possibly, like, what information? What information did he have that was so valuable that they had to kill him? We don't have, like, you can't even allege anything like that. Like, we don't, if that is the case, you need to have evidence that he knew that shit. And you don't have evidence he knew that shit. And as far as, like, oh, we haven't seen the shooter in a while, like, yeah, we haven't seen the shooter in a while, but, like, that's because we're getting the court stuff all set up. Like, he just appeared in court today. For the first time. And you've been sarcastically asking me questions and saying I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, because I think you've fallen into the conspiracy trap. And, like, that, like, these things that I'm presenting here, they're not evidence for Israel assassinating Charlie. They're evidence of one potential motive that I find extraordinarily suspect at best. So, like, that's not a very good data point. How can I tell you where to look without providing a copy of the link? You could tell me the name of the website, name of the article, the name of whatever you're looking at. Like, how do you tell someone about a cool new book you read? The loss of $2 million was probably considered by Charlie in the moment as chump change. Yeah, exactly. Ha! I don't read books. Checkmate, atheists. How can I? God, just tell me the name of the article you want me to look up. Tell me the name of the video. It'll be faster. Like, just copy and paste it. Please, for the love of God. You don't have to paste the link, just paste the title of the thing you want me to look at. Like, I'm intellectually curious. I can find it if you just tell me. The person said links are automatically filtered out, so I can't see it. If a mod posts a link, you could see the mod links. If Nightbot posts a link, you could see the Nightbot link. But even if you don't have either of those things, you can tell me the name of the thing you're trying to cite. Just tell me the name. If the next thing you post in chat isn't the name of the thing you want me to look up, we can't have this conversation, because you aren't capable of interacting with me on a level that is required. For the love of God, I just give me a name. Yeah, post the title of the article. Post the title of the video. I'll just Google it and find it in like 2 seconds. Swear to me. I'm dying on the inside. My will to live is slowly seeping out of my body. Where's Rachel? Rachel! I'm so upset. Yeah, what if aliens did it? You know, Charlie Kirk was really upset at losing the $2 million from Israel because he was banking on using that. Okay, so the video's by Flying Lead Ranch. Okay, Flying Lead Ranch. Okay, that's a YouTube channel. Okay, what's the name of the video? Because this guy has a lot of videos. The name of the video is 0.03-6. Okay, there are multiple videos that have that in the title. Ballistic gel head test. Okay, cool.
Well, today we're going to be doing a ballistics gel block test. But before we get started, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the 30-06 round.
I'm going to speed this up because he's very boring.
Many people don't realize how powerful it is. So I have some other rounds here that I'm going to use to compare.
I can't show it on screen because YouTube gets really mad about guns appearing on live streams.
I'm just going to go through each one. I'm going to give you muzzle velocity and muzzle energy so you can get an idea of the difference in power with all these rounds. Now we're going to start off small. Now keep in mind that in order for a round to be lethal, you need somewhere around at least 59 foot-pounds of energy. We'll start with this little guy. This is a 22 long rifle, 40 grain. Muzzle velocity is about 1200 FPS. Muzzle energy, 128 foot-pounds. I'll move up to the 10 millimeter. Now don't be fooled by relatively small size. People use this for bear defense. That is a 10 millimeter 180 grain. Muzzle velocity is about 1030. Muzzle energy 424 foot-pounds. Now we'll move up to the 5.56. That's a 55 grain bullet. Muzzle velocity is about 3180, and energy foot-pounds is somewhere between 1200 to
3 a.m. on
Oni cages. No. I just showed that on stream. I just showed that text on stream. I just did that. Also, losing a $2 million donor isn't the same as thinking that Israel is going to send a kill squad.
Now we'll move up to the 308. That's 150 grain FMJ, about 2,625 FPS with a muzzle energy of about 2,289. So now we're really moving up in energy. So finally we come to the 30-06.
Okay.
This is a 150 grain bullet, muzzle velocity 2,910 with energy foot-pounds at the muzzle about 2,820. So that's a powerhouse. Now this is also a 30-06, but it's a different bullet design. That's a full metal jacket. Now, when this round is fired, it has more of a tendency for penetration than it does expansion. So depending on what it hits, if it hits soft tissue, it could zip right through. Now this is a soft point expanding round, usually used for hunting, deer hunting, whatnot. That lead soft nose there, when that hits something, that'll start to expand at a high speed. We'll come back to the different bullet designs here in a bit. So I want to show you this. This is, I believe, a 3/8 AR-500 steel, and this is what a 30-06 can do to it at about 50 yards. So you got to be real careful even shooting these plates. So let's talk a little bit about the theories and the narrative surrounding the tragic shooting of Charlie Kirk. Everybody knows the official story, which is there was a shooter on the roof at 200 yards with a 30-06 and a round straight to the neck. But for some reason, no exit wound. Now, a lot of people have questioned that narrative, and rightfully so. Now, another narrative going around at the time was there were people saying only a professional could make this shot. So I simply challenged that. I knew that was false right away, because any deer hunter knows that a 200-yard shot with that flat shooting of a round, that's not a difficult shot. But as I said in a previous video, that's not to say that it was or wasn't a professional. I've heard some theorize that the reason why there was no exit wound is because the bullet came in, and I'm gonna use this arrow, kind of a pointer. So the shot came in, and I wish I had more neck to work with, but this is kind of the best I could do at short notice. Shot comes down at an angle, and it hits his spine and bounces off his spine. Now, bullets do crazy things at high velocities, but with something with the power of 30-06, I don't think that's going to ricochet or bounce off of a spine. Now, fragmentation and ricochets may happen, say, on a bear or an elk, but very unlikely on a human being. Now, I think a little more plausible explanation might be he was wearing body armor, and I know some people say no, he wasn't wearing body armor, but some say that he was. Let's say he was wearing body armor. Let's say the shot comes down, it hits the top edge of the plate of his body armor and then ricochets into his neck. That is possible, I believe. Now, I'm not an expert on body armor, so someone might say no, it can't ricochet. But again, high-speed bullets can do some crazy things. Now, I think an even more plausible theory, see if I can get this guy turned around, was that it was another shooter from the back, and that the angle of the shot was here and then came out here. Now, on the last video, I disassembled and reassembled my rifle. Okay, there you go. I'll try to put the timestamp below there. So now I'm going to have to test my zero, see if I'm still on. So please bear with me while I take some test shots.
Okay, takes test shots.
The
Ballistic
effect
sample.
of a 06 round on the human skull.
Yeah, all right. Slow-mo shots, etc.
You got the cylinder gap, and you got the shorter barrel with the
Yeah,
revolve.
I can't show you gun content on a live stream. Sorry.
But I'll just take a shot and see if that is more consistent with what we've seen in the footage. Is that more consistent with what we saw? And there we go.
Steel
Now the
beams
moment
melt
of
rocket
truth.
fuel.
Do I believe that it was a 30-06 used in this crime?
Indeed, Salmon Moose.
I'll answer that for you. No. First of all, it doesn't have the right sound. It almost sounds like the rifle used, or the firearm used, was somehow suppressed or maybe subsonic ammo, but I believe it was a much smaller caliber. And I've heard anything from 22 long rifle to 5.56. The only way it could have been an .06, I believe, is if it would have ricocheted, hit something hard, and then went to the wounded area. Now, let me just say this in closing, and that is, I realize how sensitive of a subject matter this is, but at the end of the day, what's really important is that the person who actually perpetrated this needs to be brought to justice.
I think this guy seems suspicious now.
Let's hope that
True.
our government will be transparent, the FBI will be transparent. We can only hope.
I would have to say this in response to this. I don't know shit about shit when it comes to guns. I don't. It's fine. But what I will say is, again, if this is like an Israeli hit, then you have to account for the autopsy results. You have to account for how that caliber of bullet got inside that body and fragmented. And if it's much closer with a different caliber of bullet, well, then that should be pretty easy to figure out, shouldn't it? You should know that it's a different bullet type. You should know it's a different gun. You should know it's a different entry trajectory. And if you're alleging that, like, the bullet comes down the back and comes out the front, well, then that's an entry and an exit wound that would be very easy to discern from an autopsy. Again, this is the conspiracy theory kicking in. Like, okay, so then the guy who did the autopsy has to be in on it. And like, okay, sorry. There was no official autopsy. The guy who did the surgery that said they identified the bullet, because again, they still have to collect evidence from the body, even if there's not an official autopsy. They're all in on it. Again, you have to deal with what actually we have. Do. I'm trying to find a good source here.
I bet NASA used a laser satellite to melt the round down to size midair.
Indeed. Here's one. Here's
Where's
a video.
the exit wound? That's the question blowing up online about Charlie Kirk's assassination, and the real answer is stranger than
This is Lauren the Mortician.
you think. But while everyone is chasing conspiracies, the truth is actually found in a place that most people never get to see, the autopsy room. So today let's talk about what really happens when someone is murdered, what an autopsy looks like, and why results take so long to come out. Because trust me, there's a process. And it's not as quick or clean as the internet wants it to be. When Kirk was shot in the neck, people online immediately noticed there was no exit wound. Cue the conspiracy theories. I mean, I love a good conspiracy, but yeah. When people online saw no exit wound, the theories came flying faster than the bullet itself. But sometimes the body just keeps the receipts. According to his spokesman, Andrew Colvette, the surgeon was stunned. That bullet should have been a through and through. Instead, the coroner found it lodged just beneath the skin. So yes, there was no exit wound. Not because of a cover-up, but because the bullet simply never exited. And in a bizarre twist, that probably saved lives. It could have hit staff, crowd, behind the tent, behind Charlie Kirk. That's ballistics for you. Unpredictable, messy, and often surprising. Now, why does this sound familiar? Because this isn't the first time a missing wound or an unexpected bullet path has launched 1,000 conspiracy theories. Think about JFK. Half a century later, people are still dissecting the Zapruder film frame by frame, arguing over whether there was one bullet, two bullets, or a cover-up. The head wound, the angles, the magic bullet. That confusion lives on because what we see on film doesn't always match what the body shows on the table. Or look at Tupac. His autopsy photo became infamous online because people swore it was fake. Why? Because they didn't want to believe he actually died, and the wounds didn't look like how the internet expected them to look. So suddenly it turned into Tupac faked his death. Tupac's living in Cuba. Sound familiar? The Charlie Kirk exit wound rumor is just the latest in a long line of cases where what the public sees doesn't match what forensic science later confirms. And every single time, conspiracy theories fill that gap. Now, I get it. We live in a world where we've all seen things online that we can't unsee. And this case was no different. It's not every day a public figure collapses on camera in front of the world. And
Maybe
when
it's
that
cover-up.
happens,
I'm a
Maybe
little
it's
worried she's
Maybelline.
going to show something gnarly from the footage here. Maybe it's a cover-up, maybe it's Maybelline.
people want answers. They don't always
Thank you
trust
for the
the
2 tier 1
media.
sub socket.
They start looking at blurry screenshots, asking why things don't look the way that they expected them to, and suddenly there's 1,000 different theories. And honestly, that's human nature. But here's the thing, what looks like a mystery to the internet is just a Tuesday to a medical examiner. Which brings us to the autopsy. Had lots of questions about the autopsy. And here's something most people don't know. If there's a video of the death, the autopsy team still has to watch it, even if it's obvious. They need to compare what's on the tape with what they see on the table. That's part of making sure the cause and manner of death are accurate and defensible. So here's the step-by-step. 1, they do an external examination. They photograph the body, document every wound, bruise, tattoo, scar. If there's a gunshot wound, they measure it, note any powder burns, stippling, entrance versus exit, if there is one. 2, evidence collection. Clothing is bagged, projectiles are recovered,
Yeah, look. This is yes, why the autopsy would be important. It would confirm or disprove the government's claims.
Nail scraping, swabs, you name it. In a shooting case, bullets or fragments are removed and logged as evidence for ballistic testing. I also want to note that when they are collecting the clothes from the medical examiner's office, they do cut them off of the body. I don't know why they do that. It drives me crazy because I've had families ask for the clothing back after autopsy and they are cut. Step number 3, they do an internal examination. This is where that Y incision happens. Organs are removed, weighed, and examined. The bullet track is traced through tissue to show exactly where it hit.
I wonder
If
if
the
the
bullet
discrepancy
stopped
between his face size and body size was recorded on the autopsy.
Abnormally large noggin. It's a real disease, Sake Tanuki. Don't belittle it.
inside, like in Kirk's case, it's recovered and preserved for evidence. And then step number 4, they do toxicology samples. Blood, urine, vitreous fluid from the eyes, tissue samples. Even when death is obvious from a gunshot, toxicology is required. That's actually the part that takes the longest for us to get the autopsy results back. So let's pause. What is toxicology? It's basically the science of testing what substances were in the body. Alcohol, drugs, medications, poisons. It matters because even if someone is killed by a gunshot, substances in their system can change how the case is interpreted legally or medically. Sometimes you think it's a straightforward case, and then toxicology reveals something unexpected. Think of it as a death cocktail menu, and trust me, nobody wants to order off of it. And step number 5 is review of outside evidence. That includes medical records, police reports, and yes, the video footage. All of it helps piece together a full picture. Now, here's the part that frustrates the public and the media, I'm sure. Speed. The autopsy itself might only take a few hours, but the report, that takes weeks. So why? Toxicology. The big delay. 4 to 6 weeks to get those results back is normal. Now, there might be backlogs. Many medical examiners' offices are understaffed. They process orders in the order they receive them. Utah has been criticized before for slow turnaround times. Or a legal review. Sometimes reports are held back if releasing them could interfere with a criminal trial, so we might not get these results right away. So even though the family might get preliminary findings right away, the final report is rarely public for a month or 2. And I looked it up, and the state of Utah state law requires the Office of the Medical Examiner to provide a full report, but it doesn't say how fast. Delays are normal. That means the Kirk family might already have some answers, but the public, we're waiting. And that's a standard. So where does that leave us? Charlie Kirk's death was shocking, and watching it play out on video only adds to the public's unease. But the missing exit wound isn't a cover-up. It was just how the bullet behaved. And as for the rest, that will come from the autopsy once the science is finished. That's the thing about working with the dead.
So basically, we might not get this anytime soon. If the evidence went against the criminal trial, that'd be a big deal. Agreed. It would be a really big deal. But also, if they already have those results, the prosecutor would almost certainly have those results too. It's not like they surprise bring the autopsy results in halfway through a criminal trial. They would already know the results of that autopsy. That would be part of their decision making in bringing the case in the first place. So I'm guessing that because they're going forward with it, the autopsy aligns at least roughly with their claim. Now, perhaps the defense can put holes in it, holes in the story that the prosecution can't explain. But yeah, if the prosecutor couldn't substantiate their case due to the autopsy results, they'd drop the case. Because you're not going to get away with simply not putting in the autopsy results in
Wouldn't
this
the
trial.
wife also be conclusive instead of speculative if she had received preliminary findings?
Wouldn't the wife also be conclusive? Wait. Instead of speculative if she had received preliminary findings? I'm sorry, I'm not understanding that one, Sake. Maybe I'm too addled by the rot. Or they would just never let the evidence see the light of day. That's the thing, though. You're legally required to do the autopsy. Like, You can't just be like, oh, well, no autopsy, tee-hee. Like, I'm pretty sure that would be grounds for Tyler Robinson to throw the case out. Basically, she wasn't sure enough if there was any evidence to the contrary. Ah, I see. That's what's so sketchy about the case. Yeah, but it's not sketchy unless it's not sketchy unless they just are like, oh, the autopsy results disappeared in a fire. Because as far as I know, the autopsy is still, like, done. They have the results for the autopsy. That would inform the prosecutor. We just don't have it publicly released yet. So, like, it doesn't seem sketchy thus far. It's the same fire that took the Baudelaire orphans and their parents. From the information I have, they never did an autopsy. Well, they definitely did an autopsy, because if there's a surgeon that opened up
The Graham
Charlie
Hancock
Kirk's
levels
body,
of what if are high with this one.
Immensely high. Look, as far as we're aware, we know that Andrew Colvett has claimed that Charlie Kirk was opened up. They knew that the bullet fractured inside of his body. If that's the case, that he knows that because he read the autopsy results, or some preliminary or some secondary autopsy results, right? And so that's how we know that. They definitely did an autopsy, otherwise people are going to, like, be fired, lose their jobs, and I'm guessing if it's all orchestrated by Israel, they would say Israeli agents paid them to do it or something like that. I don't know. I feel like there'd be a lot of evidence for all of the things that it would take to make this happen. Odds are the defense has seen it by now. Yeah, absolutely. If the defense hadn't seen an autopsy result, like, it would be extraordinarily weird. Yeah, so prosecutors usually get the finalized medical examiner documents in about 6 to 12 weeks. They can get preliminary info earlier. So there are preliminary and final reports. It is likely that they decided to go ahead with the prosecution on the preliminary report. They're probably going to get a more detailed one in, like, the next week or two. I'm guessing that that's the case here. And if it's not, we'll find out over the course of this trial. Well, there are a lot of conspiratorial claims around the assassination. And one of those claims is that they never did an autopsy, which just isn't the case. They had to have done an autopsy, otherwise we wouldn't know that his vertebrae of steel stopped the bullet. Yeah. Again, we wouldn't have the claims from the Charlie Kirk Turning Point USA team. Yeah.
There's no evidence that ancient aliens didn't do multiple autopsies.
Yeah, look. We only think that the autopsy hasn't already been done because aliens took his body back to the year 65,000 BC and did the autopsy. His autopsy's been done for the past 67,000 years. Na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. It was the Ratman. It all checks out. It all checks out. They were doing the bidding. Ms. Milena, we started this segment with a bit. We're ending the segment with a bit. All right? Remember earlier when I was doing a really funny jokey joke about stealing the Declaration of Independence and or the Constitution? And then I revealed that it was all a big hoopla, a big charade by the Lord Klickzatsu, okay? A lot of you didn't understand that Lord Klickzatsu, the Lord of all who surveys, who lives on the top of Mount Everest, lording over all he surveys. You guys didn't realize it, but I was actually communicating to the Ratmen of the past in order to give them a series of clues, a breadcrumb trail or a cheese crumb trail, if you will, in order to lead them on their own national treasure hunt, in order to go and find the royal mausoleum that is, of course, buried deep inside Mount Everest, that you can only access by presenting the Constitution of the United States of America. And then they went back in time and they did it. It's true. You all thought that was a funny bit. I was communicating with them. Does Curtis Lewa know? Of course he doesn't know. Of course he doesn't. He thinks they're animals. He thinks they're incapable of rational thought. But really, we're just talking about a new age, a new war between the rat men of the sewers below New York City versus the lizard people that live up in their ivory towers near the top of Mount Everest. It's true. It was the lithium-ion batteries. The decaying acid is what fuels their civilization. All right, that was all. Again, to remind everyone, that was an elaborate bit related to a bunch of other bits that I've done for like the last several months. And if you don't understand it, that's fine. You'll catch up eventually. Yeah, no, guys, you guys are all thinking Curtis Lewa was like an like without bias, and Curtis Lewa was biased with extraordinary amounts of hatred for the Ratmen, but the Ratmen do not deserve such scorn and mockery and hatred. Your skeptical powers are slipping. How long has it been since you watched X-Files? Too long. Too long. No. The lizard people don't live in the sewers of New York City. The Ratmen live there. The lizard people live in their ivory towers near the peak of Mount Everest. Jack got rid of Dr. Softhole because she was this close to finding the truth. It's true. One of the last communications Dr. Softhole had was about how she was afraid that she might be killed by the Ratmen. Sorry, the lizard people, rather. Lord Klickzatsu. Can't spell rational without rat. I love you guys. I love you guys so much. God. All right. What about the wizard people? Oh, I'll tell you about wizard people another time, dear readers. And honestly, that all just reminds me, if you guys haven't experienced wizard people, dear readers, for yourselves, it's the only acceptable way to experience Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Sorry, the what now? Wizard people, dear readers. Are any of you are any of you familiar with that, or is it just me? I don't think any of you are familiar with this, gauging by your reaction. Me. Eddie, I like you. Never heard of it? It's one guy redubbing the entirety of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone with just himself. And honestly, it's pretty great.
Privet Drive. The ominous fog makes the nighttime even more hoary and mysterious than usual here in suburban Britannia. Out from the shadows of God knows what dimension steps the oldest wizard in the books, the near-dead Dumbledore. He is clearly a powerful beast and walks with dignity despite his age and attire. He sees a cat that he knows right before he sets to work. He produces a wizard's tool known as the Street Darkener, and with a practiced angling of the arm, begins to siphon away the clarity made from mankind's bulbs. Magical deeds are afoot, dear readers. Magical darkness, a must.
I cannot tell you guys how often I quote this. I cannot tell you guys how often I quote Wizard People, dear readers.
Atmosphere complete. The cat, now protected by shadows, transforms into who else but Professor Hardcastle McCormick, an old friend and ally of Dumbledore the Half-Dead. She is truly a great wizard also, and possesses many a skill that might aid in tonight's random errands. They speak gravely of tonight's horrible decision. And dear readers, trust me, their work tonight is dubious. What are they to do? Are they really going to go through with tonight's desperate plan? The choice is clearly in powerful hands as Dumbledore ponders with his gigantic brain. Just then, a light approaches in the clouds. Shredding through the stratos descends no other than Hagar the Horrible. A huge man that if you didn't know better, you may mistake him for a giant hairy truck. He is Dumbledore's gopher, and now perched upon his sky leopard, Hagar seems at the end of an errand that almost bested him. But lo, out from his manly pape, he produces the most powerful baby in the universe. Dumbledore accepts the swaddled child like the delicate button of an atomic bomb. His bowels tense. No false moves here. Hardcastle McCormick pleads with Dumbledore not to go through with the plan. What plan, you ask? Well, they are going to leave this veritable weapon of the gods, this paradox of babiness and power, right here on a frickin' muggle's doorstep. But shh, says Dumbledore to the baby, and shh, he says to the laity, as Hagar gnashes his teeth in inner conflict and almost drowns in snotty, fearful tears. His master Dumbledore tells him to wait in the frickin' car if he has to. And the baby is left. The baby with the most telling of scars. The baby that is the seed of power. The baby that is the inheritor of the horrible, hoary hammer of the gods. Harry, the wizard who is destined to vanquish all evil, and if he so wishes, brings it back again. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone.
Anyway, that's the first little bit of it. The entire thing is on YouTube and other places, I'm sure. I love this. It's like 20 years old. Is this the actual transcript of the book? No, fuck no. Oh god. So powerful, he could banish evil and bring it all back if he wanted to. You're all welcome. Life is full of stressful times right now, and honestly, if you need a really good time, consider a little bit of that silly weed substance, and then sit down and watch this. It's a genuinely great time. Honestly, even if you're not high, it's a genuinely great time. This is the future the left wants. What is our dono goal at now? I need to recalculate because got a little over a skis there. Let me see here. There we go. We're at 337. 337. Calculate. Discombobulate. Hot diggity. Yeah, we are over half, baby. Also, guys, we got over 20K. We did it. We did it. And I gotta be honest, I don't know if that Candace Owens segment is gonna be any good. I do really apologize to my editor because I know that is I'm actually gonna type a message to my editor right now apologizing. Oh god, I am so sorry about the Candace Owens segment. It's genuinely a mess. One more like and I'm at 300 likes? Well, you guys know what to do. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click There we go. I knew I could believe in you guys. I knew I could believe in you guys. Let's go. Also, Nekosaurus, thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, y'all came in at a weird time. Sorry. Guys, I'm really tired, and I really wanted to play some Clair Obscure tonight. Maybe I'll be able to do that tomorrow night. I would really like to play a Bimeo game. And also get to some of the other content that we planned today. Cause oh boy, we got some content. We got some content in the content mines. Claire Obscure mentioned, yeah, I really wanted to play it tonight. I thought if we got through all of this fast enough, I'd be able to play. But sadly, that does not appear to be the case. But tomorrow I shall awaken. How far into Claire Obscure are we now? We are, I believe, we're still in Act 2. We're about to go fight the Paintress, and I'm sure the entire game is about to fuck my shit up. There's content in them there hills. I think what I need to do is prepare less content. I think that's what I need to do. I'm downloading Claire Obscure at this moment. Excellent choice. You will not be disappointed. Do more shorts? The issue is shorts don't serve the same purpose in the algorithm as longer videos, and so I just need to plan a bit better, you know? Also, I've been doing really good on my elliptical, and I'm excited to continue getting in shape. Cause like I'm seeing results. Hour-long shorts, that's what I do already. Alright, I'm gonna go to bed before you guys get me entangled in another kerfuffle. I appreciate all of you. I shall see you tomorrow. I will now raid a channel. Here we go. We're starting the raid. Fare thee well, everyone. I shall see you anon. Anon, I say.
So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from Southern West Virginia.
When the people's will is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts, when the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics. We must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say, all are your comrades and none are your enemies, in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against the power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against the power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another
proletariat and make them cower.